I once considered keeping some pets in my office, but soon gave up on the idea.
Ini semua Embek. Embek. 160? Wow, 160 semua. Thank you, Om. Ganteng, semoga diberi. Nih. Makasih juga. Ya, gua lupa. Terus domain. Gua mau lihat ini si Jin. Aduh, itu kemarin ya. Aduh, salah deh. Bukan yang ini. Ini kapan ya? Hari ini, nice, good.
Sooner we're done, the better.
Sip. Kayak gue harus ambil, I see. Kayak gue harus mau nyari nobles IR deh. Gue ada banyak gak sih? 100. Iya, gue harus cari nobles. Buset, gak punya dong. Tunggu bentar ya. Halo? Halo? Ada orang? Halo? Halo, terima kasih udah pada datang lagi. Makasih ya.
Punishment. Whirling snow.
Gue harus nyari IR tuh. Apa aja deh gue terima. Nggak ada, maaf lagi. Nggak ada, maaf. Thank you ya, udah pada balik lagi. Thank you. Thank you, Rick. Gimana? Udah. Lama juga ya. Berapa ya? Setengah jam ada ya tadi ya. Lagi halo Kanari, welcome back, thank you. Lumayan lama ya tadi ya. Berapa ya? Setengah jam ada kali ya. Tadinya gue mau gue diemin aja sih. Maksudnya mau gue diemin aja gitu. Cuman ya buset. Cuman nggak enak aja. Takutnya kelamaan kan. Tadi nunggu lumayan sih. Mana Jin? Sebenarnya gue bisa nih. Gue mau bisa R4 cuman gue nggak mau lah. Salam chat, tolong. Event foto-foto ntar Charlotte bisa foto dari skill E kan? Kayaknya ya, seingat gue. IR Jin. Kenapa IR Jin? Kenapa IR Jin, Rick? Kayaknya bisa deh skill E-nya. Gue lupa inget deh. Zynex kemarin dia ada ngomong bisa sih. Oh bisa di ini zoom kayaknya. IRGin berapa? 200. IRGin gua nggak tahu berapa ya. Kayak 200-an enak sih. Tapi nyari crit rate lagi. 200 enak sih kalau gue bilang, ini gue kurang ini aja. Ini juga agak sas juga sih gue. CR, iya harus CR. CR perlu CR sih. Ini perlu CR. Ini harusnya ini gue pakai ini. Harusnya dia pakai ini, cuman gara-gara pakai Favo, ya udahlah. Lupa gue. Harusnya pakai 50-an lah CR kalau gue bilang. Iya harus pakai CR. Halo Bang, halo juga Ais, welcome, thank you ya. Itu stemnya di akun kedua gua. Makasih lo Ais. Thank you ya. Jadi enak. Iya, CR 50 lah Rik, kalau bisa Rik. Gua mau nyari juga tuh ntar. Gua mau nyari, pertama mau nyari nobles sih. Ntar gua sekalian nyari nobles sih. Kalau nggak dapet ya udah. Maksudnya kalau nggak bisa naikin ya udah, dapetin dulu dah. Soalnya kan itu nyari kadang kalau gua perlu IR tuh nggak ada anjir. Nih liat nih nobles gua, nggak ada IR kayaknya. Seinget gua. Nggak ada cok, lu lihat IR. Nobles gua nggak punya IR gak tuh, anjir. Susah banget tuh nyari IR, bingung gua. Buset, dikasih lagi, makasih loh. Sadis bener, buset. Enak bener nih hidup gue ya, buset. Tumben banget tuh, padahal cuma pakai 20 ya, gila. Biasa pakai konten saya nggak sampai segitunya, gila. Seger bener hidup. Udah berapa IR nih? 170. Harus pakai IR. Gue harus nyari IR. Iya, di sini gue harus nyari crit rate. Di sini gue harus nyari crit rate di mana di nobles gue harus cari IR. Kayak gue ambil cari nobles dulu deh. Kalau ini kan masih bisa ketampung sama Favo kan. Lu lagi pada ngapain guys? Lagi pada ngapain? Kerja bang, kerja hai gitu. Semangat kerjanya Kanari. Semoga bisa cepet nikahin ya. Iya. Biar cepet nikahin anak orang. Gue juga mau habis masak. Masak apa tuh, Ais? Gue mau quest, mau Sparkon quest. Penasaran gue. Udah kena spoiler mulu dari kemarin. Telur campur tempe. Telur campur tempe. Telurnya diorek kan? Orek diorek sih. Di orak-arik. Ya orak-arik ini bukan orek. Masih lama kayaknya bang. Emang lu pacaran udah berapa lama guys? Iya bang. Oh iya. Enak tuh. Pakai kecap manis. Sedap. Kecap manis sama jangan lupa cabai rawit. Buset. Mantep tuh. Kayaknya cukup deh. Dikasih emasnya 3 biji, buset. Kalau jadinya baru setahun, baru setahun. Udah klop banget belum? Udah klop banget gak sama cewek ini? Kalau boleh nanya-nanya ya. Takutnya ini kan privasi juga kan. Nggak boleh terlalu ganggu orang, ganggu juga gitu. Kenalan di Inazuma, karena anjay, kenalan di Inazuma nggak tuh? Nggak cukup kayaknya nih, tunggu ya. Karena di Inazuma beneran itu beneran nggak tuh? In game di Inazuma ya nggak tuh? Kayaknya gue harus masuk sekali lagi deh. Di in game di Inazuma beneran. Oh iya? Tadi kenapa bang? Tadi beli oksigen buat ibu. Tabung oksigennya habis isinya. Isi oksigennya habis. Mama kan ada ini, ada apa namanya? Ada mah. Jadi mahnya tuh naik, kambuh. Takutnya kenapa-napa kan, mendingan daripada gua nunggu enggak jadi. Daripada gua nunggu entar kayak jam 12 tiba-tiba dia perlu apa kayak tiba-tiba perlu pakai oksigen. Kan sekarang masih normal nih. Ntar kalau tiba-tiba emergency perlu pakai, nggak gua laksanain, nggak gua kerjain langsung, takutnya kenapa-napa gitu doang. Emang ada Genshin? Oh iya ada Genshin. Oh, wow, mantep bener. Halo bang, halo Jeval, welcome. Thank you mampir. Jongli mending crown LS skill atau burst? Tergantung elunya. Kalau gua main amannya LS skill sama burst jadiin satu aja. Jadi level 10-10 gitu. Kecuali lu nggak punya crown. Kalau nggak punya crown pasti jadiin tank kan. Kalau jadiin tank skill aja. Skill aja kalau gue bilang. Ngobz dulu deh. Udah dikasih obat udah. Dia ada obat mah. Cuman takutnya pas mahnya kambuh, takut kenapa-napa ya kan. Kan gua sebagai anak yang udah disuruh nggak enak kan jadinya. Soalnya emak gua itu udah tua banget. Jadi nggak boleh ditunda-tunda kalau ada penyakit sih. Gua kadang sebagai manusia juga masih ego. Kadang gua malas gitu kan. Wih, ini bagus nih. Malas gitu kan. Ntar nanya deh atau kapan-kapan gitu kan. Tapi kan nggak boleh kayak gitu. Kan nggak bagus ya kan. Jadi gua kerjain aja. Jadi daripada gua tunda-tunda kan nggak bagus juga. Kasian juga kan orang tua. Udah nggak, masalahnya dia akhirnya ada. Ya udahlah ya, dapat dulu satu deh minimal ya kan. Walaupun nggak ada stat, nggak ada bener-benernya. Ini sekarang gue nyari crit yang ada crit damage ya, bisa nggak ya? Gue perlu 1 biji lagi nih, yang kepala. Ini yang gue lihat. Crit damage, crit dong. Gitu. IM ya udahlah. Nice. Gitu guys. Jangan sampai telat makan, iya. Dia sering banget. Telat makan sih. Itu jeleknya dia sih. Dari dulu. Udah telat makan, minum kopi mulu. Aduh, pusing gua. Ini pusing, gua juga pusing sih. Disediain dulu gitu ya bang. Iya betul, disediain dulu. Mah akut, ya akut banget. Jangan telat makan itu bang. Iya. Dikasih obat, dia udah beli obat. Gue buat nyokap, soalnya nyokap gue juga punya mah akut. Ya parah, ngeri. Soalnya kan mah nyambung ke jantung kan, deket sama jantung. Kalau misalnya GERD naik ke jantung kan panas kan jadi kerjanya jadi lebih keras kan. Jadi perlu oksigen lebih kayaknya ya. Itu dari dari gue punya ngasalnya gue lah gitu istilahnya. Gitu. Jadi mendingan mendingan siapin dari sekarang daripada ntar kenapa-napa ya kan, kasihan kan. Gitu. Gue nggak mau kenapa-napa juga kan orang tua. Minum kopi, ya minum kopinya kuat dulu pas masih zaman masih ya kayak 10 tahun 20 tahun yang lalu masih kuat dia. Sekarang punya.
Neng Napia ngasih jajan 10.000.
Halo Bang
Morning.
Riko, morning. Gimana kabarnya Bang Riko? Thank you loh. Semoga diberkati rezeki lancar Bang Riko. Pagi-pagi udah ini aja, buset. Makasih loh Bang Riko. Nyokapku juga sih kena ma akut, makanya itu nggak boleh, itu apa namanya, kalau bisa larang atau nggak boleh lah minum kopi, tapi minimal makan dulu gitu makan. Anjir lah HP cok lah, HP buat siapa ya? Iya, minimal makan dulu gitu. Sekarang gue setiap pagi gue beli, nggak setiap pagi sih, ini baru 2 hari ini gue beli lumayan lah. Gue beliin dia spread lagi. Beliin makanan, jadi dia buat minum, jadi dia minum obat. Bentar ya guys ya. Ini ngejepret lagi. Mati lampu. Aduh, bentar guys. Aduh. Ternyata lagi dibenerin, lagi nyambungin kabel. Oh maga, susah tak goblet ada IR-nya. Iya itu susah sih. Aku udah jam kasuari gak dapet sih ya. Sabar ya. Gue nyari ini, gue nyari apa? Nyari kepala crit rate tadi. Yang ada crit damage-nya lah kalau dapet ya kan. Masalahnya nggak dapet, belum dapet ini. Gue takut ngejepret cok. Tiba-tiba mati, lagi matiin lampu. Dia kuatnya sampai berapa menit ya, gue lupa. Ini ada IM, cuman nggak ada ininya, nggak ada IR-nya susah banget dapetnya. Nyambungin apa sih? Halo Nilo Wangi, thank you udah mampir. Tadi ada sense mana ya? Oh di sini. Ini dia udah nyala. Gue mau ini dulu, lihat dulu. Mana tuh HP yang ada critical damage? Gue takut kenapa-napa, cok. Mana tuh? Takut kebuang sama gue. Mana ya? Ini ya? Oh ini dia. Sip. Dia tadi udah. Bang, cek punya gue. Oke, bentar ya Nilo ya. By the way, thank you udah mampir. Selamat sore. Selamat sore, selamat pagi. Selamat sore kan. Feeling bonus. Ini ada cerita, tapi nggak kepake ya. Nah, HP lagi gak tuh? Habis-habisan. Mendingan tadi gue buang ke ini aja ya. Mendingan tadi gue buang ke apa namanya? Dapat lagi. Healing bonus. Kan nobles, coba nobles lagi deh. Kali-kali dia kali-kali bisa dapat ini. Bisa dapat IR lagi. Gue perlu cari IR-nya doang nih. Anjir, kayak 1 biji doang dong. Sadar. Nobles buat siapa lagi ya? Gue kadang bingung, Cok. Nobles buat siapa lagi? Attack double crit attack goblet gitu. Ini malas gue lihatnya. Ini oke. Gue mau coba tuh ntar. HP. Mana IR-nya, Cok? Nggak dikasih. Minum dulu bang, biar fokus. Iya, nggak kelihatan gue tadi. Tadi udah minum kok gue, baru pulang. Ini malas banget liatnya, Cok. Simpen aja deh. Damage. Jelek. Dong, kasih gue nobles dong. Kasih gue nobles, kasih gue sense IR yang ada critnya. Ini dia. IR. IR-nya mana, sayang? Nggak pernah lo dikasih IR bagus lo, gue gila. Abis, udah. Banyak banget yang golok ya, gila. Coba ya, kita lihat. Bentar ya Nilo ya. Dah. Habis, belum ada lagi yang bagus. Naikin aja dulu buat pegangan. Jadi kan kalau kayak gini, gua mau nggak mau pakai yang lawak kayak gini, lawak cul, ya kan? Nggak punya materialnya lagi, nggak punya material untuk naikin nggak tuh? Udahlah, simpen aja dulu dah. Buat pegangan aja ntar. Iya. Buat pegangan yang ini gue mau lihat bintang 4-nya kayak gimana. Mana tuh? Iya. Habis. Crit damage. Ya udahlah ya, ada energy recharge juga. Habisin deh. Oke lah, ada attack. Oke lah. Oke nggak sih? Oke lah ya. Ya udah 200 ya kan. Oke lah ya, iya kan. Nilo masih ada Nilo. 92225. Oke. Arya. Ini udah bagus sih untuk crit. Sama energy recharge udah bagus. Crit damage boleh ini sih. Bisa nyari crit damage lagi ya ntar ya ke depannya. Ini belum. Ini nggak ada crit damage. Ntar boleh cari crit damage di sini. Ini crit rate, ini crit damage. Ini udah bagus. Crit damage oke sih udah. Tinggal nyari ini di sini, cari crit damage aja. Crit rate-nya udah cukup sih harusnya. Crit rate 62 udah cukup sih. Tinggal nyari crit damage aja. Crit damage bisa dapat 20 atau 40-an. Oke lah. Pak Guru bukan. Halo Bionic, welcome. Thank you udah mampir, guys. Ada teman baru nih, guys. Di Sapa, guys. Thank you udah mampir, Bionic. Thank you. Semoga terhibur di sini. Kalau ada pertanyaan atau apa, kabarin aja. Tinggal chat aja. Oke, Bang. Sip. Semangat nyarinya. Review Raiden sama Yelanku. Ini bagus. Ini kecil ya? Pakai apa? Engulfing. Bagus sih ini. Oh, attack-nya kecil ya? Oh, pakai IR. Dia pakai IR ya. Bagus, bagus. Ini oke. Bagus banget. Bagus. Cons, ini cons 2 GG sih. 62 200, bagus ini. Awareness Warbow. Gila. Gila ini emblem cara dapat emblem begini gimana caranya, Bang? Kasih tahu aku dong. CR free-nya berapa ya? 90 90. Enggak ada 90 90 enggak ada. Adanya 80/90. Itu udah nggak naik lagi. 90/90 nggak naik lagi, nggak, Kak. Jadi udah mentok di, tadi lu berapa? 62 ya? Lu di 62 udah mentoknya segitu sih. Tapi udah bagus kok. Gila tuh tadi, itu emblemnya gimana itu? Bang, kasih aku ini dong. Tips and tricks. Biar bisa wangi kayak gitu, gimana caranya, Bang? Tips and tricksnya dong, Bang. Tolong. Itu nyepam emblem dari awal, Bang. Baru kelar minggu kemarin. Baru kelar minggu kemarin? Udah spam lama, baru kelar minggu kemarin. Gila. Nggak enak tuh. Nggak enak tuh, Mas. Kalau gue jadi lo sih mau menangis ya. Ku menangis. Anjir, sadis banget, Cok. Baru kelar kemarin gak tuh, gila. Itu Furina gimana kabarnya tuh? Gila, dari awal sampai akhir, gila kamu, Bang. Kamu sakti sekali. Ajarin aku untuk bisa bersabar seperti kamu, Bang. Gimana caranya, Bang? Ajarin aku, Bang. Tolong, Bang. Gila, Bionic sabar banget ya. Bener-bener main Genshin penuh dengan kesabaran. Tolong ini dong, apa namanya? Tolong ajarin kamu. Sepu, ajarin aku dong, Sepu. Aku kan masih pemula, ya kan? Gila ya. Gua aja udah dapat seberapa udah gua terima, anjir. Nggak mau nyari lagi, udah capek gua. Gua terima seadanya apapun itu, ya kan? Bener-bener the real sepuh, Cok. Kan kalau sepuh kan orangnya sabar, ya kan? Apapun rintangannya, apapun rintangan dan hal-hal yang kurang baik, tetap bersabar, anjay. Itulah sepuh, Cok. Caranya ketik Rex pasti sabar, kirim ke 9898, anjir. Masih ada nggak ya tuh 9898, Cok? Anjir, udah kayak di TV-TV ya. Anjir. Gila sih itu. Rick, lu juga udah sabar kan, Rick? Pernah nggak dapet emblem yang 30%, Rick, anjir? Lu pernah nggak sabar, Rick? Gua sih nggak bisa ya, Rick. Kalau suruh hantem emblem lagi, gila. Mau nangis gua rasanya, Cok. Bisa muntah darah kali gua. Kotor ya? Oh iya dong. Cek aja Raidenku. Bang, car DOT minimum attack berapa? 3000 plus bisa kok. 3000 plus bisa. Ada yang sampai 4000 kok. Kalau lu pakai speed 3000 bisa kok. Cek Raidenku, gue coba lihat. Kita lihat Ricky scam. Mana? Nggak ada. Cek Raidenku mana? Mana Raidennya, Bang? Nggak ada, Bang. Bang, nggak ada, Bang. Kamu bohong ya. Kamu kenapa suka membohongi aku sih, Bang? Injury 3000 gimana caranya? Substatnya banyakin attack. Bisa kok kalau pakai speed. Rank 15, iya dong, pastinya dong 15 semua. Subsetnya attack sama efek hit rate. Seperti biasa. Level max gitu, iya. Iya mentok level 90. Level 90 nggak sih? Iya level 90. Level 80 deh. Level 80 sama subset attack. Udah gitu doang. Kan pasti di trace dia kan pasti ada yang full dong. Ada yang full, ada yang attack dong. Gitu. Itu maksudnya. Buka akunnya. Mager buka akun deh. Mager buka akun nih, lihat nih gue punya segini aja udah. Bionic 54 177 238 pakai engulfing. Udah gitu-gitu aja udah. Nggak naik-naik lagi anjir, mager banget gue. Udah gitu doang, udahlah. Capek nyarinya anjir. Langsung IR gue nggak ada yang bener lagi. Dari dulu nggak pernah dapet IR double crit. Sekalinya dapet bapuk. IR Sense emblem emang susah bang, parah. Capek gue nyarinya juga. Udahlah 238 juga udah mantep banget gitu buat gue sih. Kan pada bilang minimal antara 220 atau 240, itu gue lupa inget ya. Sekitar segituan deh. Kayak gitu sih. Jadinya gue lebih ke ini aja. Udahlah cari sadanya aja kan. Gitu jadinya. Udahlah, iya kan. Udah dapat, udah oke lah, udah gitu kan. Ini juga mau nyari bot Frina lagi yang lebih bagus, juga susah banget lagi. Yang paling malas tuh gue farming di ini. Emblem kan udah susah, lebih susah lagi di mana? Di Gilded paling susah, gila. Gue gak ngerti tuh Gilded kayak kentut anjir. Gue salah dong. Itu Gilded paling ampas dan paling hina itu Gilded tuh udah. Itu Gilded gak pernah ada yang bener gue. Yang bagus banget itu pun gak ada. Sampai males gue nyarinya. Jadi gue udah malas banget tuh farming di Gilded. Sama Crimson haram yang mana bang? Crimson gue udah jadi sih. Gilded yang paling haram sih, jujur aja. Gilded paling haram, jujur aja untuk sekarang ya. Gilded paling haram sih. Ntar gue lagi mau nunggu dia punya tungku aja lah. Bang boleh tolong login akun gue nggak, klaim hadiah spiral. Soalnya di device gue nggak ada Genshin. Boleh. Kasih ID password aja kan Ari. Ntar gue sebelum kan gue mau main ini, mau Archon Quest. Lu ini aja, kirim di Discord aja deh. Gue nyalain Discord dulu ya. Boleh sini. Takut lupa ya. Boleh. Gilded paling parah sih. Crimsonnya gue di Tungku wangi. Jadi oke lah gue. Jadi gue oke lah gitu. Soalnya kita juga udah farming Crimson juga dari lama kan. Masa iya masih jelek-jelek aja ya kan. Walaupun kadang masih lawak juga. Maksudnya masih agak lawak juga, cuman masih lebih mendingan lah gitu kan. Hai Ren, halo. Udah PMDC, oke sip. Abis ini ya, abis gua kalian ini ya. Hai Ren, lagi ngapain Ren? Kamu hari ini kemana Ren? Di rumah aja? Lagi makan nugget, mau dong. Rumah aja, mama baru pergi. Oh iya. Kamu menjadi mama ya. Philip menjadi papa ya kan. Philip menjadi papa, kamu menjadi mama ya. Jagain Emmy ya kan. Oke, bentar ya Kanari ya. Gue pernah online lu punya gak sih? Kanari. Ini timnya nggak jelas. Iya, ini friendship, Ren. Tuh, buat friendship doang ini. Tuh level ini. Kok ada frame minute? Friendship. Tapi bagus. Dia kenapa aku pasang ini dia? Kan buat dia punya pasif nih. Bagus juga buat yang ini nih. Jadi aku nambah 25%. Kalau freeze sama bloom, iya kan? Crystallize, bloom, frozen, freeze, kan bisa nambah nih. Kalau aku pakai bloom doang 110 gitu. Iya juga. Jadi ya win-win lah. Tapi nggak tahu akan di mana. Oh, kayaknya pernah. Oke, bentar ya. Dia juga pakai arti baru nggak sih? DOT ya, nggak tahu ya. Gue belum terlalu dalamin banget ya. Dan gue belum punya kan. Gue belum punya kan. Jadi gue nggak tahu. Harus gue mainin. Besok kayaknya bakal full main Honkai deh. Soalnya mau apa namanya? Minta ini ya, minta verif ya. Besok baru mau main Archon Quest. Besok mau main Story Quest buat buka. Nah, ntar baru kita farming di situ. Ya, gue belum tahu sih. Minta ini ya, kode ya, Kanari. Ini deh, ketik ya. Oke. Archon Quest Furina udah belum? Yang 4,2 belum. Ini lagi mau main di sini. Bang, donat hijau bagus gak buat Kokomi? Donat hijau kayaknya masih masuk ya. Masih masuk harusnya ya. Gue lupa tuh donatnya dia. Gue ambil dulu ya. Bentar ya, gue cek. Karena gue nggak punya. Kayaknya masih oke deh. Tapi kan jadinya kayak dia jadi DPS kan. Udah diambil. Kanari. Udah diambil itu. Using armor burst or creating a shield. Nah ini masih bisa nih. Gain equipping character gain from restore and gain bonus for their elemental type. Masih bisa. Tapi kan dijadiin kayak DPS gitu kan. Temen gue nih, gacain aja bang, habisin pripunya. Bagus banget emang harus wah, bagus banget emang harus main. Makanya aku hari ini baru mau mainin sih. Pingin makanya. Buat Barbara juga bisa. Iya, buat Barbara juga bisa. Tapi Barbara kalau DPS kurang, Ren. Barbara kalau dibikin DPS kurang. Sebenarnya bagus sih. Nambahin elemental damage bonus kan. 0,3. Habis itu kalau 12% itu berapa ya? 12% itu aduh, cara ngitungnya gimana ya? Cara ngitungnya gue nggak ngerti deh. Kalau di PS itu kan Barbara bisa pakai attack kan. Jadi HP-nya kecil. Jarang banget crit. Kalau Kokomi masih bisa. Kokomi masih bisa karena dia nggak crit kan. Dia punya elemental damage-nya lebih gede. Walaupun nggak crit gitu. Masih bisa ini. Oh, buat Barbara bisa deh, Ren. Sorry. Ada HP-nya, lupa. Ada HP-nya deh, iya. Masih bisa sih. Masih bisa, sorry. Masih bisa, tapi nggak gede. Dia punya multiplier-nya paling cuma 6 atau 5% doang. Bisa. Cuman 3 detik doang. Will take... Oh iya, buat 3... Privilege regularly will still take effect when if regularly is not on the field. 40 seconds auto using. Oh iya, iya sih, tapi kok cuma 3 detik doang sih, bener. Bisa Zynex kalau buat apa namanya tuh? Damage per screenshot ya. DPS damage per screenshot bisa sih. Main cacotek dar gitu kan. Iya kan, bener kan, main cacotek aja. Cepret gitu kan. Damage per screenshot mah bisa aja. Yang penting nge-crit, ya kan? Damage per screenshot mah bisa lah ya kan. Halo Mujan, welcome, thank you udah mampir. Kokomi CA bisa. Satu kali CA yang penting kayak iya. Itu dia kan damage per screenshot hitungannya. Barbara bisa. Bener Ren, sorry Ren. Bisa. Gue lupa. Aku lupa ini atasnya HP. Bisa ini damage per screenshot dia. Bisa aja tapi nggak tahu. Kayaknya nggak bakal lebih gede daripada Witsit atau yang lain-lain ya. Soalnya kan kalau kebanyakan elemental damage kekurangan crit damage gitu atau enggak kekurangan attack percuma kan, sama aja. Bisa kalau attack masih bisa ditanggung sama Bennett kan. Tapi kalau untuk maybe untuk crit damage yang kekurangan tapi nggak tahu sih, crit damage masih bisa sih. Crit damage masih bisa deh, sorry. Yang penting per screenshotnya aja. Crit damage masih bisa deh, lupa. Kan kepalanya crit damage sudah pasti kan. Hydro, attack, hydro, crit damage. Substatnya ya crit damage, crit rate, sama attack. Masih bisa lah, sama HP. Bisa broken, bodo amat broken kill. Itu HSR deh. Soalnya si Hendrik dapet tapi nggak ada Kokomi. Adanya apa? Jadi paling buat Barbara, boleh lah. Tapi harus, itu Barbara jadi DPS, Ren. Atau enggak ya DPS healer bisa juga. Iya jadi Barbara doang. Nggak ada lagi selain Barbara ininya. Belum ada ya, jangan dah. Jangan dipakai deh, ntar nggak kepake juga jadinya itu Barbara. New Billet nggak bisa. New Billet bisa. Masih bisa. New Billet masih bisa. Bener baru ingat New Billet bisa. Masih bisa. Masih bisa tapi kurang ya. Sama aja kayak pakai yang kamu pakai itu. Aku lupa lagi namanya apa. Ini mau habisin di mana kan Ari? Gue lupa lagi. Dia mau habisin di mana ya? Furina ya? Dia bilang dia udah ada Furina, gue ini lagi. Oh ada tuh Furina ya. Gacha di Furina. Oh bener dong gacha di Furina. Ember. Prototype Ember ya. Kayak lebih bagus itu, tapi cuma bentaran doang. Jadi tiba-tiba damage-nya gede aja. Habis itu udah. Setelah 3 detik habis. Nah. Tiba-tiba emas kocak nih. Oh enggak. Anjir. Kocak. New Blood bisa, baru ingat. Udah ya, Kanari. Bisa New Billet lupa. Tapi ya nggak signifikan, cuman 3 detik pertamanya doang sih. Tapi harusnya oke sih. Aduh, salah lagi ngetiknya. Makasih Bang, sama-sama. Sama-sama, sami-sami. Santuy. Oke. Jadi kenapa gue teler amat ya? Kayak orang lagi ini gue, kayak orang lagi sakau gue anjir. Ngomongnya slow banget. Emang kalau abis main basket kayak gitu gue, gila, lemes banget. Nggak tahu nih hari ini gue bisa nge-gym nggak? Gue mau nge-gym sih, udah lama banget nggak nge-gym, gila. Udah seminggu gue nggak nge-gym cok. Anggap aja rest day ya. Rest week, bukan rest day lagi, rest week. Istirahat seminggu. By the way, kalian belum pada makan kah, guys? Belum deh, masih jam segini. Ini udah ya. Udah. Guys, gua izin story quest ya guys ya, Archon quest guys. Soalnya nggak tahu mau ngapain lagi, so gue kerjain ini aja ya. Oke, yoi. Berapa sih ini? 199, 60, 106. Iya. 60%. Salah. Harus pakai New Billet aja lah. New Billet udah paling enak sih. Gue lupa mulu nih.
Want me to come along?
Ini berapa sih? Aduh jangan dah. Mau gua 90-in sayang. Ini kan abis turu kita kemana nih? Sometime pass since the user repeat and your sentence here is almost finished. Kok masih di sini? Kan baru main kan? Kan di sini kan? Bener-bener baru mulai kan?
Wait a sec. Isn't something important supposed to happen? Oh, today's our big day. We're supposed to leave the Fortress of Mirror.
Iya. Bukan waktu itu udah ya? Belum ini. Ini baru Act 5 tuh. Baru aja. Hah? Nabrak? Ini apa? Apa ini, Cok lah. Paemon Inggris EU, Paemon Inggris EU gitu. Hello Miss Monglen gitu. Lucu emang si Paemon. Malas download lagi Ren, 5 giga, lama. Udah lama internetnya jadi lemot, mager ah. Jadinya ya udahlah biarin aja pakai Inggris aja. Aduh mager banget nih, suruh ngomong sama Mong Lane. Nabrak. Nggak bisa di ini ya, nggak bisa di skip ya. Harus banget loh nabrak sama quest ginian. Baru mau mulai begini. Completely ignore us. Mereka nabrak, iya. No, I'm not satisfied at all. Udah gitu doang. Kalau ngomong cuma baju-baju kayak gini doang, habis itu kelar, kocak. Nggak mungkin sih. Ini questnya soalnya ada ininya, ada gambarnya. Ini gue kemarin tuh Miss Monglen. Diliatin gak tuh? Ngeri banget lagi ini orang. Udah orangnya aneh, ya kan ngeliat tuh. Udah kelar dong. Udah gitu doang. Dan gue harus ngomong sama Monglane.
Please, sign here. This document will be effective immediately upon signing, and you two may exit the fortress.
It's been so long since we've been to the surface. Let's hear...
Wih, ngeri amat.
What's happening?
Are you okay?
I'm fine, thanks.
Let's go ask the Duke.
Halo, lit sepuh. Hah? Halo, lit sepuh. Hah? Apa? Noah? Halo, lit sepuh apa maksudnya? Noah, lawak Noah. Sumpah nih gue mau lihat ada yang ngasih gue lagi nggak nih? Ininya lupa gue. Oh nggak ada. Kirain ada yang masih ngasih. Halo, gue panggil Juliana aja ya. Halo Juliana, welcome, thank you udah mampir, thank you udah di subscribe ya. Semoga terhibur di sini guys. Disapa guys, teman baru kita guys. Kalau misalnya ada pertanyaan,
Ah, that. Over the
Ditanya
years
aja
of
ya.
surfing as the warden
Thank
here,
you
I've
loh,
developed a
udah
sense for
mampir.
distinguishing between what occurs on the surface and what occurs underwater. Besides, the seal that Monsieur
Gimana,
Neuvillette set in
gimana?
place won't fail
Ada
so easily.
yang perlu dibantu? Mau review kah atau mau apa? Hasil Monsieur Neuvillette sadar nggak bang, kita traveler di penjara 40 hari sesuai sama durasi. Iya, 40 hari.
So the fortress is okay?
If you recall our last incident, if there really
Ini
were a
kayak-
problem, there would be crowds of inmates in a panic right now.
Huh. You've got it
Oh
right.
emang dikasih 40
Okay,
hari.
since we need to get
Bukan
back
hal
into
baru
the
sih,
surface
cuman
and
pakai
ask
akun
about what
baru.
happened.
Oh, akun baru. Jadi kamu siapa, anjay? Jadi kamu siapa? Kamu kenapa pakai second account, ya kan? Apakah kamu? Waduh.
By the way, do you know what day it is today?
I believe today is this month's pipe cleaning day.
Wait, seriously?
Cepet banget udah pipe cleaning day lagi.
Ah, yes. Have you completed your release pick?
It's you two.
Nah, si Juin.
Are you leaving now? That's right. Today is our last day in
Udah
prison.
aku Amandos. Oh, Amandos. Iya, Amandos.
It doesn't
Thank
feel
you
like we were
Amandos.
confined here.
Iya, thank you banget
It's
udah
actually been
subscribe
pretty
pakai akun
fast.
kedua ya. Thank you banget loh. Kan di skip beberapa hari. Iya sih.
Oh yeah, Paimon
Udah lama ya.
fond of this place. Then be sure to come back and visit. I'll miss you.
Si Juin.
If you've signed the release papers, then you're free to go.
You're not going to see us.
I knew you'd ask.
Well, you actually agreed.
Ah, so you do have a polite side. I
Ya,
see.
dia have a polite side.
After being down here for so long, I imagine you must feel like you're lacking companionship. Shall I come along too? Yeah, don't worry. We'll come back to see you. Paimon really likes the cafeteria. here.
Gimana kabarnya Bang?
The
Puji
chefs
Tuhan
here do know how to make
baik.
good
Cuman
broth.
lagi lemes sama kakinya lagi sakit sih. Nggak terlalu sakit. Habis main basket kemarin. Tahu nggak poison itu tipe ikan? Emang iya poison itu tuh tipe ikan? Nggak tahu. Emang iya ya?
I hope you won't be here as convicts the
Keren
next
amat.
time I see you.
Poison.
We'll do our best to stay out of. Well,
Oh,
it
the
seems our work in the
ikan, I
fortress of
see.
Merenide is finished.
Ikan asli atau ikannya di Genshin?
During our journey.
Apakah ikan asli?
And since Neuvillette was the one who asked us
Semoga
to
cepat
come
sembuh
here,
kakinya. Amin, makasih. Mandos. Tunggu, poison. Oh iya, ah? Oh iya dong, poison rouge. Poison rouge sama poison itulah. Karakteristik du poison. jadi Prancis banget ya. Iya lu tipe ikan gak tuh? Ikan asli gak tuh ya kan?
we should probably
Thank
go
you
report to it now.
Amandos ya
Next up,
untuk
the
doanya.
Palais Mermonia.
Palai Mermonia.
You're going to see Monsieur Neuvillette? Please,
I'm sure just your regards will do, no?
I believe it would be the polite thing to do.
Poison itu ikan di bahasa Perancis. Oh, poison itu ikan di bahasa Perancis. Ya, itu bukan nama ikan. Itu ternyata ikan gitu.
You're right.
Bahasa
The Palais has
Perancis
been terribly
ikan
busy these
gitu.
days. Tell him that I hope he hasn't been overwhelmed by the recent string of troubles.
Iya, makanya tadi poison the rogue. Jadi ikan rogue. Poison asin. Iya. Asin bahasa Perancisnya apa? Nih, gua coba Google Translate. Google Translate itu jauh banget sih. Ikan, oke. Ini. French, oke. Salted fish. Poison sale nih.
Poisson salé.
Poison Sally.
Poisson salé.
Tuh, Poison Sally. Poison Sally anjir. Ini poison. Jadi poison sale. Sally kan akun quest kan? Iya, akun quest. There is a problem with something. Recent string of troubles. Poisong Sally tuh, Rick. Poisong asin. Poisong asin. For sale. Berarti untuk asin. Nggak for sale dong. Itu bukan sale, bukan Sally. Jadi kayak gini. Poison, Sally. Kayak gini. Ikan asin. Aduh, anjir. Lucu banget, Cok. Ada aja Loren, Cok, GG. Poison Sally. Wah, yang namanya Sally sih sedih ya jadi asin aja. Nggak salah sih.
Oh, it's you two. Apologies, Monsieur
Untung cewek gue Sela. Oh iya. Oh iya, cewek. Oh, nama cewek lu Sela ya. Cok, kocak sih. Dasar kamu Poison Sally gitu dong. Ntar kalau lu mau lagi marahin orang, dasar lu Poison Sally begitu ini. Ikan asin.
Excuse me, would you mind
Poison
helping me take a look at this
Sally.
report?
Aduh, lucu banget ya. Tapi lucu sih jadinya. Karena kita kan nggak tahu bahasa Perancis kan.
I'll be right there.
Juga.
Sorry, I've got my
Nama
hands
kotanya,
full here. But you can
nama
see
ininya
yourself
iya,
soon.
nama kotanya ikan tuh, kota ikan.
Everyone's so busy.
Aduh, ada aja ya. Poison Sally. Kalau BB apa ya? Enak tuh buat maki-maki orang. Biar dia nggak ngerti. BB apaan? Oh, ini. Babi maksudnya. Google Translate. Coba. Oh ini.
Porc. Truie.
Trui atau enggak pork sama aja sih.
Porc.
Tuh pork.
Truie.
Trui bang. Atau enggak concon.
Cochon.
Koson. Tinggal pilih deh. Atau enggak ada lagi.
Saumon.
Sumun. Apa lagi?
Goinfre.
Guanfre. Banyak banget, Cok.
Salope.
Salep salep, Cok. Anjir, di sini Rick, lu harus ini, Rick. Ini paling bagus, Rick.
Salope.
Tuh. Ini udah ngomong kotor nih. Jadi ada cewek ini apa namanya, kupu-kupu malam sama BB. Kupu-kupu malam sama BB ini kasar sekali, Cok. Atau enggak yang ini?
Souillon.
Atau Suyong. Udah paling bagus ini.
Salope.
Salop anjir. Nah, ini salop. Salop udah paling bagus, Cok. Salop udah paling bagus. Kocak, Cok, anjir. Lontong sate. Fountain. Oh, fountain itu fountain. Iya sih, kan air ya fountainnya. Kan kalau dia nggak ngerti meskipun dimaki-maki nggak bakal marah. Nggak enak banget loh. Dasar salop ya kan, nggak mungkin anjir. Lontong sate. Mana ya tadi? Aduh, gue lupa lagi. Mana sih itu namanya? Salop anjir. Ini ya,
Souillon.
Atau ini
Saltip.
saltip.
Maître bas.
Meter ba anjir. Ini salop udah paling bener deh.
Salope.
Salop, dasar lu salop anjir. Kocak.
Hello. You've come at the right time, but you'll have to wait for just a moment, as there are some urgent matters I must tend to first. In the meantime, please have a seat. If you'd like to have something to drink,
Gimana kalau stream
let the
kursus
meadows
bahasa
outside.
Brazil ya bang? Gak mau anjir. Gak mau cok, capek anjir.
Just ate.
Very well.
Let's take a break over there while we wait for him to finish his...
Capek. Susah, terlalu banyak, Prancis tuh terlalu banyak, Rick. Sama aja lu kayak, ya semua bahasa juga banyak ya. Tapi ini lebih susah karena lu harus ada logatnya kan. Logatnya tuh yang capek tau gak? Kita kayak ngomong biasa, kayak ngomong pakai aksen Indo, itu lu harus lu pelintirin. Capek kan jadinya. Bahasa Yunani gitu. Jangan Rick, jangan apa namanya? Jangan kontroversi Rick, jangan Rick.
All right. That should wrap things up for now.
Are you done with your
Jangan
work?
kontroversial Rick, jangan tidak baik Rick.
Yes, sorry.
Kan
to
lu udah
keep
tahu
you
Rick.
Today should be the day you were released from the fortress of MEREKA. And it appears that you...
That's right, and we came here to see you right away.
Gue aja masih gak ngerti anjir di mana kontroversinya. Tahu lah, nggak jelas.
A massive whale.
Dia kayak mau ambil ini Rick, kayak mau kayak apa namanya yang apa ya? Kayak lu tahu India kan? Anjir cepet kali bang. Udah dari tadi, udah dari sejam yang lalu Ivan. Baru welcome back Ivan. Itu Rick, lu tahu kan India itu ada atas sama bawah Rick. Nah itu jadi itu tadinya tuh India itu satu sebenarnya, cuman dibagi dua gitu. Nggak rasis, nggak gitu. Kayak mau ngambil area gitu loh. Wah notifnya ngajak ribut. Emang nggak ada notif ya? Jadi tuh dia kayak kayak Korea. Nah kayak Korea gitu Rick. Kayak Korea, bener kayak Korea. Ada atas sama bawah. Harusnya tuh kayak ini harusnya tapi nggak kayak gitu juga sih Ren. Oh, dia mau ngambil wilayah. Jadi kayak wilayahnya siapa nih? Ini yang A sama B, ya lu tau lah A sama B siapa ya yang sekarang lagi ribut, yang selalu ribut lah. Nah, ini area satu ini yang di tengah. Ini misalnya di tengah ya, gua nggak tahu ya. Jadi ini dua itu merebutkan ini tuh punyanya siapa? Punyanya dia atau punyanya dia gitu, punya A atau punya B gitu. Bukan kayak gitu Ren, salah aku Ren. Gitu, jadi lu kayak ini tuh wilayah punya siapa gitu. Padahal nempelnya tuh sama siapa, tapi yang A atau B itu padahal udah nempel nih sama, misalnya sama B udah nempel. Tapi ini A maunya tuh ini punya dia gitu loh. Kayak gitu Rick. Wilayahnya dia gitu. Dua-duanya mau, iya. Jadi ini kan udah dari zaman Bahla misalnya, dari zamannya sorry ya, ini dari gua punya ini ya. Misalnya ini udah dari zamannya pas Tuhan Yesus misalnya gitu. Dari zamannya Nabi Muhammad or something gitu kan. Kan kepercayaan lu kan juga maksudnya dari sana juga kan kalian kan. Kan kita kan istilahnya satu Tuhan gitu. Kan ceritanya juga hampir sama kan, Kristen sama Muslim kan. Gitu. Jadi tuh harusnya tuh kayak punya dulu tuh di sini gitu loh. Dulu punya apa pas lahirnya dia di sini. Nah, ini udah nempelan sebenarnya, cuman yang ini tuh mau punya, katanya mikirnya kayak dia tuh ini punya gua sebenarnya, bukan punya lo, walaupun itu pun nempel gitu. Kayak seingat gua begitu sih. Seingatnya begitu.
Do you have any idea what that might be?
Gitu. Iya, kayak gitu. Jadi perang keinginan wilayah doang. Kayak kota gitu.
Judging from your description, that cannot have occurred in any ordinary waters.
Gitu.
But rather
Kayak gitu.
something like the primordial
Itu
sea.
makanya sampai sekarang tuh dari awal sampai akhir sampai sekarang, dari kita masih embrio anjir, itu udah diperangin, Cok. Cuman gara-gara gitu doang. Halo Apple Pie, ya welcome back ya. Thank you udah mampir. Kayak gitu. Iya gak sih Ren? Kamu tahu gak Ren? Kamu ikutin gak sih? Yunani itu apa? Agama, negara, atau apa? Yunani itu negara ya? Negara atau kota? Kota kayaknya. Kan bahasa Yunani, kota atau negara kota ya? Ya kira-kira kayak gitu. Yunani itu kota, seingat gua kota. Yunani itu Greece. Oh, Greece ya? Oh, kalau gitu bukan dong ya? Jadi bahasanya Greek bukan sih? Iya, bahasa Greek sih. Tapi kan orang Yunani, tapi ada orang Yunani loh. Aku kurang ngerti juga sih ya. Tapi ya begitu ya, Rick, istilahnya begitulah. Kayak ada satu kota yang harusnya punya siapa gitu loh. Kayaknya kota sih. Bahasanya bahasa Yunani, tapi kayaknya bukan Greek sih. Maksudnya bukan yang mereka perebutkan tuh bukan itunya. Bukan kota kayak Greeknya gitu, bukan kayak kota gedenya. Dia tuh kayak kota kecil gitu. Maybe sih inget gua. Jadi kotanya nabi-nabi yang zaman dulu gitu. Israel bukan sih? Iya kayak gitu. Oh, Nana, welcome. Thank you udah mampir. Bahasa kuno doang ibaratkan Sanskerta kalau di Indo. Iya, kayak gitu. Iya, tapi kan ada ininya, kayak ada kotanya kan. Gue lupa ingat dari gak ngikutin soalnya. Antara kayak gitulah. Yunani iya, bener ada bahasa kuno iya. Tapi kalau untuk apa yang diperebutkan gue lupa. Dia seinget gue kota gitu, kayak kepemilikan gitu. Seinget gue kayak gitu, kayak satu wilayah deh.
A whale of
Israel
that
bukan sih,
size and
kayak
shape cannot
Israel
usually be found in the waters of
Israel
Tibet.
bahasa apa?
Therefore, we can only assume
Udahlah,
that child is
bingung gue,
presently
Rick.
immersed in primordial seawater.
Kita jangan ini deh, jangan bahas. Ntar takut ada yang pro sana pro sini, nggak enak. Gue nggak mau terlalu ikut campur gitu-gituan. Udah dari lama kita mau bela siapa? Iya kan? Ini gara-gara ada sosial media aja meledak lagi. Gak kali ya, iya. Gara-gara sosial media aja. Kalau nggak ada sosial media mah nggak bakal meledak lagi kayak sekarang. Itu mah udah berantem udah dari tahun jebot tuh. Bentar ya, udah dari tahun jebot itu nggak ada kelar-kelarnya. Kan sampai di apa? Nggak tahu di Muslim ada pernah ngomong kalau Israel sama ya ini sama ini A sama B ini udah nggak perang katanya kiamat. Kan kata ada orang Muslim yang bilang begitu. Lupa inget gue. Katanya sih begitu. Tahun ini bang pas belajar sejarah tidur. Gue parah, Nana. Gue sekolah itu nggak pinter. Bener-bener sekolah gue tuh nggak pinter. Tuh yang pinter itu Lor tuh, si Loren. Ponakan gue yang pinter, Nana. Guanya mah kagak. Guanya mah kagak. Itu dia yang pinter. Makanya gue main game kan. Kalau nggak mah gue udah nggak stream. Ya ada emang gitu. Iya, bener kan? Nah, udah dari tahun jebot, dari kita masih embrio tuh. masih telur ya di perut emak ya kan. Ini sih si P ini merdeka katanya sih udah deket. Nah, makanya itu ngeri-ngerinya di situ. P Pokopoy kan? Ya. Anjir. Ya gitu. Jadi ya udah ya begitu. Ya semoga walaupun ini merdeka, walaupun yang itu merdeka, yang P itu merdeka, ya bukanlah yang akhir gitu. Nggak sampai kayak gitu sih. Masa iya ada tiba-tiba kita kan udah misalnya world peace kan. World peace itu apa sih? Kedamaian dunia ya kan ya. Ya nggak sih? Masa iya kita udah dapat kedamaian dunia? Masa iya langsung kiamat? Nggak mungkin dong. Jadi kita tetap hidup karena dosa dong istilahnya ya kan? Masa kalau nggak ada, masa iya dosa yang besar, iya tapi itu dosanya sih udah parah banget ya. Soalnya sampai KO orang kan, banyak yang KO gitu kan. Ya walaupun merdeka masih kan manusia tetap berbuat dosa ya kan. Bener nggak sih? Nggak salah kan ya? Makanya jadi di sini bingung. Kalau sih dekat kalau nggak perang terus ya kasihan. Iya. Kalau perang terus kasihan. Iya, kalau perang terus kasihan. Bener. Jadi ya susah juga ya. Apa karena dosa kita semua orang berbuat dosa. Iya kan? Kalau kita udah dapat kedamaian dunia, kalau kita dapat kedamaian dunia, masa malah oke, hidup kalian udah stop sampai sini karena udah nggak ada perang. Nggak mungkin, cok. Kalau mau bahas kiamat panjang bang, emang bakal panjang. Cuman ya ini pembahasan yang ini aja. Kadang gue juga ini sih penasaran juga. Gue mau lihat persepsi orang juga kayak gimana gitu. Gue nggak bisa gue debat. Soalnya gue nggak ngerti apa-apa kan. Jadi persepsi gue sama persepsi Ricky. Ntar ada persepsinya siapa gitu. Lucu nih. Live siang nggak bisa nonton lama nanti UTS. Gak apa-apa. Semangat UTS-nya, Acel. Semangat. Lu kapan mau dispiralin? Emang ada yang bilang mabuk halal? Nggak ada. Makanya semua orang mah dosa, cok. Cuman ya gimana gitu. Pasti tetap semua orang bakal berdosa. Nggak ada yang enggak gitu. Masa iya karena kayak gitu doang, karena kita udah stop perang, udah lu punya kehidupan stop di situ. Nggak mungkin lah harusnya. Itu kan spekulasi juga, istilahnya juga spekulasi nggak sih, Rick? Kalau tiba-tiba kiamat gitu. Spekulasi nggak sih? Oh, ini merdeka. Udah merdeka. Habis itu kita stop. Ya merdeka, kita udah nggak ada. Udah kiamat gitu. Nggak mungkin lah kalau gue bilang. Bener nggak sih? Iya kan? Nggak mungkin lah. Nah itu Sekar bilang makan babi dosa, tapi mabuk. Kan berarti ada yang bilang kalau mabuk halal. Nggak salah sih. Masalah temen gue nggak gitu. Nggak mau makan babi haram katanya, tapi sering mabuk. Ya itu salah dia. Mendingan gue dong. Gue emang dibolehin makan babi, tapi gue nggak mabuk. Bagus gak tuh? Bagus gak tuh? Gue udah gak mabuk, ya kan? Tapi gue makan babi. Tapi gue dibolehin, gimana dong? Gue udah bagus dong. Ya kan? Cuman kan dari kelakuan, itu kan kelakuan kan sih, apa yang kita lakuin. Kelakuan kita gitu. Nah itu kalau misalnya dua ini udah oke, gue nggak minum, tapi ya yang ini kan emang dibolehin gitu makan babi. Ya tapi kan semua pasti orang ada yang berbuat, pasti tetap aja dong. Walaupun ini dua udah bagus, pasti ada yang jelek-jelek yang lain kan. Jadi tetaplah kita pasti penuh dengan dosa lah, ya kan. Mau kayak gimana pun lu mau kayak gimana pun. Ini gue sorry ya, lu mau doa kayak gimana pun, lu mau ke gereja kayak gimana pun. Ini gue ngomongin gue punya deh ya. Gue nggak mau ini dengan bentar ya guys. Gitu, kayak misalnya gue udah setiap hari doa. Gue setiap hari doa, minggu ke gereja misalnya. Tapi teteplah apa yang lo lakuin di hari-hari biasa kan, kalau di hari-hari biasa pasti ada lah lu berbuat dosa. Lu mau sesuci apapun tetep lu berbuat dosa. Lu mau tahu nggak? Orang-orang yang di gereja itu lu kira semua ini bener. Lu di dalam gereja doang suci ya, jadi pas keluar rumah kayak tai, banyakan. Kadang juga mabuk laut itu beda dong. Minuman alkohol. Iya, iya tahu. Ini lagi bercanda dia, Sekar. Dia tahu lah. Kayak gitu. Semua tuh sebenarnya ya, minuman apapun boleh kita minum. Yang penting tahu batasan. Sebenarnya. Lu kira ini nih di Kristen. Tuhan gua kasih anak-anaknya atau kasih orang-orangnya itu Shaun the Sheep-nya gembala Shaun the Sheep. Tahu gak Shaun the Sheep, Cok? Anjir, itu ada orang yang hina Shaun the Sheep, ya kan? Nah, itu gembala-gembalanya kan dikasih 2 roti, 2 ikan, iya, sama anggur. Seingat gua ya. Iya, 2 roti, 2 ikan. Ah, iya, 2 roti, 2 ikan sama anggur, ya kan? Anggur kan itu beralkohol, Cok. Karena anggur kan itu beralkohol kan. Aduh, tuh gue lupa lagi ngomongnya. Ya itu mereka aja bisa minum gitu, tapi kan mereka minum, padahal itu alkohol, ya kan, nggak bagus kan, haram lah istilahnya. Tapi mereka minum nggak apa-apa kan, iya nggak? Gitu. Kalau minum Amer tapi 1 gelas nggak sampai mabuk, dosa nggak? Enggak lah. Itu anggur itu sebenarnya bagus. Buat apa? Buat lu punya badan tuh anget. Kalau misalnya lu ada penyempitan atau apa, penyempitan darah, kan itu kan kalau penyempitan darah kan dingin. Iya kan? Penyempitan darah lu punya apa tuh? Lu punya veins itu apa ya? Ya lu punya yang buat darah lah, jalur darah lu itu. Itu kan misalnya lu sempit. Kalau anget kan dia melar kan. Nah, itu bagus. Oke, OTW beli, bukannya lu udah minum gue tampol lu ya. Asalkan lu nggak sampai over. Minum tuh boleh. Minum pembuluh darah tuh, pembuluh darah. Nah kan pembuluh darah kalau penyempitan kan itu kan dingin kan. Nah, lu kalau minum itu ntar dia pembuluh darahnya kan jadi lebar kan, jadi gede. Nah, gitu. Jadinya itu bagus. 1-2 gelas oke. Yang penting lu jangan setiap hari lu hantem terus 1 botol, 2 botol sehari, 3 botol sehari. Nah, itu pemabuk namanya. Semua tuh ada batasannya, Cok. Lu main, misalnya lu juga judi nih. Judi dosa sih anjir. Ya, maksudnya ya boleh lah. Lu coba main boleh, tapi jangan sampai adiksi. Yang dosa itu kan adiksinya itu loh. Adiksinya yang dosa. Kayak gue adiksi sama game juga nggak boleh, nggak bagus juga. Kenapa? Karena gue nggak sosialisasi sama orang. Gue nggak baca apa namanya, news apa sih? Nggak baca berita, nggak baca buku buat wawasan yang lain. Ini kan nggak bagus kan? Semuanya kan adiksi. Adiksi itu yang nggak bagus, yang dosa kan. Gitu. Tapi lebih banyak buruknya daripada manfaatnya, mending ditinggali aja. Iya, 1-2 gelas dalam misalnya seminggu 4 kali, tapi segelas 2 gelas. Itu it's okay. Gitu. 1-2 gelas oke lah. Kalau gue bilang, kalau semuanya nggak dibolehin, kita hidup mau seperti apa gitu. Kayak orang-orang vegetarian gitu kan. Kan dia nggak menikmati hidup kan. Kan kita semua apapun kita harus coba dong, iya nggak? Walaupun kalau gua kadang malas nyoba, gitu. Tapi kalau orang yang penasaran segala macam, kan kita harus coba, ya kan? Kan kita pasti suka dong dengan something yang baru, hal baru gitu kan? Bener nggak? Nggak ada minum jir, udah lama. Apaan lu, kemarin ada foto gue lihat ada botol orang tua di pojokan laptop lu, gue tabok lu Erik ya. Jadi bang, kaum pelangi di agama lu boleh? Ya nggak boleh lah. Mau di agama manapun juga nggak boleh lah. Ada ayatnya kok. Cuman gue nggak tahu ayatnya apa. Cuman ada di ayatnya ada. Nggak boleh. Nggak boleh lah. Di agama mana yang boleh? Kemarin kapan ada lu pernah kirim kok, orang sampingnya ada orang tua, tapi udah lama, udah kayak antara tahun ini atau tahun kemarin, gue lupa lah. Dia dapat wawasan. Bodoh amat Sekar. Emang di agama lu kagak? Nggak mungkin nggak ada, Cok. Iya kan udah lama bener. Iya nggak salah sih. Tapi lu pernah tapi lu minum. Tapi lu iya juga sih. Ya udah lah ya. Sekarang ada tuh orang anggur orang tua premium tuh, nggak tahu enak atau kagak. Gue sih nggak pernah minum orang tua ya. Anggur orang tua. Nggak tahu rasa kayak apa, anjir nggak ngerti gue. Nggak tahu dia manis banget atau manis kecut atau kecut pahit, manisnya dikit, nggak tahu lah kan karena kalau wine kan banyak tuh. Di banyak tuak, iya gue tahu tuak tuh. Kalau cocok enak bang. Hah? Apanya kalau cocok enak? Minuman. Orang tuanya ini anggur merah OT orang tua. Gua nggak suka. Gua anggur nggak suka. Jujur ya, gua nggak tahu ya. Lu lihat muka gua. Muka gua ini orang yang suka minum atau enggak? Kalian yang judge sendiri deh. Itu si Loren tahu gua kayak gimana. Coba kalian judge. Gua tuh orangnya suka minum atau enggak. Kayak gitu. Dulu gua ada minum. Cuman gara-gara mabok, gara-gara sering mabok, tepar, gua malas minum lagi. Dulu. Pas zaman umur 20-an. Dan mahal. Malasnya tuh mahal, tau gak lu? Karena udah tahu itu mahal, jadi malas, tau gak bayarnya. Tahun baru kampung sebelah pasti minum, iyalah, tuak mah pastilah. Malah aku minum lebih banyak kan. Iya, kamu minum lebih banyak emang. Kayak kamu minum, aku gak minum, gitu. Emang, gue kalau minum, itu kalau gue antara gue lagi stres berat, atau emang gue lagi pingin minum gitu. Sekalinya, Ki, coba nih. Lu mau tau nggak, Ren? Kemarin kan diajak si Abun. Kamu tahu Abun kan? Abun MBS. Itu dia kan ajakin Amah pergi kan. Amah means mama gue ya guys ya. Ajakin pergi makan guys. Dikasih nih, bagus. Ini mahal bagus wine-nya, anggurnya. Itu bilang mama gue bilang enak ya kan, wah enak ya, smooth gitu. Tapi pas gue coba ya secuil aja gini gitu, wah anjir gak enak sama sekali anjir. Emang saking gue nggak suka minum kali ya, atau udah lagi nggak mau minum gitu. Wah langsung mukanya gini, aduh gini, pahit banget atau nggak asem gitu. Gak jelas, mukanya kayak gitu. Gak enak banget, beneran. Lu kasih gua milk tea atau kasih gua Thai tea baru gua seneng tuh. Kayak gituan baru seneng. Yang alkohol mah gak demen gua, aneh. Tapi alhamdulillah gua gak kena gituan rokok minum. Bagus, rokok yang paling boros sih anjir, gila. Lebih baik minum mineral, bener gak ada BPA-nya Erik. Kalau boba bang demen nggak? Gua nggak terlalu demen bobanya sih, makanya tapiokanya ya. Gua lebih demen minumannya, kayak kalau taro tuh gue demen banget sebenarnya. Cuman gue udah jarang ketemu atau minum. Dulu tuh gue demen banget taro. Sekarang tuh antara milk tea atau Thai tea. Itu doang, itu dua deh. Karena itu creamy kan. Nah yang fruity gitu gue nggak terlalu demen sih. Singfutang sedap. Singfutang enak. Singfutang enak. Tapi lebih enak yang lain sih. Gue lupa yang mana yang enaknya. Gue lebih demen chat time. Boba siapa dulu? Kalau Raiden boleh. Kalau itu mah enak, Cok. Nggak usah ditanya. Itu ada rasa listrik-listriknya, Rik. Lumayan. Tahu nggak asal tuak dari mana? Nggak tahu deh, aku nggak suka boba. Iya, tapiokanya tuh kenyal-kenyal nggak enak. Boba Bang Ongki. Anjir, kenapa jadi boba gua, Cok? Dahil. Parah, Cok. Mentang-mentang gua ada boba lu, awas lu ya lu. Sekar lu. Ntar gua kasih lu. Ntar gua pap juga nih. Mau gua pap lu. Gua kirim nih. Gue kirim nih ntar. Jangan kasih serat. Ya lu ngapain diomongin? Iya itu tapioka, boba tapioka itu kenyal-kenyal nggak enak. Dulu sih pas awal-awal wah ya. Oke lah, makan-makan lama-lama kok males makannya anjir. Nggak ada enak-enaknya kan jadinya. Iya kan? Zaman dulu sih masih oke ya kan? Karena masih baru banget nih. Wah, apaan nih boba ya kan? Sekarang kalau ini pesen milk tea nggak pakai boba, terima kasih. Pakai es aja. Dari air kelapa. Apanya air kelapa? Apa boba gua dari air kelapa anjir. Kan boba itu dari ini kan, dari tapioka, bukan dari tapioka emang kelapa, Cok. Emang tapioka kelapa? Enggak lah. Lu, yang bener aja lu. Tapioka terbuat kiwet gak tuh? Terbuat dari akar umbi kering dari singkong, weh. Kenapa jadi kelapa anjir? Tuak, anjir kayak lu ngomong tuak gak tuh? Tuak bang, tapi aku nggak tahu apa campurnya. Tuak itu ini. Tuak itu dari kelapa, sih. A whale of that size and shape cannot usually be found in the waters of Tibet. Therefore, we can only assume that child is presently immersed primarily in sea water. Yeah. Sagu apa kelapa? Tuak ya? Kalau tuak gue nggak tahu. No, Fremret masuk penjara di event. Kok bisa?
Most people wouldn't be capable of entering in the first place. I'm not completely sure how he could have gotten there myself. Yes? What is it?
Right. We asked the Duke and he said it wasn't from underwater, so we figured you might...
It turns out that I have just received a report about this particular matter. In fact, that's exactly what I was busy with a moment ago. The source of the tremor was here on the surface near Poisson. After the shaking stopped, the water levels in the Poisson area rose at an alarming rate.
The water levels rose?
Fortunately, the water levels only rose for a short period of time and have already returned to normal now. However, I still have a bad feeling about the whole phenomenon. If the change in water levels is connected with the
Sagu atau kelapa tuh, Sekar?
seawater, then the situation in Poisson may be much worse than it appears.
Navia should be in Poisson, right? We need to go check on her.
It's been reduced headquarters.
I would also like to go there as soon as possible, but I'm afraid I can't leave just yet. We must immediately formulate disaster prevention plans for the surrounding coastal areas to avoid potential catastrophes. I'll have to ask you two to go to Poisson first. I'll meet you there to check on the situation once I've...
There's no time to lose. Let's get going.
Let's get going.
Please be
Emoce
careful.
nggak hari ini? Enggak, besok gua baru main HSR ya. Besok gua baru main HSR deh. Hari ini gua nggak main dulu. 2 hari ini gua nggak main soalnya gua mau ngerjain ini kan. Kalau gua nggak kerjain nggak kelar-kelar. Besok gue emoce sih. Gue emoce akun Bang Riko sama akun gue dulu. Habis itu sama story quest. Nitip Bang ya, ntar besok gue coba ya. Kalau kayak gini enak, gue mau coba. Kalau kayak kemarin ulang lagi. Ulang dari awal lagi. Kalau ini kan bisa restart, reset, enak kan. Cuman nggak enaknya, gue nggak tahu tuh. Kalau pakai tekniknya hilang atau enggak. Kalau restart, kalau dia tekniknya masih ada kan enak ya kan.
Navia should be around here, right? We need to make
Gitu.
sure she's still...
Ada yang udah coba belum? Itu kalau pakai teknik masuk ke dalam battle di emoce dia bakal hilang nggak tekniknya? Kalau hilang harus bener-bener literally ulang kayak awal lagi. Kan teknik ngebantu juga tuh kan. Memang begini ya. Harus dicoba tuh.
We haven't seen a single soul all the way here.
Makan Bang, iya makan. Selamat
This
makan.
is getting scary.
What will I ever do now?
Look, there's someone on the roof.
Just stay put. We're coming up. Watch your balance.
All right.
Kasian banget. Sampai di atas gitu loh. Bukannya kemarin Sekar ada bilang udah full auto. Terus sampai 10 mau diapain? Dia full auto 89 kayaknya. Pamit bang, mau sholat. Oke, apple pie. Selamat beribadah. Thank you ya.
My leg. How could this have happened?
Just hang in there.
89,
Help is
89.
on the way. You can hold.
10 modar mati. Wah, buset. Ntar gue coba, besok gue coba. Kalau emang bisa, ya coba. Kalau nggak bisa ya skip dulu paling. Mau nggak mau lo harus skip sih. Nggak bisa lo paksa. Mau kayak gimana pun nggak bisa lo paksa sih.
Oh, it's Navia. She's over there. Hey, Navia, are you okay?
You're here.
We heard there was a situation in Poisson, so we came as quickly as we could.
Kasian banget.
Yes.
Ternyata bang
As
relik
you
baru
can see,
kurang
the
banget buat
water
Clara.
level suddenly
Emang
rose.
kurang kok. Pada bilang
It
pakai yang
caused
fisikal
quite the
kan.
disturbance, in fact.
Napia bagus loh Ren.
Demoiselle, there was a wounded resident next to a building southeast of here. We've already transported him to safety.
He's wounded?
He fell, so it's
Iya, keren.
probably a broken leg. He's pretty shaken up. When the
Aku
water
mau
level
full
rose,
gas.
he desperately climbed up to the roof. Once the water receded and he saw the ground, he became terrified and eventually...
He jumped down then. Find the leader of Squad 1 and tell him to take the wounded resident to see a doctor. He should know where to go.
Understood. I'll take over his search and rescue mission in the meantime.
All right. You'll be in charge.
Ini keren sih dia.
I'm sorry.
The situation in Poisson?
Ah, right. A little earlier, we suddenly heard a loud noise.
Kok jadi kecil suaranya?
First, everyone thought that something might have exploded in the waterways. But before we knew it, the rushing water seemed a little odd, almost like the unique color of primordial seawater. Some people didn't realize the danger and thought it was just ordinary water, leaking from somewhere. Everyone on the street who happened to be
Gue tinggal
close to the
farming dari
water
Kafka sama Tobas sama
didn't have a
Semangat!
chance to escape. As those who realized what was happening started to flee in a panic, desperately trying to get to higher ground. Many were injured in the stampede, and some people fell from significant heights.
Anjir,
The
kasian banget.
Spinadero Sula initiated rescue operations as quickly as possible, but there have been a lot of casualties. Fortunately, the water began to recede after some time, and the chaos came to an end. The water that
kasian banget.
flooded the area contained primordial seawater, so the lower levels of Poisson are still hazardous. To ensure everyone's safety, I've asked the people there to leave as soon as possible. No one knows if this could happen again. All we can do for now is try our best to help evacuate the residents.
How awful. And all of this just came out of nowhere.
It was quite frightening
Kasian banget.
indeed. I only wish that everything that just happened was a bad dream.
Is there any way we can help, Navia?
Thank you for being so willing to help in a moment of crisis like this. You don't know how...
Don't say that, Navia. That's what friends are for.
Demoiselle, we've got a situation here.
Iya itu si Melus sama itu mana ya?
I'll be right there. Sorry, I need to go for now.
And out she goes.
Mana tuh ya si itu dua ya, dia punya bodyguard 2 biji.
Okay, the wounded are being tended to, and we finished a preliminary head count. More support has just arrived, so, of course, we should remain ready for anything, and continue doing our best to rescue others. I'll be traveler. Paimon?
Huh? Right now?
Thank you.
Kasian banget. Achievement. Kasian kali guys. Ku turut sedih jadinya. Kenapa harus ini kan? Kenapa harus sampai kena air primordial mereka jadi hilang gitu kan? Sedih juga ya. Manusia-manusia menjadi air semua. Apa itu karena itu dosa-dosanya ya? Jadi primordial karena dosa-dosanya ada primordial sea water gitu kali ya. Kasian banget sih.
Well, given the time of day and the whole situation in Poisson, Paimon doesn't think there'd be a ton of people here visiting graves.
Right. That's how things are now. The living are so exhausted that they've no strength to spare.
Navia?
Dia nangis dong. Kasian banget.
Sorry. I just...
Oh my god.
Malus and Silver. They won't ever come back here again.
Huh? What happened to them?
Everyone agreed on the rescue plan, but still... I was the one who initiated it. They were helping evacuate the residents, but they couldn't leave in time, and they were caught in the seawater.
Kena dong, kasian banget.
I've known them for so long, and I know they weren't afraid. I could at least hold a funeral for my father, and I know where he rests. But as for Malus and Silver,
kasian banget.
Everything looks so clean after it rains. Even the gravestones. I didn't expect that you'd enjoy a glass of red wine in front of Master Callus's
Gua nggak tahu kan,
grave.
gue belum ini. Kemungkinan ya, atau sendiri-sendiri, gue nggak tahu. Harusnya sendiri-sendiri sih, nggak mungkin langsung 18. Broken dong.
I can understand. Besides, the scenery here isn't half bad.
see, it's not just me. I always want to bring something when I visit Papa. Perhaps we might even have a picnic.
How could Master ever be upset with you, Demoiselle? Yet the cemetery is the home of those who have passed, is it not? Everyone ends up here sooner or later.
Buying yourself a plot in advance, are you?
Rick. Coba, Rick.
No need yet. But when I do, I hope you'll let me be buried beside Master Callus, Demoiselle.
Hey!
I'm quite serious. That way, it'll save us both the trip to see each other whenever you visit your father's grave.
That makes sense. In that case,
After all, besides you, Demoiselle, the two of us could
Selamat.
certainly be considered Master's closest companions, no?
Personally, I believe we fill those shoes just fine.
Why are you bringing this up all of a sudden? Seriously.
But I'd really prefer not to talk about this stuff. And what do you mean by saving me a trip? I'd make the journey even if I had to visit you two somewhere else.
I'd promised to let them rest in peace here. But
Kasian
I'm
banget sih.
sorry for letting you see me in a mess like this.
Paimon doesn't know how to help you feel better.
I had always thought I could make my wishes come true. But now that I think about it, that never solely relied on me. Many things can only be accomplished with someone else's help. Malus and Silver have helped me
Sedih banget.
so much.
Kasian.
By contrast, I could do nothing for them. I'm so sorry.
You can spend as much time as you need here, Navia. We'll stay with you.
Thank you. By the way, you can have a look at this. It's a list of...
Obena,
Tuh kayak nonton sini bikin nangis, iya sedih.
Burnett, Giverny, Francine, Karina, Daisy Ray, Joinville,
Joanville.
Julianne,
Julian,
Eson, as well as Malus and Silver. So,
It's okay. I know what you're thinking. And you're right. We lost Malus and Silver.
Oh,
But
ngantuk gue.
we were able the
Maaf guys.
overall outcome indicates that the cost.
Right. Don't think that way, Navia.
Eson,
One person might
Eson,
be at the expense
Esone.
of another, sure, but that isn't something we should ever consider a trade. Malus and Silver were not the price for saving anyone. They're heroes.
Dongeng iyalah, dongeng.
You're
Kan
right.
emang dongeng dong.
Thank you,
Kan
Mama.
story, Pak.
What you said just now was pretty amazing.
Oh,
Seems you've become more eloquent in the time since we last met.
Ah, kentut dia lagi anjir.
the knave?
Is everything going well on your side?
Yes, my people are carrying out the mission according to your request. All the residents of Poisson have been evacuated, and we're preparing to relocate them to higher ground. As for these supplies, we have everything taken care of.
Thank you. Very.
Wait, do you two know each other?
We just met recently. Right, Miss
Dia keren
Navia?
juga sih, iya. Keren emang dia.
Usually, I would call this a coincidental encounter. That doesn't quite fit this time. Besides, it never even crossed my mind that a Fatui Harbinger would come looking for me. Thanks to the Knave, Spina di Rosula received generous support from the Fatui, which allowed us to complete the rescue and evacuation work so quickly.
Mutual aid is essential to fostering positive developments. We were already in the area, in any case, so it was nothing. That said, I must say that you're a lot sharper than you let on. I'm sure you understand what I mean.
I apologize for all the ways in which I tested you previously. We've never worked with a Fatui before, and it's extremely important for us to know who we're working with. My subordinates have reported that Fatui soldiers have been observing water levels and taking head counts in various locations. I hear that they've also prepared a large amount of emergency supplies.
This is nothing to brag about, nor do I intend to. It is simply the way of powerful organizations to act forcefully, whether they are doing good or ill. You've witnessed that firsthand, in any case. As I've told this traveler before, I know of the prophecy, and I intend to prevent the impending disaster. Lending your organization a hand was a natural first step in accomplishing that. As such, do
So
not
sweet.
be troubled by this token of our sincerity. Perhaps one day, you'll also be able to help me in the same way.
Dia pinter ya. Lu ngejilat dulu terus minta bantuan anjing.
Without your help, there would have been many more casualties.
Tapi
I
pasti
won't
ada.
forget your kindness.
Furthermore, I sincerely regret what happened to Malus and Silver. I only wish that my people could have arrived a little earlier to prevent this from happening.
Don't say that. You and your subordinates did everything you could. As Paimon said, Malus and Silver didn't choose to sacrifice themselves for any specific person. And they weren't the price paid for other salvation. They chose to become heroes themselves.
Kasian banget
I've
ya.
never liked hearing people put it that way. It's like trying to relieve pain by saying some noble-sounding words. But right now, there's nothing more suitable. They really did become heroes.
You're right. I'm sorry for your loss, Miss Navia. Water is life to Fontaine's people, and it also spells disaster. It's no wonder that people always say that prophecies represent fate. Fortunately, I've never been one for such opinions.
So, you're one who will try to change fate then?
Anjir.
Of course.
Keren juga.
That is why I'm going to Hotel Bouffe de Thé. I still have some
Bouffe de
things to
Thé.
take care of, and the children need my attention.
Hotel Bouffe.
By the way, traveler, Paimon, one more thing.
Alright, then we'll just... Huh? This isn't right. Paimon thought you would ask us to walk with you for a moment so you could...
That is a clever and useful conversation technique, which I do like to use when necessary. But there's no need today. It would not hurt to have Miss Navia listening in. Traveler, I'm sure you remember that I said we could work together when we had the chance. You and I both know that there may be issues with the Primordial Sea. Previously, it was the fortress of Merepede's sluice gate, and this time it was the water levels in Poisson. These are both signals.
So the time for jolly cooperation has come. Jolly cooperation dong.
Allow me to share the latest intel I've received from the House of the Hearth's intelligence network with you. During some recent investigations, a child claimed to have discovered some ruins near Poisson. The ruins date back to ancient times and seem to be worth judging by the dating of the ruins, they may be related to the prophecy and the coming crisis. The situation is becoming more urgent, so any pertinent information will prove extremely precious. My people initially came to prepare for ruin exploration. Unexpectedly, this disaster struck. And
So that's why
I wanted to take the children along, but unfortunately, Linny, Lynette, and Fremine have all been dispatched to higher ground to assist affected residents. Linny told me that outside of the house, the person which is why I want to give you this task.
Dijadiin babu mulu.
The House of the Hearth's members see each other as family, but Linny, Lynette, and Fremine said that they also see you as such. Even though you are not from the house, I'm sure you already understand how earnest they consider their friendship with you to be.
Oh, that's
The intel I just shared about the ruins could fetch a high price. But since the children consider you family, it's only natural that I freely share.
Got it! So all we gotta do is go to some ruins, right?
Excuse me, but may I tag along?
You wish to join, Miss Navia?
But are you sure you're up to exploring some ruins?
Well, I'm sad, yes. But I can't just go. There's no point in being depressed while we still have a disaster on
I'm
our
back.
hands.
Turik
My
ditanyain
father's
si
successor, I must live up to the hopes he had.
Sekar, katanya pakai itu dia, mengabaikan dan menurunkan itu beda. Ya kalau mengabaikan harusnya itu untuk dia sendiri. Iya, betul, mengabaikan itu untuk iya. Kalau gue bilang sih mengabaikan sih buat sendiri bener.
Besides, I'm also doing this for myself. I need something, a distraction.
Since you put it that way, I have no objection. All right, the ruins are...
Okay,
Oke, yuk. Tuh, Sekar. Si Ricky udah bilang tuh. Anjir jauh ya. Kalau kayak C2 Raiden mengabaikan CM sama C4, kayak kakak udah beda. Iya. Coba kita lihat, gue lupa. Ignore, nah ini ignore dev. Kalau Ayaka nurunin dev ya? Iya. Will have their dev, ya benar. Mengabaikan dan menurunkan itu beda, iya benar sih. Anjir gua ngantuk banget ya, gila lu. Padahal gue kemarin tidur jam 11, bangun jam 5. Tapi gue teler banget ya. Kayak orang sakau, Cok. Sumpah. Lemesnya tuh nggak bisa di ini loh. Ngantuk Pak Haji, minum konidin. Minum konidin gitu. Udah makan belum? Siang belum?
Talk about old.
They seem to be pretty...
Let's go in.
Just be careful.
Belum makan. Oke, tapi masuk nggak si 3 karakter di paket semua relik? Nggak masuk. Itu buat sendiri-sendiri. Kalau mengabaikan itu buat sendiri-sendiri harusnya. Aku tadi mau makan aja, gasnya habis. Anjir, gak jadi deh. Gojek larik. Gojek kayak gua, yang penting makanannya yang datang yang bener, jangan datang kayak gua kemarin anjir. Datang beli apa, datangnya apa. Swe. Emang kampret emang. Gua kayak merasa ditipu sama itu. Kemarin Ren, aku beli ayam, beli sekbol, salted egg chicken. Yang datang malah makanannya orang lain. Udah, ngeselin banget.
Let the mighty be humbled.
Silence.
Halo, ya udah boleh. Thank you udah mampir. Selamat siang. Satu tag chicken. Padahal aku nambah ini lagi, nambah ayam kan. Add chicken gitu kan.
Watch it. The floor here isn't safe.
Habis itu udah nambah ayam kan lebih mahal kan. Kentut ini dong. Udah chest. Kaget gua. Habis itu yang datang ini asinan, the hell. Akhirnya aku makan asinan sama kerupuknya udah. Padahal lagi craving banget tuh sama satu tag chicken. Kentut. Halo, ya udah boleh. Gimana kabarnya? Thank you udah mampir loh. Selamat siang. Ya blessing habis. Karena pas habis nameless gue belum beli. Jadi nggak. Ya blessing habis. Starrel pas habis nameless glory belum beli. Jadi nggak gojek dulu. Iya banyak itu ya. Itu udah 200.000 plus tuh. Mau BK gua. Masuk BK. Loh, kok kenapa masuk BK, Cok? Lu abis gebugin siapa? Nggak komplain, nggak bisa komplain, Ren. Aku bingung mau komplain gimana. Udahlah, biarin aja lah. Komplainnya sih ke Grab-nya yang harus aku komplain sih. Cuman kasihan drivernya juga. Ya udahlah ya.
Yeah. And
berantem tapi untung udah damai. Lu berantemin apa? Ya udah.
Fontanian would most likely dissolve the moment they fell in.
Right. You can't go down if there's primordial seawater. It's too dangerous, and it won't be any help for you to just stay here. Don't get by my wrong. We're not saying you're useless.
No, you're right. I can't do anything in this situation.
Iya. Coba cerita ke Nadia Omara. Siapa Nadia Omara anjir?
Maybe the only way left is forward.
In that case,
sampai lapar
do
gua
you
tadi
wanna
perut
wait
gua
for
kena
us here?
pukul. Perut kena dipukul di perut malah lapar, keren juga.
The water levels here are unstable.
Lu
and
kenapa
there's a
bisa
chance
berantem?
the water will
Ya udah.
rise. So staying here wouldn't be safe either. I'll go together with you. Perhaps we'll find the exit just up ahead.
All right. Come with us for now.
Nggak boleh kena air ya?
Oh no, it's a dead end. Let's try climbing over from the side.
Kalau nyemplung mati, Ya ginian dong. Nggak tahu juga, rame di meme. Katanya kalau abis apa-apa cerita ke Nadia Omara, bodoh amat. Nggak cuma diteleport aja, Frina juga nggak bisa jalan. Langsung diteleport, oh gitu. Lucu amat. Gara-gara kebawa emosi gua bang. Kan gue dipukul, tapi gue lagi emosi ya, jadinya berantem. Iya, siapa yang suka dipukul tuh? Apalagi lagi emosi ya kan? Pasti udah habis itu. Iya nggak sih?
Wait, there's something wrong with this bridge.
Oh my god. Napia! Napia! Napia aja no! Napia! Apakah dia jadi air? Sabar ya udah ya. Kemana dia? Oh, di poisson.
Demoiselle.
Huh?
Demoiselle, what are you doing here by yourself? Would you be standing here till dark if I hadn't come to get you?
Maybe she just wants some time to herself, Maloose.
Oh, was I?
Yes, it would appear so.
That's quite possible.
Diculik Poseidon
However,
anjir.
you were the one
Lu kan
that
nyuruh temen gue
suggested we
pindah
go
jangan
out
duduk
for a
di
walk.
bangku gue. Sampai lah lu kok bisa? Aneh bener ditonjok. Lah, kan itu bangku lu kok ditonjok sih? Itu ditonjoknya bercanda maksudnya. Diculik Poseidon gitu. Aku pengen Navia karena VA-nya Taylor Swift doang sih. Hah? Lu beneran itu Taylor Swift, Cok? Iya, hah? Beneran?
Oh, right. I nearly forgot.
Hah? Emang iya, Cok? Hah? Navia voice actor. Enggak, anjir. Brenna Larsen, Taylor Swift, anjir. Brenna Larsen, Cok. Anjir, Taylor Swift dong. Bangke lah Ricky, Cok.
It must have slipped my mind
Kayak
when I
mau
dozed
orang-orang.
off. I haven't
Brenna
had it
Larsen,
today.
anjir.
Have I?
Kemahalan, iyalah kemahalan lah pasti.
This is
Ini yang bilang katanya Taylor Swift bodoh amat, nggak tahu lah, nggak mungkin, Cok.
strange.
Is something the matter, Demoiselle?
Oh, no. I was just trying to recall why we came out for a walk.
Do you remember Mr. Giverny? He'd requested our help before with foreign merchants who had
Bener
a
sih,
debt
kemahalan.
dispute with him, and we'd resolved the matter not long ago.
We were headed to see how things were going with him at the moment.
Ah, right. Yes.
Oh, Miss Navia. Ah, Mr. Malus. And Mr. Silver, too. I've been great. Thanks to your help, those bothersome merchants finally realized that I wasn't the one they were looking for. They were knocking at my door day and night. Even my neighbor, Obina, was getting fed up with that.
Sometimes force is required to calm someone
Masa ada
down
meme yang
and get
Navia
them to listen to
mixing
what
lagu
you have
Taylor
to
Swift.
say.
Oh anjir, Ivan juga ke ini dong.
That's right. Oh, by the way, Burnett, what was it that you wanted to give to Miss Navia again?
Oh, yes. Miss Navia, these are some flower seeds that I prepared. Please take them. I don't know what we would have done without your help. So this is a little token.
Did you cultivate them yourself? Thank you so much. I'll certainly take them. Malus?
Why, we can have as many pots as you'd like, demoiselle.
Anjir, so sweet.
Perfect. In that case, we'll swap out some of the decorative plants for some of Mrs. Burnett's flowers.
Very well.
Wait. Excuse me, madam. If I'm not mistaken, your name is Burnett, correct?
That's right.
No, it's nothing. This is the first time we've ever met, but your name seemed familiar to me. I must have heard it when I was discussing things with your husband previously. I've heard this name before. Sometime. And why are there so few people around here?
We must mind the time, Demoiselle. We still have important things to attend to today.
Huh? We do?
Well, now, did you forget?
Miss Navia, here you are. I've been looking for you. Please, come to the Opera House. Your trial is about to begin.
Trial?
My trial? Wait.
Yes, she's right, Demoiselle. It's just about time now, so...
Oh?
Kok bisa? Kenapa nih anjir? Kenapa dia trial?
Look, it's Navia. She's here.
And her two attendants are with her. Goodness, everyone's finally here.
There sure are a lot of people here to see the trial. And they all seem to be oddly... Karina, Desiree,
Oh, ini masih ada ini. Oh, ini ya mimpi ya.
Julian, Essen. Why are so
Ternyata
many
setelah saya
people here?
perdalami si Navia
And
cuma disama-samain dengan
do
Mbak
I
Taylor.
have
Oh,
no
disama-samain.
recollection of this case? And as for the judge... huh?
Please sit in the defendant's seat. Don't worry, Silver and I shall accompany you.
All right. But...
Typically, it wouldn't be allowed, but...
Hey, what kind of place do they think this is?
Come on. Do they have any idea what they're doing?
Enough with the whispering! Could someone please tell me?
My dear Miss Navia, have you not yet realized what you've done? As all here know, you are Master Callus's successor, the head of the Spina di Rasula, someone held in high regard by After you took over the Spina, you treated all of us just like the late Master Callus had. If anyone in need reached out to you for help, not only you, but your butler, your subordinates, nearly everyone in the Spina di Rasula fought.
Wait a moment.
Yes, correct. Absolutely right. And that is why you stand accused. You have helped so many people get through so many difficulties. We are one big family, all of us who are from Poisson, inextricably linked. And with you being so important, therefore, this fair and honorable court shall declare you guilty, and you shall stay here. You will be together with us.
Oh, anjir, gara-gara dia kan nyemplung ke Primordial Sea Water. Ini orang-orang yang udah pada kena Primordial Sea Water kan. Makanya kenapa dia begini? Karena ini ya, karena dia nyemplung. Iya benar, dia nyemplung kan. Jadinya kenapa dia bilang, therefore this fair and honorable court shall be declare you guilty. Jadi emang kayak udah lu udah mati juga. Jadi lu bisa barengan sama kita yang udah mati gitu maksudnya. Anjing.
Huh? Everything you have said is correct.
Yeah,
I have indeed done a lot for my hometown, and I would be willing to be with you all, but what is the purpose of having me stand here like this?
Oh, well, if that's what you think, then I have no...
How wonderful, Miss Navia!
I know all these people. Why are they laughing?
I seem to remember now. Yeah.
Wait just a moment. This isn't right!
Anjir, kenapa ini?
What was that, Mr. Malus? Our conclusion is very clear and unanimous. Let the court judge her now. She's guilty!
Stay here, Navia! You're one of us!
Demoiselle, don't admit guilt. This trial means to keep you here forever.
I wish to exercise my right to defend Our Lady. Mistress Ronville, you only know of Navia's goodness, but nothing of her utterly independent mind.
She was born a free and independent spirit.
Udah mati pun
She has never
itu
been
pengawal
tied down
masih
by
selamatin
anyone.
Navia. Iya anjir.
Even the death of Master Callus couldn't
Gila.
stop her.
Her actions cannot serve as proof that she identifies herself as part of any group. She merely acted as an individual, extending her hand to help others. Please do not mistake her actions as being otherwise.
Really? As an individual, you say? Don't forget, we are all Fontanians here. This is the nation of justice, the nation of Hydro. Even if Miss Navia only voluntarily rendered her assistance, that doesn't change the fact that her beautiful soul must return to everyone. Water accepts all, blends with all. It will surely accept her kindness.
Kayak dipaksa untuk kayak dipaksa gitu aja. Lu udah mati, Cok. Udah lu sama kita aja. Gitu. Tapi ya apa namanya? Pengawal-pengawalnya kayak bilang kayaknya masih jangan, udahlah jangan gitu loh. Jangan di sini. Udah jangan mati lah. Ya kan? Dia masih perlu banyak bantu orang gitu. Di masa mercy ya. Anjir, Cok.
Everything is measured here in the nation of Hydro. And in the end,
Gila sih
everyone shall meld together. Thus,
meld.
when a unanimous opinion emerges, that opinion represents justice. Now I speak for everyone. Our opinion is consistent. Navia should stay.
We
and
Navia are one. Karena jadi air kan, we are Navia, we and Navia are one. Jadi air, Cok. Anjir.
And you would call this justice? Preposterous. You are merely jealous that Demoiselle still has a chance to exist as an individual. Have you forgotten how much you all once longed to become individuals, to become independent?
Do you mean to defy our justice?
Anjir, ngeri banget, Cok. The hell.
your justice is flawed, then why should we acknowledge it?
As you said, we can also have our own justice. Silver and I shall defend Demoiselle.
Gila ya.
And that is how we will enforce justice.
My head.
Demoiselle.
Gila sih keren.
Silver, it hurts. My head is spinning. I remember now. Everything that seemed odd from the very beginning. Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen, and Mr. Giverny and Mrs. Burnett, who we met earlier. Even Malus and Silver. I don't want to admit it, but they're all dead.
Anjir, ngeri banget ya.
Don't be afraid, and don't admit guilt. We will.
Absurd! Who are you to say that she cannot be judged? We are the majority, and in the nation of trials,
ngeri
the
banget, Cok.
majority is absolute justice. We are the will of all. Don't let them escape! We shall keep Navia here with us!
Mr. Malus and Mr. Silver, must you be so stubborn? How could the two of you possibly hope to stand against the collective? Do not resist. This judgment is fair and just. Navia belongs to us. After all that happened, she should not be left alone in Poisson.
Oh.
What are you saying?
Dia jadi ini dong. Jadi aduh itu siapa namanya gue lupa lagi. Gue lupa namanya, ya udahlah. Jadi itulah.
Excuses.
She says we're jealous. Jealous? How could she possibly be an independent individual?
What's with these people?
Who's jealous of her?
She belongs to us.
Miss Navia, she...
Oceanit. Jadi Oceanit semua, Cok.
Silence.
Oh, ini dia akhir ada dia.
That's...
Gue hilang. Oh, balik lagi.
Monsieur Neuvillette.
Such commotion is prohibited in the court. The accusations you just presented are nonsense.
Kok dia bisa masuk ke dalam dreamnya dia ya?
The court will adjourn for the rest of the day. In this, I shall hear no objections from any unauthorized party.
Our thanks, Monsieur Neuvillette.
Please leave with me, Miss Navia, while there is still time.
But...
Go on now, Demoiselle. This is your only chance to leave this place. What, can't bear to leave us behind?
Namanya aja di atas Arkon. Siapa? Oh iya benar juga.
My apologies. I couldn't resist making one little joke once I realized that this shall be our last goodbye.
Kasian banget.
Malus. Silver.
Quickly, you must come now.
Goodbye, Demoiselle.
Farewell.
Kan naga sejati kekuatan di atas Arkon ya. Kali nggak bisa gitu dong. Iya sih. Anjir, dia bisa bikin hidup orang dong.
No, wait. Just a second.
Oh, gak jadi. Pagi, halo Matthew. Selamat siang. Halo.
You're awake.
Oh, bener dong.
Good.
I must have been dreaming. Malus and Silver were still alive.
It looks like you're all right.
Did all the sad feelings cause you to have a nightmare?
The ruins you were exploring suffered a cave-in. When I arrived, I found you falling toward the water. You were just about to be dissolved within, but I think I saw 2 Oceanids protecting you. It was only for a moment, perhaps even a fraction of a second, but they gave me the chance to retrieve you.
Anjir, Nopal lebih dari enggak kayak gitu harusnya sih.
Were it not for their intervention, I would not have been able to rescue you before your consciousness dissipated.
Wait, did you say Oceanids? You mean like what happened with Vache?
Perhaps those 2 Oceanids were the people you saw in your dream.
I always told them that they didn't have to protect me. To think that they'd keep doing so even after death.
Please come with me.
Keren. Keren banget.
Neuvillette, are you okay?
Oh, I am quite all right. Perhaps there's something we could chat about?
Intinya aku penganut Aether X Lumin. Penganut Aether X Lumin. Ah, maksudnya?
Why do you look so stiff, all of us? Oh, Paimon knows. You're the type who feels awkward when there's...
I merely thought that we should give Navia some time to herself.
Huh? Why didn't you just say so then? Don't you think it's even more awkward to call us over like this?
Step sister gak tuh anjing? Aduh. Step sister anjing. Ricky goblok. Aduh, anjir. Gua tidur dulu boleh gak sih? Anjir ngantuk banget gua. Waduh. Lebih bagus lagi kalau ada step. Bodoh amat, anjir.
Ah, Sijwin. I
Ada
hope all is
Sijwin
well
apa lagi
with
kalau
her
bukan
these days.
anjir, iya.
Her
Halo.
work in the fortress of Meropide has not been too
Hasid,
much for
thank you
her,
udah
has it?
mampir. Selamat siang. Gimana kabarnya nih guys? Ada teman baru nih guys. Disapa dulu ya. Semoga terhibur di sini. Kalau ada pertanyaan atau mau review, kasih tahu aja ya. Mau donate tapi nggak ada. Maksudnya mau donate tapi nggak ada, maksudnya gimana tuh? Nggak usah donate lah. Ngapain donate? Nongkrong atau ajak ngobrol atau mau review juga nggak apa-apa di sini. Tidur bayangan api nggak gitu anjir. Ngantuk aja. Halo, thank you Matsu. Aku nggak nongkrong, aku lagi duduk. Emang lu nongkrong nggak duduk, Matsu? Berdiri doang emang. Kok kayak kuda? Bang, joki bisa. Joki apa tuh? Bang, lihat cara aktifin donate. Bang, lihat cara aktifin donate. Maksudnya gimana tuh? Mau joki apa, Ivan?
Don't worry. She's doing fine down there. She's an amazing head nurse.
I see.
Maksudnya
Well,
gimana
that
tuh?
is good. I have always worried that Sijwin would need a lot of time to
Joki
understand
tidur.
the world
Oh,
of humanity.
Bang, oh ya
just as
ampun,
I
Bang,
have.
joki tidur. Oh, joki bisa. Joki bisa. Oh, dia. Jadi penjokinya yang tidur. Guanya kagak, sama aja dong. Infokan TWS yang nikmat. Gua nggak tahu. Gua pakai AirPod. Gua beli sama temen gua. Second.
Oh, and the Duke also says hi. Even though Seedream made him do that. He hopes that you haven't been overwhelmed by all that's happened lately.
Iya. Maksudnya gimana, Hasid? Aku nggak
Thank
ngerti.
you. I have indeed been busy lately, and I also hope that everything is going well in the fortress of Meropide.
He still doesn't know what to talk about. So, Neverlet.
Yes, of course.
This isn't going anywhere. Let's try something else.
Yes, in fact. I had arranged to meet you in Poisson, but when I arrived, I discovered that the Fatui were helping the residents evacuate. They had even transported a large quantity of Amid my astonishment, I ran into the name.
TWS gua nggak tahu.
We had a chat.
Mat, beneran
She
deh.
informed me that she had asked you
Apa
to
kalau lagi di
investigate the
gelas,
ancient
apa
ruins
kalau jadi
here.
air gelas? Gelas isinya angin aja. Air gelas dong. Aqua gelas dong, air gelas. Anjing si Matsu kocak tuh. Air gelas gak tuh? Ini aqua gelas tuh anjing. Pakai plastik tuh.
Yeah, we originally planned to meet up with you, but we thought you might still be busy with all those
Bener
official
sih.
documents.
Nggak salah
I didn't
juga.
think exploring the ruins would take very long, and who would have thought you'd wrap things up so quickly?
Teler bener gue.
I'm sorry to have kept you all waiting like that. I'm feeling much better now. I
Air
guess we
gelas.
should get
Nah,
going
biar nggak
again.
ngantuk. Makasih lu.
Will you come with us, Monsieur Neuvillette?
Yes, if you wouldn't mind my company.
Lah, kok gua malah loh. Oh, ini dipindahin gua. Lah, nggak bisa. Emang harus lurus, Cok. Monsieur New Village.
The tides beckon. Settle down.
Udah gitu doang. Nggak ada chest. Belum ada chest, guys. Ini salon soliternya lucu banget, Cok. Nah, cantik banget, jadi pengen Furina. Jadi lu mau Navia atau mau Furina? Sadar banget. Hancur ya? Hidung hancur dong. Jadi maunya apa, Matsu? Matsu, lu gak kerja, Matsu? Baru bentar, hilang, Cok. Iji banget. Lagi mengistirahat. Tapi lagi kerja ya lu sekarang ya? Semangat kerjanya, Matsu. Love you.
Be sanctified.
Be sanctified.
Settle down.
Loh, kok masih ada? Apa ini? Oh, lip ternyata. Wow, keren. Nggak ada apa-apa ya, oke. Dilempar kemana? Buset, jauh bener. Itu apaan ya? Tumben ya, domain Archon Quest panjang bener ya? Atau emang kayak gini ya dari dulu ya? Gua lupa, Cok. Jin kalau udah beri 80 apakah jadi Jancuk dong? Nggak salah sih. Udah real jancuk. Emang lu dapet di 80? Nggak tahu itu apaan. Oh, nggak dikasih tahu ya?
Looks like we've reached the end.
This is the place. There should not be any other hidden spaces in the vicinity.
Lu dapet Jin di 80, Matsu?
The path sure had some twists and turns, but it turns out that this place isn't actually that big.
Oh, tentu saja belum ada yang pulang. Oh, belum ada yang pulang. Sabar ya, Matsu. Ini dia nih.
Stone slates. It seems like they were put here as an offering. Could we take them down and have a look?
Lu kenapa gacha Wiro, Cok?
Perhaps we should just leave them be for now.
There are 4 locations in total, but only 3 stone slates. The slate that should be in the first empty spot is missing.
The surrounding walls also show signs of damage.
There's something
Kan
written
kalau
below.
taruh, oh iya, taruhan sama temen, gua lupa. Lu kenapa taruhan, Cok? Kalau mau tidur habis domain ini aja. Kalau mau tidur enggak. Aku mau lanjut sampai jam 3. Nggak tahu aku mau ntar tidur atau mau nge-gym. Kayaknya mau nge-gym sih. Biar nggak males. Badannya biar nggak males. Harus paksa dikit.
It feels like someone left these slates and these
Biar
words
hidup
here
lu
for a
menang.
purpose.
Bodoh amat hidup lu demen banget judi, Cok.
Does he mean that fontaine should be destroyed?
Kocak Matsu anjir.
That would fit the circumstances dictated by the prophecy, yes. Indeed, the slate's contents correspond to it. Take the second slate, for example.
There's a person kneeling here. She seems so
Enggak basket lagi Bang, kagak. Seminggu sekali kalau
And there's
basket.
a whole bunch of other
Lapangannya
people
cuma
behind her
itu
doing
doang.
the same. She's facing this. What is this? some kind of island in the sky?
Ini bukan sih? Ini Celestia bukan sih? Celestia ya? Kan nggak pakai duit, jadi nggak judi, tetep aja judi, Cok. Oh, Celestia ya.
Is that Lady Farina in the third image? Did the Hydro Archon fall into the water?
And is that a ring of people around her? Paimon doesn't quite get it. Are they all in the water?
The fourth image. I know this one. This exactly matches the content of the prophecy.
The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne.
Nangis aku di Archon Quest Fountain. Nangis?
More information should be hidden in these slates, but I fear I cannot easily uncover it, most likely due to us missing the first slate.
Don't blame yourself, Monsieur Neuvillette.
Oh,
Deciphering ancient stone slates
ya kan,
isn't one of your duties.
Bagian Melos dan Silver tadi udah bikin nangis. Iya, Cok. Kasian banget. Kasian banget.
Ooh, the Paimon's getting the chills. This says that it's the history of the future, right? That means the prophecy's sure to come true.
I really hope it doesn't mean that.
Jangan di-spoil. Jangan! Lu punya pelayanan udah dianggap keluarga. Lu punya pelayan dan dianggap keluarga. Iya. Sedih sih itu. Sedih sih.
Paimon feels like these images are kind of weird when you look at them together.
Bener. Pas Metong nggak bisa lihat jasadnya. Iya, anjir. Jadi air, Cok. Kan tabu ya.
That's right. If the images are in chronological order, shouldn't the fourth, the waters drowning fontaine, come before the third, where the Hydro Archon herself falls into the water?
And yet the order is reversed here.
If we go by timing,
Lady
Lady Farina only emerges in the third image. That means that the person in the second image might be the previous Hydro Archon.
Ah, iya. Mereka datang di mimpi lu dan nyelamatin lu, itu keren banget sih. Gila.
Egeria, then. I had never met her, but her appearance here does match the records.
Egeria, Hydro Archon yang sebelum Farina ya.
The previous Archon kneeling before the floating island in the skies, as if confessing a sin.
Did she herself commit that sin? And if not, why would she be in such a posture?
Artinya udah itu baru. Iya benar.
Also, I'm still wondering why these ancient stone slates are here at all. Judging from their contents, could this place be the origin of the prophecy? Does that mean that someone, or some people, want...
But who would have created these slates and left these words here?
It seems that any further clues will have to come from
Kerja
Farina.
bagus, jadikan istriku nggak mati. Bodoh amat. Bodoh amat.
In that case, there's no time
Halu,
to
halu.
lose. There's nothing else to be gained here, so let's head back first.
Yeah, we'd better get somewhere safe for now.
Halu. Tapi suamiku ganteng juga. Suamiku siapa anjir? Kenapa jadi suamiku? What the hell? Sasi bakal. Oh my god. Suamiku Wiro ya? Suami lu Wiro ya? Iya, gue lupa.
Let's split up here. I'm going to check on what's happening with the Spina. You know how it is. There's some things you just need to be there for yourself.
Okay. Gonna check on how it's been, you know how it is. There's some things that you need to be there to press.
You still have energy for that nap?
Just head back to the Fleuve Cendre and have a rest then. Thanks for keeping me company.
I'll depart as well. Thanks for your hard work today. Traveler, I will go talk to Farina tomorrow morning to ask about the stones. I'm sure that you're concerned about this matter as well. If you have time, drop by my office. I will share the results of our discussion with you.
Are you really gonna talk to her about this directly?
Gimana?
Will that
Gimana,
be a
Ren?
problem? Paimon's getting a little scared
Gimana?
to this.
She has long been harboring secrets and will not give them up easily, which makes it all the more my duty to ensure that she understands the present situation.
She has long been harboring secrets and will not give them up easily, which the more my duty to ensure that she understands the present situation.
Alright, we'll leave it in your hands.
Kalau nggak aman, mari mengkuri
probably the
Genshin.
best person
Kalau
to
nggak
talk
aman,
anyway.
kenapa kalau nggak aman what the hell?
I will be carefully considering my words tonight.
Buat hilangin stresnya gitu ya, Matsu ya.
Traveler, Paimon, our safe house at the Fluvsandra is always open to you
Oke
as
sih,
ever.
bagus lah.
So please don't think you're in imposition.
Kalau aman minta hadiah. Sama siapa?
Alright.
Sama siapa minta hadiahnya, Matsu? Ya lumayan lah, bagus lah kalau gitu. Keren kamu, Ren. Gila. Itu otak kamu kuat ya. Ngomong ya, minta sama aku. Nggak baca, Mas. Nggak baca apa-apa gue. Nggak baca. Ngantuk banget gue.
Welcome back.
And there's good food too.
Waduh, buset. Wah, enak bener nih. Wah, anjir, Cok. Garlic bread, ayam sama mashed potato, anjir. Sama kue gak tuh. Ah, gila. Nggak ada obeng, anjir. Ada Mona gak tuh? Cok, makanannya iya enak banget.
Oh, that voice. Is that who I think it is? Huh?
Mona, anjir. Heran. Kenapa heran?
It's you two. What?
Geblek. Kok ada dia tiba-tiba, Cok? Lady Majestus.
Seriously, nobody just uses a scry glass whenever they've got time to just see who they'll meet on the road.
Still, we didn't expect to see you here. Wait, you're not a Fontanian, are you, Mona?
Mona pakai pakaian kayak gitu nggak pernah ditangkap lah. Emang ketangkap kenapa?
To attend to here, so I booked a hotel in the city. I was just out for a stroll when I bumped into you. Quite unexpectedly, if I might add. Why did you think I was from Fontaine, though? Is that because Magistus doesn't sound much like a Mondstadt surname? Well, I used to have my own surname, which was, well, some other thing. Either way, the old hag told me when she took me as her disciple that the first step to being a great astrologist's pupil was to change that name. There was nothing for it, really. She really is amazing at astrology, so I changed my name to what it is now according to her wishes. To my surprise, however, Magistus is not the name of some ancient house or clan. Nope. Although it is used by us in place of surnames, it generally just means great.
Magistus tuh nih. Lady Great dong namanya.
Wow! Imagine including a boast in your name. Wait, are you gonna have to put that into your genealogy as well?
I reckon so. In any case, I'd give my disciple a name like this as well, if I were to take one. Astromancer Barbeloth Trismegistus.
Anjing. Astromancer Barbelot Trismegistus.
Whoa, that's a long one. Does it...
My name
nama
is
dia.
Mona, the great astrologist. As for the old hag, hers is, in plain speech, the thrice as great scholar of the stars. Just take it as a title specific to astrologists.
Namanya ribet-ribet kayak hidupnya. Iya.
Thrice as great? That's so... petty.
That's so petty.
I know, right? That's just how she is. She used to call herself Magistus, actually, but when she took me in, she changed her name to Trismegistus.
Trismegistus goblok aja.
Talk about excessive.
Talk about excessive, anjir. Terlalu berlebihan, goblok. Aduh, ini apaan ini dua, anjir. Geblek emang ini sih. Ini mau nanya goblok. Gurunya lebih goblok lagi, anjir. Aduh.
Megistus is thus the calling card of our school, so to speak, which makes it about the same as a surname. It's all right if you don't get it. You can look into it further should you need to study astrology more
Bodoh amat.
deeply.
Triple strike. Triple appetite Paimon. Triple appetite Paimon.
But anyway, you're not Fontanian, are you, Mona? You're from Mondstadt, right?
Well, I was born in Mondstadt, yes. My parents migrated to Dorman Port, and I traveled with the old hag for a while, after which I settled down in Mondstadt City.
Oh, that's a good thing then. At least we know you won't be dissolved by Fontaine's water.
Speaking of that, I'm sure you're aware that a bunch of things have happened here in Fontaine, right? I know you're not a local, but I'd avoid getting too close to any water that looks strange all the same.
Ini lagi. Halo, Apple Pie. Welcome back. Udah selesai ininya. Udah selesai ibadahnya.
There's something ominous about it. Well, the water, I mean.
Aneh, ada yang aneh gitu. You come to Fountain because the prophecy.
That was the main reason, yes. Just a while back, the Steambird invited me to take part in a panel and speak about the circulation of the prophecy as an astrologist. The invitation was sent quite early on. I don't think anyone expected Fontaine to be in this much trouble.
What do you make of that prophecy, Mona? Just tell us what you think as an astrologist. Your word would go a long way to make things more certain and less...
What I can tell you is that I'm an astrologist, and that this prophecy concerns the fate of Fontaine, even that of Ultivat. Ascertaining this is akin to reading the fortune of the whole world. I'm afraid that this is not something that just anyone can do. If I could do it, you would no longer call me an astrologist. Visionary.
Yo, hujanlah yang deras. Asal jangan ada petir, takut gue stroke anjir. Ini lagi si Ricky, kocak. Mau hujan tapi nggak ada petir, lu gimana, Rick?
But on the flip side, the prophecy is so huge and powerful that it must surely come from a powerful visionary. Its contents involve the fate of the world. Disregarding it would be a mistake.
A visionary? Sounds really powerful and all, but does such a person really exist?
Of course. The old hag could do it, and I'd bet there are others amongst those Hexen Circle colleagues of hers who could do something similar.
Hexen, oh di Hexen. Oh, Hexen Circle colleague.
Are you... All right, I'll help you. It isn't often that I see you with such a serious look on your face. I'll tell you...
Thanks, Mona. You're a...
Oh, well, this is something only I can do
Diminta
after
bantuan
all.
itu.
So yes, you're...
That's the greatest of astrologists for you. Of all the people we know, you know the star's the best.
Indeed, indeed.
Makin dijilat, makin seneng banget emang Mona.
Oh, sorry. I came to see what all the commotion was about. If there's anything you need...
Oh, whoops. Guess we were getting a little too carried away there. Well, I'll go tend to my own business now. If I receive any news, I'll be sure to come...
Lawak loh.
There she goes.
Lah kan
Quick as
emang
Russian
kalau ada
water.
suara guntur wifi-nya mati dia kena stroke.
Giving us suspicious looks.
Anjir, lawak coy anjir. Emang iya sampai segitunya, Rick? Where is the guy giving us this?
Right, but we were able to recruit Mona's help, didn't we? Our Fontanian friend...
Stroke. Wifi-nya stroke kaget.
Good morning. To be honest, I'm still feeling kind of sleepy.
Udah pasti mati. Kasian banget anjir. Rick, kasian banget sih lo Rick anjir. Wifi-nya stroke anjir. Anjir kita lah. Kenapa bang? Ngantuk gua. Ngantuk banget. Enggak, terus gue ngomong sama Ricky juga. Gue ngantuk banget beneran deh. Parah loh.
But it's time to get up, traveler. We agree.
Gue pengen kelarin masalahnya, gue pengen tahu ceritanya. Untung gue bisa fokus. Cerita dia cerita apa? Biasa kan gue suka space out kan, bisa ngilang tiba-tiba. Ini gue masih karena penasaran kali ya. Dan gue baca juga pelan-pelan kan. Tadi ada yang space out juga karena Inggrisnya ada yang terlalu baku, jadi gue bingung. Suka makan Paimon gak bang? Enggak lah, Paimon gak bisa dimakan. Bisa diemut doang. Info hujan riran. Ya udah terang tuh.
Finally. Is something wrong?
Aku bisa jelasin Inggrisnya. Ngapain, santai aja. It's okay. Aku masih ngerti, cuman ada kalau yang baku banget. Kadang kayak tadi ngomong sama Mona, itu terlalu baku, kadang bingung juga dia ngomong apaan. Habis makan bang, biasanya efek makan siang kenyangan. Gue belum makan, Ivan. Sama sekali belum makan gue.
And Lady Farina, they seem to have gotten into a dispute.
Hah? Dia berantem? Ada masalah maksudnya?
Like I said, I've already explained everything.
And yet the problem has not been properly solved. There is little space for excuses between us.
Oh ini gara-gara dia berantem jadi di itu ya.
It is not my intention to offend you, but please tell me where you stand. You are the Hydro Archon Focalor, are you not? Look at this. This is a list of the victims from the recent Poisson incident.
You mean they're all...
Kasian banget.
We did not arrive in time to avert this disaster, and I will not have it happen again. I will say this once more. You must tell me everything you know. Yesterday, I found 3 stone slates in some ancient ruins near Poisson. Do you know anything about those?
Seriously? You're questioning me like this is a court case now. I don't know anything about that. But you found them in some ancient ruins, you say?
That's correct, which is why I came to ask you some questions. There should have been 4 slates, but one of them was missing. The other 3 featured different images that seemed to correlate to the prophecy.
Lah kok bisa? Emang belum lapar bang? Emang cuma sarapan pagi aja? Lapar sih, tapi belum terlalu sampai pingin makan gitu. Gue karena ngantuk lebih kuat daripada laparnya kali ya. Nih lihat bahasa Inggrisnya keren juga. Emang dia keren. Makanya aku suka dia di Inggris. Kalau di Jepangnya kayak kurang ya. Emang cocoknya Inggris.
The second of these slates depicts the previous Hydro Archon Egeria kneeling before a floating island in the sky, as if confessing something. Do you know nothing of this either?
Ini sampai kayak gitu dong.
I don't. I've never seen such slates.
I'll ask you again.
Anjir.
Do you really have no information regarding the previous Archon? My deciphering of the slates indicates that the Hydro Archon Egeria once had to confess to, or apologize for, a certain sin. If anyone would know about it, it should be you.
Iya, seharusnya dia tahu.
All gods don't have the same secrets, you know. She was herself and I'm me. Is it really so strange that I know nothing? I understand your concerns, but I'm sorry. I just don't have anything to tell you.
Kalau dub Jepangnya lebih garang yang di anime. Oh, yang di animenya lebih garang.
Forgive me for saying this now, Lady Farina, but I have long known of your various secret investigations into certain matters. There are several indications that you have been investigating the prophecy on the sly. This is not strange in itself, considering that you are the Hydro Archon. But it is strange that you should also claim to not know any of Egeria's secrets, as well as do nothing following your inquiries. You have never been as superficial as you have presented yourself to be, nor are you a fool. And yet, your behavior is very inconsistent.
Anjir, emang gila nih orang.
So you've been watching me all this time, have you? I didn't think you were that type.
You...
Goblok anjir, kesel banget gua sama nih bocah satu anjir. Nyusahin orang loh, anjir.
Well, since you know about my secret investigations, then you should know I'm actually working to take care of it. There's no point questioning or suspecting me. You're the Unix, but you're still my subordinate. You should be following my lead. Just trust in me. You're Archon and do as I say. Never mind whether you can truly convince yourself to or not. It'll all turn out fine. That's all I have to say. We do not discuss this matter again. Oh, the opera's about to start. Toodles!
Najis. Kesel banget gua. Story lagi bang, iya baru story. Najis. Furina blok. Kesel banget gua. Lagi susah-susahnya ya kan, lagi keadaan lagi ini banget ya kan. Dia malah ke opera, ini tolol cowok. Di opera house. Tolol. Kesel banget gue. Abis itu dia maunya di terlalu nyantai juga nih orang, anjir, bego banget, cok. Notice us standing by the door, wonder what's up with her. She was smiling. She didn't seem in the mood to care if we are listening or not.
I assume you've been
Lari
outside for a
mulu,
while
anjir.
now.
Lari dari masalah, anjir, bego emang dia.
Oh, you noticed. Seems Farina didn't even realize we were here.
She was in a great panic, though I cannot discern the reason. Our discussion reached impasses time and again, a state of affairs that we cannot allow to continue. Still, I do not understand. Dialogue is the basis
Halo
for
Li,
understanding.
welcome.
So
Selamat
why does she
siang.
keep
Thank you udah
refusing to
mampir.
engage?
So why is it refusing to engage? Still, I don't understand dialogue in the basis for understanding. So why they keep refusing to engage? Nggak ngerti lah ini orang. Tapi buat Furina kayaknya aku lebih suka JP VA-nya. Oh, ada beberapa yang bagus di Inggris, ada beberapa bagus yang di Jepang sih. Gue lebih suka voice IN-nya, yes. Kalau voice IN-nya, kalau ngomongin Zenex, kalau lu ngomongin voice IN-nya Furina, ngeselin anjir, kayak Paimon, cok, suaranya. Soalnya yang JP lebih bocah. Oh, JP lebih bocah, lebih ngeselin lagi dong. Yang ini aja udah ngeselin, yang JP lebih ngeselin lagi dong kalau gitu. Aduh, lari dari masalah hari-hari, cok. Dia emang sengaja mau bunuh semua orang di Fountain kali ya, anjir. Orang-orang udah beberapa mati, ya kan. Bukannya cari solusi gitu kan. Malah kabur, cok. Astaga. Kayak dia tuh gak mau kelihatan lemah, tau gak? Si Furina. Tapi dia bego, anjir. Story-nya ini sih lebih mantap IN kalau gue. Oh. Iya, lebih mantap. Gue udah need to take her to make her understand how dire the situation is.
Everyone in her inner circle has noticed that she is hiding some secret. The issue is her attitude. I fear that she will not reveal anything unless absolutely forced to.
I fear that she will not reveal anything unless absolutely. Oh iya, harus dipaksa emang enggak. Emang attitude-nya babi ya. Kesel banget gue. Dan harus dipaksa lagi.
A situation in which she will have no choice but to speak.
Oh pantes si Furina diituin ya kalau gitu. Di court ya.
Oh?
Normally, people will only reveal the truth when standing
trial.
Perhaps we must have the Hydro Archon experience just such a scenario.
Bener juga tuh.
But Farina's seen so many trials, and she's really good at dodging questions. How do we make sure that she won't just slip away at the first chance she gets?
We will need to consider this thoroughly, join forces with various parties, and then do what we can.
Oh, jadi dia set up gini anjir. Aku takut, jangan galak-galak. Terus in game-nya agak kecil ya. Gua kecilin sih. Nih.
If at all possible, I would prefer to recuse myself from this affair, but
Gimana?
we must prevent the prophecy from coming to pass.
Nih gue gedein lagi deh. Kalau kurang gede. Tuh, nih ya.
This may be cruel to her, but all Fontaine is in crisis. The information a god possesses is too precious, and so we must take a chance on this. But who will lend us their aid to do such a thing?
Seru ini pas. Seru lah pasti. On a boat somewhere in quiet poison. Ini sih mantap sih emang.
Well, that's everyone, huh? Speaking of which, it was pretty smart of you to think of hiding here.
Poisson was just involved in a disaster, so it's presently devoid of people. That naturally makes it the best choice.
And here you are drinking tea like it's the most natural thing in the world, huh?
That's what families should do. Sit and enjoy a leisurely time together.
It's nice to enjoy tea here, you know? Care for a cup?
Lend me your ears, everyone. Or perhaps one of you might like to start us off. How about you, friend?
Me?
Then, how about you, good sir?
I fear that I will cause the mood on this boat to become as somber as it is in court.
Well then, I guess we're lucky we've got a local like me to organize things. Wonderful, the spotlight at last.
Welcome, thank you to Vampir.
I guess I'll be facilitating things from here.
That was a little long-winded, don't you think?
Oh, you might be right. Anyway, to cut to the chase, our friend here, the Traveler, has brought us together to discuss something. As for what that is, well, let's start by saying that we'll be pooling our efforts together to create a series of traps.
Series of traps.
Oh, how intriguing.
How intriguing.
Well, it's just an expression, really. One that I just learned from Chlorand, and used on the spot. So, let's invite her to explain in detail. A round of applause, please.
Saya dance anjir. Jadi istri saya betul.
Huh? Didn't you say that you would be facilitating this?
Oh, come now. Your work doesn't involve much public speaking, right? This is a good chance to practice. You might even pick up some fancy oratory tricks to impress your boss with in the future.
I see. And what does my boss say?
He is glad that you consider him your boss. Do go on.
Ini lagi belum bos aja. Lokasi di mana? Poisson harusnya. Ada
In
4
that
jaman
case,
nih.
do any of you have experience hunting?
Lu lihat ini, Cok. Udah kayak mau copot aja.
Not that I recall. Fremine and I once used a wooden stick in a basket to catch wild rabbits when we were younger. As for Lynette, right.
I've also gone diving to catch some fish before.
I'm afraid not. You may or may not have heard, but Fontaine once played host to a group known as the Marechaussee Hunters.
Marachos Hunter.
Though that was their name, they did not hunt animals, but rather various monsters left behind by the ancient dynasty of King Remus.
Their name didn't hunt animals, but rather various monsters left behind by the ancient dynasty.
Today, Fontaine's monster population has already thinned greatly, so the hunters have blended back into society, taking up arms in other lines of work. They even left a unique methodology of hunting in their wake.
Kostumnya salah, Cok, dia. Masa kerja pakai baju kayak gitu kan? Masa iya baju kekecilan,
A
Cok?
trap comprises of the following components: bait, a trigger, and a containment device. Sometimes a lethal implement will also be necessary to deal with the prey. So, if we were to build a trap together, right now, what would you choose to build it with?
For me, I would prefer something basket-shaped. Pigeons and rabbits will see the bait and naturally enter the snare.
Lu kira ini lagi hunting lagi hunting binatang, Cok. Lagi trapin orang loh.
Our line of work requires a deft hand, and we're some of the best in the industry, so you can count on our techniques.
Tai, Miko juga. Ini lagi. Kan kayak rabbit, iya sih. Kabur-kaburan gak salah sih emang. Dibikin trap-trapnya buat hewan anjir.
You used some of those techniques while moving the people of Poisson, didn't you? My subordinates mentioned that you even performed some magic for the bawling children.
Yes, and I even managed to gather some intelligence in the meantime. I'm quite the multitasker if I do say so myself.
I'm afraid I can't claim that as my strong suit. I prefer more stable methods, like placing bait in the water and waiting for the fish to come within reach.
More stable methods, like
That's the kind of method I would count on.
Oh, ya sama dong, mirip baitnya. Sama kayak si Lini tadi.
Calm and steady. Exactly the kind of person who would catch loads of fish.
And I can be their assistant.
With discretion, I'm sure.
I'd probably use some sort of mechanical animal. Papa once bought me some small clockwork squirrels, mice, and such. When placed in the forest, they can attract others of their kind. I remember that you liked those too, didn't you?
I did. And that would be a good way to go about it. If they're realistic enough, animals of the same kind will follow them all the way to the trap.
What about you, Monsieur Neuvillette?
I fear I do not have any related experience.
Ini lagi ditanya. Kerjaan di kantor aja.
You usually solve problems directly, without the use of any such tricks. But I do have one more question for you, Monsieur. If we were to create a trap now, how would you
I would like for it to be effective, but bring no harm to the prey. A more gentle trap would be ideal.
Gentle trap gak tuh?
Kind as always. However, our intention doesn't necessarily change the containment device and the type of implement we need. If we wanted to kill the prey in one strike, we would need a powerful implement. However, that also goes for prey that must be captured and safely contained.
Wait, why is that?
Only a hunter who's a true expert at subduing their prey can snare it without harming it. The line that divides life and death is often exceedingly thin.
So, are we going hunt?
We hadn't thought of seeing ourselves as hunters. It kinda works, but maybe it's still not the best metaphor.
If our means of capturing and dealing with our prey is to put them on trial, then the hunting metaphor is actually quite accurate.
Pernah main Good Hand gak bang? God Hand gak tahu kalau God Hand.
But we shall require much more courage than any hunter to judge a god, a being whose seat is an exalted throne.
But we shall require much more courage than any hunter to judge a god, a being whose seat is an exalted throne. A being whose seat in an exalted throne. Maksudnya gimana tuh?
Oh, so that's what's going on. Sounds very interesting.
I think metaphor is just that a metaphor. You will not call this a hunt because it's not what this is. No relationship between you and Furina Rich. You know, simply what is it? She's keeping it. Maksudnya dia ranknya paling tinggi. Oh, dia ranknya paling tinggi. Iya bener sih. Because sacrilegious disrespect. What must be done to prevent? There is another hunt or prey, but there must you will need dia sih. Dia ranknya paling tinggi. Oh, itu Exalted Throne itu ranknya paling tinggi. I see. Jadi dia nggak bisa di ini ya. Gimana cara ngomongnya? Ya dia susah gitu loh. Namanya juga Archon kan nggak bisa digituin. Kan ranknya udah paling tinggi, kita kan nggak bisa ngapa-ngapain sebenarnya. Ngeri juga, susah juga sih.
Days, hasn't it? So much has been happening. Paimon didn't think that Paimon thought they'd be at least a little frightened. Well, Fremine was now that Paimon thinks about it, but everyone else just looked a little surprised. Well, it's hard to say. Paimon doesn't have any experience with this sort of thing. But with you around, Paimon sure will do great. After all, you're the most reliable person in the world, aren't you?
Anjir, lucu banget suaranya echo iya.
Paimons never seen that cup before.
Don't be frightened. I'm just joining you two for tea. I merely refrained from saying anything till now.
Siapa anjir?
Who's that?
Ah, have you forgotten me already?
Wait, you are familiar. You're the voice we heard from the sky in Sumeru.
Oh ini. Dia bilang ini Ageria anjir.
The voice from the sky, I fear that description is wrong. Though, not completely wrong.
Kok mirip kayak suara si Ageria, Furina ya? Tapi diberatin doang.
You're
Atau bukan
feeling
ya?
lost now, just as you were feeling previously. I sensed that confusion and thus came to you. Guiding people is an irresistible hobby of mine, after all. Consider me a passerby, just accepting a commission from my friend's disciple on a whim.
Oh master. Akhirnya udah mati bang kan udah ganti. Oh salah ya. Kirain kan kayak si itu. Aduh siapa sih namanya? Aduh lupa. Ya itulah si Nahida punya previous Archon kan dia bisa ngomong juga. Tapi itu dari dia punya ingetan doang gitu. Oh itu dia.
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled.
Ya, iya kan.
You may view
Kan
such things as the history of the
kan.
future.
Tapi dari ininya doang kayak dia punya apa ya? Aku lupa sih. Gitu. Kayak memori. Kirain.
What? Then
I believe you have witnessed a failed attempt with your own eyes.
Itu masuk ke masa lalu.
Can everything in Telat so easily be changed?
Every witness a failed attempt with our own eyes. Can everything?
Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall?
The prophecies are usually only the future as seen. Oh iya benar. Could things be happening in hidden corners where God's gaze does not fall?
Are the things that you shall see different from the fate that the gods perceive?
Perceive itu
what is she talking about? It all sounds really impressive and
oh,
important
perceive
and stuff, but
iya.
it also sounds kind of scary.
I believe that you understand, right? Some things are insignificant, but others you must reach out to change. Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future. All you need to do is to play your part. This was good tea, by the way. Thank you for your hospitality. Well, that'll be all for today.
The voice.
Anjir. Iya itu masuk ke masa lalu, lebih keingatan ini. Kan kirain bisa begitu kan, bisa ngasih tahu juga.
Alright. Hey, it's you who's getting...
Well, I see I've walked in on some lively banter. Fine, just fine. I went to take part in that Steambird panel. It turned out to be more... Not all Fontanians are pessimistic about this. One journalist mentioned that sitting around and waiting for the end to come would be wrong, and that they should make their own rescue preparations. I agreed, so we had a brief chat with her.
Did she have pink hair by any...
Why, yes! It was Charlotte. You remember her, right? I'm in
The
full
devil
support of
journalist.
her view. Prophecies are very important, but how can people allow their lives to be commandeered by just a few words?
Iya, bener sih. Pasti ada ya, bener. Bener.
That's right! Paimon's glad to hear being sensible for once.
Yes. About what we had discussed before. I did try, but I'm afraid I couldn't reach the old hag.
Oh.
I'll try again tonight, but I wouldn't get your hopes up. Huh?
Tuh kan, pasti.
Goodness gracious. Are you serious?
She said that even the God's Gaze has blind spots.
God's Gaze has blind
Pretty
spots.
bold if you ask Paimon. Most people would believe the gods to be all-knowing, right?
Gila ya.
The Hexen Circle members are certainly anything but ordinary. As for the mage named N, the old hag has mentioned her a few times. She said that N's sense of direction is incredible, and that she loves guiding those who are lost.
Halo Bang, halo juga, Kayuni, welcome, selamat siang. Gimana kabarnya?
But I've never met her, and if she were still alive, she'd be... Well, suffice it to say that the hag's at least a few hundred now, and N's been around for longer than that.
Baru jangan gue, Bang, saran gue lu butuh popcorn. Gue maunya sih begitu. Cuman gue salah nih. Gue ngerjain Archon Quest tapi dengan keadaan gue lagi ngantuk. Jadi fokusnya harus fokus banget baru nge. Ini aja bahasa Inggrisnya aja masih di translate sama ponakan gue. To say that the hex at least a few hundred and run for long. Buset, tua bener nih N anjir.
Whoa, the Hexen Circle sounds like a scary group. But they must really stay in shape to live so long.
Enggak. Ini penasaran gue. Gue emang lagi ngantuk guanya, Zenex. Ini penasaran bukan ngantuk lagi nih.
Their abilities alone
Kalau Archon Quest
pretty
gue
terrifying.
nggak pernah ngantuk.
If she came to see
Mana
you
ponakan itu
personally,
yang
then
lore?
the problem you're facing must truly be of great importance.
Yang obeng. Yang bikin ngantuk tuh World Quest. Nah itu iya, nggak ada suaranya, lebih bosan lagi. Kenapa nggak rubah sub Indo aja? Kadang sub Indo juga suka nggak bener. Gue bahasa Indonya kan nggak terlalu dalam juga. Inggris bisa, cuman nggak terlalu dalam juga. Jadi gue tuh bisa aja gitu. Gue ponakan Omongki, oh iya, bener kali. Kita kan bersaudara, beda bapak emak ya. Brother from another mother ya kan.
Well, it's not like Paimon could understand anything she said.
Yes, she was quite cryptic, but I suspect she means that there's still a way to turn things around. She didn't say when or what that would be, though, so perhaps it is something that you cannot know right now.
Our words are meant have a hint, but when will we realize their value? Oh, dia cuma kasih hint doang ya. Buyut bututnya buyut kita sekuat real.
Traveler, Paimon, are you two
Real,
alright?
betul kali.
Oh, we're fine. We're just a little down right now.
I see. I guess you could consider me someone who has often witnessed fate. So far as I have seen, it cannot be swayed. But even so, I still hope for and believe in miracles. Astrology is eternal and rational, but fate may not be. Perhaps that's what N was trying to tell you. Not to lose heart, and to believe that what you are seeing playing out before you is not yet set in stone. I did originally think of steering clear of all this, but I couldn't. Even if this is all futile, I still wish to help everyone. If we don't struggle to the last, then how can we face the end when it comes?
Bener sih. Kalau kita nggak kayak berusaha gitu, kita berusaha sampai akhir, mana kita tahu kan? Bener juga sih.
Huh. You do have a point.
There I go, talking about astrological principles again. Sorry about that. The moment I start talking about work-related stuff. I need to get going. It was worth trying to comfort you, even if only a little. I believe that you'll help those who are struggling in the same way I did.
Ini aja udah ngeselin Mona ya kan. Apalagi yang lain tuh
I
lebih
suppose
ngeselin
that
lagi
might
Mas.
be why we always seem to meet by coincidence.
Lawak.
Paimon feels
Lucu
kinda
juga sih bisa
moved
ketemu
by what
Mona
Mona
di sini
said,
gara-gara dia tahu fate
but
gitu kan.
also kinda sad too.
Astrologi, tentang astrologi kan dia tahu masa depan gitu kan. Ini ada, jadi bagus juga sih. Halo Jay, thank you udah mampir, selamat sore, selamat siang, thank you udah mampir. Sekarang live siang kah? Live pagi. Kalau lagi nggak ada kerjaan, gue live pagi sampai sore, sampai jam 3. Kalau ada kerjaan di pagi, gue live sore, gitu.
Hey traveler, Paimon suddenly feels like going outside for a walk. Let's walk
Gitu,
around the
Jay.
city, shall we? There's a few spots we always like to walk.
Ini suruh jalan-jalan, lagi ada urusan deh, jalan-jalan, Cok. Tahu Hansen nggak Bang? Nggak tahu. Saya taunya Hansel and Gretel, gue taunya. Mona satu penulis artikel di Steamboat. Oh iya? Bentar dong. Relax aja dulu bentar.
Our names are written in this newspaper. What's going on?
Ini sambil aja nyambil. Habis ini bakal berat, nggak apa-apa. Santai.
Let Paimon see. The underwater stronghold, the Fortress of MEREKA, has continued in its noble autonomy. But that does not mean that others cannot interact. My recent attempts to enter the fortress bore little fruit. Guess Charlotte still hasn't given up. Thus, did an Outlander friend become the focus of this report? A blind adventurer with their white fairy, legends trailing in their wake. It is said that this mysterious traveler once... So while the fortress's interior remains a mystery behind closed doors, do not fear, for the tales of the traveler contain surprises in space.
Anjing, masih aja pinter bener tuh.
Journalist Charlotte's biggest scoop yet. The Traveler's Trail, World Walker.
World Walker gitu.
Charlotte took so many awesome photos of us and we never even noticed. She hasn't been able to get a hold of anything at the
Pace-nya
fortress, so
bener-bener
since
dimainin di
we're
story ini
easier to
lagi.
find, she's
Ini
using
lagi
us as the
santai, iya.
subject matter instead.
Tadi penuh misteri bener.
Seriously?
Gue kesel tau gak? Kalau lagi tegang, dibikin santai, malas banget tau. Gue benci banget dah. Jadinya tuh kita hilang fokus jadinya. Itu yang gue benci tuh dari Archon Quest yang ini. Geblek juga.
We're here! But...
Nggak jelas anjir jadinya. Dinamikanya berasa betia anjir. Lu disuruh mikir, terus tiba-tiba lu disuruh santai, terus lu disuruh mikir lagi. Anjing. Orang lagi fokus, hancur fokusnya anjir.
That's the limited edition, only 16 slices a day cake!
Oh iya nih.
It was so delicious the last time we tried it.
Jadi makan makanya anjir.
One slice of cake, please. Someone showed up after all. Oh, wait, you're the one from the Palais Mermonia.
Oh, are you here to buy cake too? It seems Monsieur Nervalet was right. You really can eat.
You really can eat.
Did he really say something like that?
Tadinya ini berhari-hari jalannya bang. Kita yang mainnya ya cuma berapa jam. Iya
That's
sih.
right. Even he has his own preferences when it comes to food. As for me, I love the cake and coffee here.
Ini lucu banget. Ini Meluzin lucu ya. Meluzin jadi officer gitu lucu ya. Jadi polisi gitu kan. Mereka bisa apa itu pertanyaannya itu doang coy.
Do you come here often?
Usually every day.
Usually every day. Gitu.
Every day?
It's part of my daily schedule, apart from work. I shall have my cake and coffee.
I shall have my cake and coffee. Meluzin punya sayap gitu tuh. Iya punya sayap, bisa terbang nggak pertanyaannya? Kalau langsung kelar ya bener-bener kerja Rodi anjir sehari problem selesai. Iya sih. Iya sih. Tapi gimana ya Pak?
Then what if someone told you one day that this place would be closing soon?
Kan udah mau
and you wouldn't get to eat
kiamat
cake here
istilahnya
anymore?
coy anjir.
What would you think?
Udah disaster udah deket lagi ya. Jadi bukannya kerja yang cepet gitu, cari akal gitu kan sampai Furina bisa ngomong gitu. Ini nyantai dulu, jalan dulu, makan dulu anjir. Ngobrol dulu sama Mona, tapi mau ngobrol sama Mona bagus sih. Dia kasih tahu juga. Cuman ini yang enggak jelas ini jalan-jalan. Lawak tuh. Ada yang punya, ada yang enggak. Kebanyakan enggak punya. Cuma beberapa yang punya. Sih itu Melusin ya. Saat dengar berita mau kiamat dia malah double porsi makan. Iya anjir nih. Game. Mau disasar ditinggalin Arko. Hah? Mau disasar ditinggalin Arko. Akhirnya ngeblank bingung gini. Makanya nih gak jelas nih. Kan perannya Tayuhito masih nanti. Jadi santuy dulu. Santai dulu gak sih? Males tuh tetep aja. Tetep aja anjir. Ditinggalin Arko. Udah hasil ditinggalin karena iya tadi ditinggalin kan sama si Furina pas ngobrol sama New Village bego anjir. Akhirnya ngeblank harus ngapain ya kan. Akhirnya bikin jebakan Batman. Cok lah.
Well, Paimon doesn't know either, but maybe the waters will rise tomorrow. You know, like in the prophecy.
Kasian banget. Kamu berfantasi tentang Melusin, enggak gitu, gue nggak furi tuh.
Oh, the prophecy. To be honest, I haven't paid much attention to that.
Terlalu santai nggak sih, padahal udah tahu
even
besok
if
ada
there'd be
tsunami.
no
Iya,
more cake
makanya
tomorrow, that
cok.
wouldn't keep me from having
Terlalu
some
santai,
today.
makanya ngeselin banget. Still, even if there's no more cake tomorrow, that wouldn't keep me from having some today. Anjing, ini juga nyantai banget nih Melusin tuh.
No, it's the same for eating in general. You might not be able to eat tomorrow, but if you can do so today, then you should carry on. That's what people call
Nyantai
living.
banget anjir. Ini juga lagi nyantai banget. Ya gini, Bir. Lu kerja buat presentasi minggu depan, tapi sehari sebelum kerjaan lu udah kelar. Masa iya lu kagak santai dulu mau majuin data presentasi? Nggak salah sih. Kan kita nggak tahu itu. Kan kita nggak tahu disasternya kapan. Kita kan nggak tahu disasternya kapan. Bisa detik ini juga, bisa menit ini juga, bisa hari ini, bisa itu. Kan nggak, kan harus kita kerjain. Karena semua antisipasi kan. Kalau ini kayak nggak ada antisipasinya, cok. Cuman dia plan, tapi antisipasinya nggak ada. Alertnya tuh nggak ada. Ngerti nggak? Alertnya tuh alert yang ini nih, alertnya tuh nggak ada gitu loh. Nih kayak gini, alertnya tuh nggak ada anjir. Cuman dia apa namanya, bikin jadwal, bikin kayak aduh gue lupa lagi cara ngomongnya. Kayak bikin planning, dia planning tapi udah planning bukan dikerjain gitu kan. Ini nyantai dulu anjir. Hari ini nggak sih kata Melusin, iya ngikutin hari ini nggak sih, iya bener. Nyantai ini juga Melusin ini juga nyantai banget kayak ntar juga bakal ini, iya kan. Sampai gitu.
Don't be sad. Excuse me, could I have 2 more slices of cake to go? These 2 slices are for you. Sijuin said that this kind of expression you're making is what humans call being sad.
Oh, you know Sijuin?
I sure do. She was
born before me.
And she sometimes comes to the surface to teach us things about humans. She said that humans are creatures that are saddened easily. Yes, and you can only lift their spirits by feeding them delicious food. So please try the cakes here.
Gila, Inggrisnya ini banget loh. Apa namanya, ngomongnya itu ini banget ya. Kayak formal banget. Tapi emang iya sih. Kan namanya juga polisi, ya kan. Gini deh, kita masang trap buat nangkap ayam. Kita ningin ayam kepancing, paksa ayam mau makan umpan. Nggak salah sih. Maksudnya udah kelaparan ya, sama sistem nunggu. Nggak salah. Ya itu, iya sih, bener juga. Juga baru belajar tentang manusia, iya juga. Bener. Jadi pasti lebih formal, iya formal banget sih emang. Ya nggak salah sih, Li. Nggak salah. Sebenarnya kita udah kelaparan, iya sih. Cuman gimana ya, Li ya? Iya kan, jadi dia cepet gitu loh, gercep gitu loh ngerjainnya. Ayo, kalau lo mau trap si Furina, cepet trap gitu loh, ya kan? Biar dia cepet spill, ya kan? Masa iya Masa iya kayak gini dulu, Trap langsung kerjain gitu loh, nggak usah nyantai-nyantai dulu. Anjir. Aku suka gesek tangan melusin nih, lucu sih. Aku suka melusin. Kenapa lu jadi suka melusin? So,
I've got something else to do, so I'll be going now. You two try to stay in a good mood after eating, all right? Bye.
Lucu banget coy anjir emang. Di sini namanya kiamat kita gak ada yang tahu. Ini live aja banyak tanda-tanda kiamat tapi masih berbuat dosa siapa? Gua, kita lah, gak lu doang coy, kita anjir. Ini yang bikin quest Arkon jadi membosankan. Iya coy, jadi kita dari penasaran, terus kita disuruh istirahat dulu penasarannya. Kan ntar jadi hilang fokus kan.
Alright, let's dig in.
Iya nggak?
It's more delicious than last time. And the sure would be nice if we could always eat delicious.
Berarti kita ini adalah representasi dari Setawi, santai dulu gak sih? Iya bener. Iya representasi dari, nggak salah sih. Iya, harusnya kita udah prepare gitu ya. Tapi kita, udahlah besok gitu kan. Tapi kan kalau ini kan, iya sama aja sih, kiamat juga gitu. Ini lagi ngomong sama Charlotte, ngapain? So.
Wow, if it isn't the Traveler and Paimon! Oh, have you seen the article I wrote about you?
Ha! You've got some nerve! You just used us to make some quick mora!
Oh, you needn't worry about that. I heard that you were in Poisson some time back, so I sent you a letter to discuss just that. It's all right, though. I've set aside the amount intended for you. I've even set the table with some food.
Really?
You're almost a little too easy to win over, Paimon. If I were a journalist with ulterior motives, you'd be in trouble now, you know.
If I were a journalist with ulterior motive, you'll be in trouble. Udah gampang dihasut. Kadang kalau gue ada kalau gue ada niat jelek, lu bakal banyak ini masalah, goblok juga anjir.
Oh, Paimon knows.
Still, what brings you here all of a sudden?
When Mona mentioned you, we thought of coming to see you at work.
Charlotte malah minta kiamatnya ditunda. Mau kerja besok gitu.
I see. It seems you've already bumped. So she mentioned me?
She said that you're a real daredevil of a journalist.
Nice. In which case, can this daredevil journalist dare to request an exclusive interview with the legendary Traveler and Paimon?
Huh? So your article in the paper today doesn't get...
Oh, of course it doesn't. That was more like live photography.
Bacot lah. Gua nggak mau baca lah.
If I say... Oh, so that's a yes?
Suruh ngapain sih dia?
So much to get done now.
Males banget, nggak, udah melenceng dari cerita anjir.
And what's that?
If, just for example,
ini baru nih.
Fontaine were to be...
Huh, that's the prophecy you're talking about, isn't it? I mean, I do hear about it often, but I've never once thought that the day could be tomorrow. If you're seriously asking, then I might try and think of a way to leave Fontaine. Oh, but I'm still a journalist first and foremost. That means I have a duty to be reporting from the scene. And secondly, I wouldn't forsake my homeland that easily. From what I've seen, most people don't know what they'd do should the worst come to pass. In truth, it might be better just to behave like normal rather than worry over such an end.
Iya, ini juga nyantai banget lagi nih orang anjir. In truth, it might be better to just behave like normal rather than worry. Anjing nyantai juga, cok, sama aja. Bener sih. Mendingan nyantai aja daripada kita stres kan. Nggak salah sih. Opportunist banget Charlotte. Tiap ada kesempatan minta wawancara, bener. Harus malah minta kiamatnya ditunda. Oh iya bener itu udah. Kalian jawabnya apa guys kalau ditanya Paimon gitu? Nyantuy aja nggak sih?
So in all likelihood, I'd probably still be prepping at the office for that interview of ours. I know what
iya bener dong mau kerja buat interview aja.
It's best to do what you enjoy.
It sounds a bit sad, but I've always believed that it's best to do what you enjoy. Iya bener nyantai dulu, cok, kerja dulu anjir. Aku juga paling santai aja.
Just think about it. If this nation really were to be suddenly destroyed tomorrow, but I still successfully finish an exclusive interview with a truly unique person, then the story I would wind up writing would truly be timeless.
Iya juga.
And then do you know what I'd do? Well, I'd write that story, send it for printing, and use messenger pigeons to get copies out to the various nations as soon as possible.
Oportunis sekali bener. Bener yang bilang oportunis. Iya, Zynex tuh. Oportunis sekali bener.
Nor am I a workaholic, but I do love my job. And I'd be proud of leaving such an article behind. I guess you could say that I was born to be a journalist. But anyway, that's my answer. And on that note, I'll get back to my preparations.
That's so nice. All of a sudden, Paimon actually kinda envies her.
Dia nyantai aja.
Anyway, let's go and take a look at the sea, shall we?
Aduh, makan, ngobrol, liatin ini pemandangan ya kan. Liatin laut.
The sea breeze and scenery can be a pretty soothing combo. Paimon's been thinking. If it wasn't Fontaine, but all of Tevat that would be destroyed tomorrow, where would we go and what would we do? No, Paimon should ask, if you could choose, what would you like to do?
Suddenly trying to consider what to do is
We've
pointless.
always been moving to the next destination, so we haven't spent much time thinking about these kinds of things. We didn't have to either, with us always being on the road and whatnot. You mean, still traveling?
He's cherishing the moment.
Wait, isn't that what we've always been doing?
Sedih sini pertanyaan Paimon ih. Halo, Sebastius, welcome. Thank you to mampir. The mentor goes back and forth between the two of you as time slips by. As nightfall, you return to accommodation and this busy day. The next few days are just as calm. So comes find you and connects the interview in di foto dong. Navia having finished her business in Poison even drops by to take a photo with two of you. All goes well. So gitu ya.
Feels like you'll grow mold if you stay here long enough. But it's still better than the Fortress of MEREKA, that's for sure.
Ah, so the two of you are still here.
Oh, you're from the Palais Mermonia, aren't you?
Yes, I'm Isadora. Monsieur Nervillet sent me to look for you two before. I heard that afterward you went to the fortress. Not at all. I'm well aware that you're friends of his. Actually, I'm here to pass along. Yes, inside the Opera House. The Maréchaussée Phantom has declared the incident a small-scale riot.
A riot?
Well, that said, I don't
Ngapain nih,
personally
Bang?
think it was that
Halo.
serious.
Ahmad, iya, lagi quest. Story Arton quest. By the way, welcome ya, thank you, selamat siang. Bayangin Bang Dawi itu udah selesai perjalanan di Tibet. Si Paimon bakalan ditinggal apa gimana? Ya, kita belum tahu ras sama masa lalu Paimon sih. Kayaknya nggak bakal ditinggal lah, gila udah kelar perjalanan ya, masa Paimon ditinggal, cok. Walaupun dia kan best guide ever, ya kan. Tapi kan tetep lu udah build relationship sama Paimon, ya kan. Masa lu tinggal begitu aja, bye Paimon, thank you, bye gitu. Lu kayak manis sepadi buang, cok. Kasian banget. Kayaknya sih nggak mungkin kayak gitu sih ya. Maybe mereka bakal travel ke dunia lain sama kakak adenya gitu kan. Maksudnya Paimon bakal sama kakak adenya gitu. Sama yang si Lumin bertiga ke mana, ke dunia lain atau kemana, who knows ya kan. Udah kasih Tibet bukan di sender. Iya. Maybe mereka bisa pergi ke tempat lain kan, who knows kan. Paling dimakan. Kayaknya sih ditinggal, kasihan banget. Bisa jadi dia balik lagi ke tempatnya dia, bisa jadi. Nah, kebayang spesies Paimon kayak gimana. Spesies Paimon kayak gimana ntar yang lain. Tapi enggak lah, kayak di
was
bawah
watching a
sih.
performance at the Opera House, and while she was resting during an intermission, some other audience members suddenly started harassing her.
While she was resting during
Loudly accusing her of doing nothing about the prophecy crisis.
Oh, ini plannya udah jalan nih.
And before she could respond, others started to join in. The crowd continued to grow, and protests against the Hydro Archon started to break out.
So people have started to put the blame on Farina. Guess they finally found an outlet for the pressure they've been under due to the prophecy.
Bayangin ada 10 Paimon yang ikutin time itu. Anjir, rusuh banget.
I agree.
People will naturally rely on gods, as is customary. But the moment people feel threatened, gods are also the first to be blamed.
So what happened after that is for...
Seeing that the situation was spiraling out of control and that further argument was pointless, she claimed that she'd gotten tired of this and left in a hurry.
Dasar. Pergi dari masalah apa? Lari dari masalah mulu.
The Marechaussee Phantom had their hands full maintaining order and did not catch where Lady Farina had gone. Only when things had stabilized did we realize that she had gone missing.
Loh, cabut hilang. Abis menemani Trailblazer juga akan kepisah sama saudara terus Paimon bakal teman. Hah? Trailblazer juga bakal pisah sama saudaranya. Terus Paimon bakal teman. Oh ya, beda. Ini lagi dong. Genshin Part 2 dong.
So, you mean she's still missing?
That's right. The Marechaussee has dispatched many people to search for her, but we don't have any leads
Saya
yet.
pernah bertanya nggak kenapa sejauh ini Paimon asal-muasalnya belum diceritain. Masih lah, masih penasaran juga. Kenapa dia bisa, kenapa dari mana asalnya dia, iya.
That said, I don't think there's much to worry
Masih
about.
kemarin
She
Hunter
isn't
yuk.
God after all. Even if she were to fall into the hands of rioters, what could ordinary people do to her?
Bener.
Good. Monsieur Nervillet sent me to tell you about the situation, but he didn't say...
Don't worry, this is more than enough to go on.
Ah, is that so? Well, all right then.
Ya kan, bener ini udah urusannya
Well,
gitu.
sounds like we should hurry over to Poisson then. If we know Farina, she won't try to fix things in this situation. Instead, and as we also know, she may be loud and dramatic, but she doesn't have a heart of stone. When Nervalet was talking to her in the Palais Mermonia, and she heard about Poisson, she couldn't hide her. It would be hard for her to ignore being accused by... Paimon thinks Farina's probably taken the opportunity to slip away to Poisson and try to relieve the sense of guilt that she's feeling. Huh. Well, what do you think? Paimon, in that case, there's not a moment to lose.
Iya, makanya padahal kemarin pas di Minso dia udah bilang kalau penduduk Tibet, tapi kok udah diceritain walaupun dikit gitu. Iya bener. Masih dibikin penasaran sih pastinya. Suan Lumin buat nemenin MC.
This place looks deserted. Guess
Bisa
all the
jadi.
survivors must have
Ya maminya
evacuated
pada
already.
kemana?
All that's left here are signs of
Maminya pada kemana
devastation.
gitu?
Could Farina really be here? Let's try to find her as soon as possible.
Kasian banget.
That's Farina, right over there.
Bang Farina udah bagus segitu
really
atau ada
is here all on her own.
Apanya? Hah? Lu hah? Maksudnya? Terlalu susah bahas Paimon. Anjay lu beli gradernya bang, belilah.
Should I just give up?
Kasian banget.
This is all meaningless. What was meant to happen did happen after all.
Review Farina aing maksudnya.
Everyone's
Oh. Iya ntar ya.
I'm sorry. I am so sorry.
Kasian banget.
Give up, Farina. There's no point in holding out. I'm sorry. But what can I even do? Other than to repeat meaningless apologies over and over.
Kasian banget.
Who's that?
Don't worry, Farina. It's just us.
So it is you, blonde traveler from another land. Why, I almost thought you were someone from that mob of my ignorant subjects. Come to kneel and beg for my forgiveness.
Masih aja ngedrama anjing. Kasian apa nyebelin bang? Kasian juga sih sebenarnya. Tapi nyebelin kayak lagi sekarang gini depan orang tuh dia nyebelin. Tapi kayak pas barusan dia ngomong tuh itu kasian banget sih. Gimana ya bang? Kasian sih dia kan harusnya menjaga kedamaian juga kan harusnya. Apapun yang dialami, yang kesusahan di Fontaine harusnya kan dia tanganin kan. Cuman kalau dia ngedrama mulu kayak gini, Mau dilihat cuma jadi badut doang di depan orang-orang. Abis itu di belakangnya dia sedih. Iya. Ya kalau dia sedih kasihan juga jadinya. Dia kayak gimana tuh namanya ya? Kayak walaupun dia god, tapi dia juga kayak manusia juga lah gitu. Pasti apa yang mau ngomongnya gimana ya? Gue susah juga sih ngomongnya ya. Kasian lah gitu. Dia kan kalau lihat orang-orang dia pada mati juga pasti ada rasa bersalah kan. Kan dia kan perlu juga ngebantu mereka orang gitu kan.
Farina, you were crying just now, weren't you? The tear stains on your face are obvious.
Iya, kasihan tau sebenarnya. Cuman bego aja, ngeselin aja pas dia jadi badutnya itu loh.
What do you mean, tear stains? I remember. The show at the Opera House earlier this morning was so moving. I'm still trying to process it.
Apa nih? Tapi kan, loh kok di-delete Ren? Tapi kan dia emang manusia sekarang. Iya sih. Iya ya, oh iya dia manusia sekarang ya. Si Loren kepencet gak tuh? Rocker juga manusia. Punya rasa, itu lagu, kayak gitu kan maksudnya. Oh enggak, kalau manusia dia udah tahu Ren. Kalau manusia dia manusia kan? Dia manusia kan sebenarnya? Iya, Ren. Kan God, kan kayak si Fenty, Chongli gitu kan manusia kan? Tapi masih bisa. Iya, dia manusia, nggak form God kan? Iya nggak sih? Sebenarnya udah tahu kena spoiler juga dari orang sih. Maksudnya dari Instagram juga. Iya kan formnya form manusia sekarang. Bukan ya walaupun dia masih bisa melakukan God things gitu. Pas sendiri nangis. Iya. Nggak mau ngomong dulu takut nge-spoiler. Iya kan? Dia kan sama kayak Nahida juga kan yang sebelumnya mati terus dia Nahida mati lagi. Ruka Devata mati terus jadi Nahida ya kan. Ya tetap God tapi form manusia gitu. Waduh beda. Oh beda ya? Pengen ngomong tapi spoiler. Jangan. Ntar deh gue ini. Ya udah enggak apa, udah. Ntar.
Who did that uncivilized rabble think they were? Disturbing my enjoyment of the
Bocah
arts.
ginjal lu. Lanjut aja dulu ya.
They even dare to doubt their archon. I must teach them a lesson. I can just imagine their twisted and frustrated faces once they realize that I'm nowhere to be found. Oh, and I'm sure Nouvellette and those people from the Marish Dose Phantom are freaking out right next to them too.
Udah gila anjir.
Of course not.
Hey, there she is. The Hydro Archon's over there. Quick, after her.
Anjir. Yang satu dijual buat nge-whale. Yoi. Tumit paru-parunya anjir. Sehat-sehat ya, sering minum air biar karena ginjal lu gak berat banget. Iya malah kalah Red Off. Nahidanya mana? udah jual ginjal masa gak dapet Nahida. Anjing gue jahat ya. Halo Sato, welcome. Thank you One Piece, sama curi. My friend. itu ginjal 1M masa iya gak dapet lain. Datang 3 kali gitu. Anjir kocak. Santai aja mau ketawa. Justru harus gue kencengin biar gak ngantuk gue. Akun utama ke akun quest iya. Satu. Emang ada tahun sekarang akun gak? Aduh. Kasihan. Saya masuk kasihan Chan dibully. Canda, jangan gitu dong. Saya masih ya, kayak gitu masa dibully? Enggak bercanda coy. Gimana? Parah anjir, Zanex juga. Gue udah gak lanjutin dia. Kasihan dong. Aduh, anjir. Dan saya juga gak ada Nahida. Kalau lo emang gak mau satu main Dendro, kan masih ada MC aja. Aku tuh bisa senyum karena juga gak ada punya. Lu gak punya Nahida juga, Noah? Kalau gitu Serbasius, lu punya 2 temen. Punya temen lu 1 dan Noah tuh. Anjir lah. Ngapain mesti sama karena aduh, anjir. Aduh, kocak. Aduh, lawak sih. Alergi warna hijau. Nggak suka makan sayur, toh itu, toh. Aduh, anjir. Aduh. Sampai nangis gue, anjir. Aku juga kalah 2. Sama tuh Serbasius. Gue senang warnanya. Aduh, anjir. Kasian lo Noah sama Serbasius, anjir, kalah 2 kali. Aduh, lawak ada aja ya.
They're just some rabbit fans
Rabbit
who want to
fans.
cut the line because they haven't been able to meet me in person, aren't they?
Lawak.
That's against the rules. I can't let them get their way.
Kabur anjir.
Farina just ran off.
Kasian sih.
Quick, we have to catch up with her.
Aduh, sabar ya Serbasius ya. Kok hilang? Ngumpet.
This should be the place, right? Hey, Farina! There's a good hiding spot over here. Quick, come to Paimon before the rest of them catch up to you.
What?
Hurry, they're almost here.
Fine. I suppose haste is warranted. Lead the way.
Blok. Dub N jadi kayak baru gitu ya, gak pernah ganti dub soalnya JP terus. Kalau gue kan karena gamenya gue delete. Gara-gara restart, ke delete. Gara-gara gue restart factory reset si PC-nya kemarin yang pas hang itu satu. Jadi gue udah gak mau download lagi. Dulu mah sebelum ganti PC pakai Jepang. Sekarang gue lebih biasa pakai Inggris.
No, I merely gave in to the sheer enthusiasm they displayed.
Nadis ngeselin banget ketawanya, Cok.
You're right. Yep, that's a good girl.
That's a good girl, anjir. What? Wah, ada lagi dong.
What's happening? The ground...
Yeah, a quake of this kind preceded
Ketawanya
the flooding in
kocak. Emang,
Poisson,
Cok.
didn't it?
It can't be. It's happening again.
Well, there's no need to worry too much about that. Novelette's made some emergency plans, so the evacuation should go a lot smoother this time.
Yeah, but the people of Poisson, they've already...
Bentar ya. Harus coba bahasa Mandarin sih. Bahasa Mandarin juga bagus sih. Gempa lagi. Has Furina finally reached her limit? Now that she's talking about her actual feelings, she's starting to look far less stiff. Setelah Archon Quest, Furina malu besar gak ya?
It's true.
Maksudnya?
I've been investigating the prophecy for hundreds
Nah,
of years.
dikasih tahu nih. Di cewek Furinanya suaranya cocok buat dibully, tapi ama lucunya juga. Pas dia sedih. Oh, ada lucunya juga. Poison dibacanya kayak croissant. Yoi, emang mirip kan?
I once had informants all over Tevat, searching for clues and feeding information back to me. I've tried all kinds of ways too to hold back the sea. Anything to keep the coastline from advancing. But all my efforts proved to be futile in the end. Really, the truth has been clear to me for a very long time.
Kasian banget. Nah, ini udah nih. Nah, ini enak. Iya. Nggak kayak tadi ngeselin tuh.
We cannot make an enemy of the divine. No matter what we do, the will of the heavenly principles will have its way, and the prophecy shall be fulfilled. Give up. I do love the sound of that phrase. It would mean finally coming to terms with fate, but also for me to finally be free. Indeed, I've thought about giving up so many times, especially after we almost lost Poisson.
Oh ya? Oh, kalau ini lucu ya kalau di. Oh. Iya, aku malah lebih suka yang Jepangnya. Ah, I see.
Fate is really unreasonable, isn't it? It has no heart and obeys no rules. The prophecy has only just started to come true, and so many people have already lost their lives. But just now, it all became clear to me. I still don't have the right to come to terms with fate on behalf of everyone else. As long as the final moment hasn't come, it's still not too late. Don't worry. I will keep hope alive for everyone until the very end. Well,
Ya,
that's
dia
enough
lagi,
for now.
berubah lagi.
I got the impulse to play the stricken maiden, but honestly, considering my rank and station, that wasn't a good fit at all.
Ngeselin banget anjir, tiba-tiba dibalik lagi. Tampol juga nih.
Don't take any of what I just said seriously. How could I possibly let Fontaine fall to the whims of trivial prophecy?
Tai, trivial prophecy gak tuh? Anjing. Dari kasihan jadi kesel anjir. Habis dari kesel ke kasihan lagi. Bangke emang anjir. Cok lah.
Come on! Paimon could have sworn you were actually being honest just now.
Goblok anjir. Kesel banget gue anjir. Guys, scare one like this. Keeping your people are more than willing to share.
Share my burden.
Nah, anjing kan balik lagi kan? Udah kelaparan, BRB bang, nyari resource kehidupan. Oke, Gili, thank you.
That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone. A witness. Yes, I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here. And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you? If that's the case...
Ayo, kasih tahu. Cepet kasih tahu, Cok. What? Oh, iya. Oh iya, dijadiin ini ya. Dijadiin, oh. Ini trapnya dia ini.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes my opening performance.
Oh ya? Oh iya. So kaget loh saya next.
Now, without further ado, we may proceed to the trial of our god.
So, this is what it is. Yes, you deserve praise for the effort you took to raise the dramatic stakes.
Langsung Kaito Kid-nya guys. Apa tuh Kaito Kid?
Do not forget, however, that I am Fosalor, the god of justice, the embodiment of justice itself. Does it not strike you as even the least bit absurd to bring the very concept of justice to trial?
May I interpret these words as your refusal to stand trial? In that case, you will have the opportunity to defend your honor through a duel.
Duel?
You would draw your blade against a god? I see. It seems like you have made up your mind.
Oh, dari Conan. Rupanya udah mau ngomong terbuka tadi, iya. Di yang JP lebih mengharukan ya. Dikeluarin nggak? Oh, enggak.
I can't believe it. She just surrendered.
What the heck is going on? Did I just see an Archon surrender to a human?
Wow, how utterly humiliating.
Lady Farina, what is the meaning of this?
Anjir, mukanya nyusahin anjir. Lihat mukanya tengil banget, so. Anjir.
It would seem that there has been a misunderstanding. To be clear, the raising of both hands is not always an indication of surrender.
Looking for excuses again, huh?
I raised my hands just now to indicate my acceptance of the trial. No duel shall be necessary.
Oh, dia mau ikut trial. Oh, iya.
I will admit that I've been running away for a long time. I'm sorry, everyone. I was unable to protect the people of Poisson. It is my duty to stand trial for my crimes. You are not the only ones to be disappointed in me. I, too, am exceedingly disappointed in myself. But now, it is time for the Hydro Archon to show you her courage and resolve. I, Farina, will use this trial to show the world the true meaning of justice!
Anjir, keren, Cok!
This time, I will protect you. Applaud and rejoice. One of the most outrageous and fantastical arcs known to the opera epiclese is now unfolding before your eyes.
Anjir, keren banget tuh. Kurasa seriusnya iya.
Mark my words. This shall be one of the most exhilarating and brilliant shows ever to grace the stage of Fontaine. The trial of the Hydro Archon, Fosalor, will now begin!
Tepuk tangan dulu dong, anjay. Tumben udah gak lari lagi, ya kan?
Oh, now we're making history.
Jadi apa males tuh.
Why does it feel like Farina just took over the whole thing? Like, come on! Didn't she just get forced to stand trial for her crimes?
Did she just get forced to stand trial for her crimes? NPC-nya gak lihat. Iya, NPC gak lihat tuh.
Also, even though she's still acting super dramatic, she is taking this seriously this time, right?
All right, then. Who will be my opponent in this trial?
The court asks the prosecutor to please take the stand.
Oh, dia dong.
Is that so? Very well. Then please speak, witness of Tivat.
And still it turned out like this in the end. Padahal dia udah mau kasih tahu ya, dia bilang. Kocak sih ini.
Also, please allow me to ask, as a final question before the trial begins, just how much work did you do to force me onto this stage?
Well, we did do a lot of prep after the meeting that day.
I can go over the tasks assigned to the Spina di Rosula, since they were rather straightforward and easy.
Navia, the president of...
Most of the people who participated in the disturbance this morning were my subordinates.
Oh.
They changed into plain clothes and came to the Opera House as regular audience members, waiting for the perfect opportunity to incite insurrection against you. The people's resentment against their Archon has been building as more and more of the prophecy is fulfilled. A spark was all we needed to turn smoldering anger into a flame. Moreover, according to our understanding and analysis of you, when something like that occurred, you would likely flee the scene and head to Poisson by yourself. So, we arranged for a second group to lie in wait there.
So, you mean... the ones who scoured the settlement for me were also from the Spina?
And their goal was to force you to step into the giant magic box so you may personally participate in the greatest magic performance in all of Fontanian history.
That's right. That house was a magic box, rather than someone's residence.
As the super ultimate version of the setup that I used when I first performed at the Opera Epiclese, the volume of the box was increased by a whole order of magnitude, and the distance it traversed was the entire gap between Poisson and Areneas. Its cargo, of course, was an Archon instead of a human. My thanks, Farina. Without your help, we could never have pulled off such an extraordinary performance.
You're welcome?
Of course, this performance was only made possible with Father's support. The House of the Hearth spent a massive amount of labor in Mora to pull this off. We had to select a location, construct the giant magic box, dig a tunnel, and open up a path through the water. It was a lot of work for all of us.
So, in other words, the earthquake that we felt within the giant magic box was just a normal tremor from the transportation of the whole house?
That's right. It wasn't a sign of another disaster to come.
Then, I can guess Nervilette and Cloran's parts. You gathered a crowd, prepared a stage, and made sure that the champion duelist would be immediately ready for a fight. Also that as soon as I appeared on the stage, the trial may commence without a hitch. Am I right?
Yes, that is correct.
Well, Clorand, I must commend you for your courage. Only the most outstanding champion duelist in all of Fontaine would accept a duel with an Archon without flinching.
Thank you.
As for you, traveler, I suppose your role was to keep me distracted with conversation once you found me in Poisson. You'd make sure that I didn't notice anything amiss before revealing yourself as my prosecutor once we'd arrived onto...
Oh?
Is that so? It's fine. It matters not. What's done is done.
Namanya bikin awkward anjay. Iya.
The stage is already set, so there's no reason to
Saksinya
disappoint the
dipakai,
audience. Let's see this trial through to the very end.
Sir Prosecutor, please allow me to pass this along. This is a document that Miss Charlotte applied for and received permission to share with you during the trial. According to her...
Huh? Charlotte wanted to give us something? Oh, so she's here too! Hey, Charlotte! Oh, let Paimon see. Isn't this the exclusive interview that she did with us? Wait, That means this document is a perfect timeline of everything that's happened ever since we stepped foot in Fun. So in other words, we can refer to this anthology of evidence every time we want to use something from our journey as evidence for an argument. Let's quickly confirm the information. Just think of it as a reflection, alright?
You defeated the Hydro Archon in the very first duels you took part in at the Opera House. That's one for the history books, all right. I didn't think that you'd wind up getting to the bottom of the case I'd been following all this time. This is the first time Monsieur Nervillette had a difference of opinion with the Oratries.
Panjang banget, udah lah. Itu di bawah.
The prosecution and the defense are both in position. The trial shall now begin.
Oh, come on, Nervillette. Just fast forward to the part where the prosecution lays out my offenses. As the defendant and the lead actress of this performance, I still haven't even been informed of my supposed guilt in all of this. Of course, it is only natural for humans to struggle to understand the actions of a god. However, you will need more than that to convict me of a crime.
That's true, but my charge here is unrelated to your conduct as an Archon. Instead, I would like to charge you as a fraud who's never been the Archon in the first place.
Wait, what was that? Lady Farina's a fraud?
Hey, I came here thinking that we were going to try the Hydro Archon for forsaking her duty, but did I hear—
Charge accepted. Lady Farina, do you plead guilty to the charge? Lady Farina.
I plead not guilty. How can I be guilty? There is no way that I, Focalor, otherwise known as Farina de Fontaine, a member of the Seven and the Regina of all waters, kindreds, peoples, and laws of Fontaine, could be anything other than your true Archon.
Yeah, even though Lady Farina can be rather eccentric,
Jadi
isn't it going
yang Archon siapa? Yang Archon New Village, toh. Suara kayak tua ya. Aether mah umurnya emang udah tua juga sih. Emang iya tua ya?
Yeah, I've never questioned her identity either. Sure, Lady Farina can be super irresponsible, but what grounds does that prosecutor have to make—
I have cause to believe that common sense will prevail in this case. Many of the members of the audience have known me as the Hydro Archon ever since they were born. There would be no fooling their memory. See? Even the Oratries has decided to show me its favor. Are you sure you want to commit to a charge that will never be upheld? If you wish to drop the case, I can promise you as the God of Justice that you will not have to face trial for making a false accusation. We will treat everything that's happened as a dramatic spectacle and move on with our lives. What do you say to that?
An argument with near impossible odds, huh? We have to not only refute Farina's claims, but also overturn the long-held beliefs of the people.
Well, I tried to give you the chance to surrender. If you must persist, then let me ask. If you believe I'm not the Archon, then what manner of being do you think I am? And if I was not the Archon, then how did I manage to live for over 500 years?
Ah, bangke lah. Ini apa, Cok? Ngaruh gak?
That doesn't sound—
Hayya. Oh, meeting dulu. Bener gak?
First of all, you may be a member of another long-lived race,
Adinya,
which would allow you to naturally—
Oh, ini dikasih tahu pas ngomong sama ini ya.
And second of all, even if that wasn't the case, there could be other ways to extend your life.
Adiknya aja umurnya 500 tahun di Tibet, belum dihitung saat di luar Tibet. Ceritanya mereka lebih tua daripada Zhongli sebelum Tibet.
Who gave you that idea?
Was it the knave? You'd sink so low as to use a harbinger's words against me.
A curse? I once thought it possible that the aura of an Archon might naturally resemble a type of curse.
Tunggu, adiknya aja umur 500 tahun. Di Tibet. Belum dihitung saat di luar Tibet ceritanya. Mereka lebih tua dari Zhongli sebelum itu. Iya sih. Bingung pilih bukti. Iya, gue juga
But in
bingung.
light of this claim, perhaps what I sensed was not your divinity, but a curse after all.
Perhaps what I sensed was not divinity.
You sensed it too, huh, Neverlet?
Lady Farina is actually a human?
No, actually a human?
Well, it is true that it's extremely difficult to tell humans and gods apart just by looking at them.
Baik lagi.
Well, don't start celebrating too early now. Even if I have been carrying a curse like you said, how does that prove that I am merely a human being? Besides, everyone knows that the main difference between a human and a god is the possession of authority. Gods can do what humans cannot. That's why they're worshipped as gods. For centuries, manifestations of my authority have served the nation of Fontaine. One need only to turn their eyes towards the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal in this very opera house, or consider the endemnitium that is used in every aspect of life.
Anjing. Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal. Bangke. Gara-gara kayak gitu, gue inget meme-nya bangke. Tai banget tau. The one time proof that was it put in actually. Di Fontaine dituduh human, di Sumeria nggak dianggap, di Inazuma Arkonnya puppet penuh akan masalah para Arkon. Iya, di Inazuma Arkonnya puppet penuh akan masalah para puppet penuh akan masalah para Arkon, iya aja. Ini bukan sih?
That doesn't sound...
That's conviction. That's conviction game.
You tried to reference the Oratrice. But weren't you as confused as all the rest of us when the Oratrice declared Child to be guilty without any proof? Otherwise, you should have come up with a good explanation for that by now.
Didn't I make myself clear at the time? The decisions of the gods are naturally difficult for humans to comprehend. There is no need to provide an explanation.
Lady Farina, I believe a reminder of your current circumstances is in order. While the court is in session, the principles of justice and the law must come before all else. While you are an Archon, you are also first and foremost the defendant in this trial. You will prove yourself unable to defend against the prosecution's charges if you continue to withhold vital information against the rules of the court.
I never thought you'd use that kind of rhetoric against me.
That was no trick of rhetoric, Lady Farina. I've merely reiterated the rules of the court. Rules that all should respect and follow.
Nunung momen pas nih berat yang ngomong iya. Ini kayu nih sama Senwasi sama aja anjir. Monster sama Lie paling tenang Arkonnya, iya. Satu mabuk, satu pensiun, iya. Iya, Arkonnya pura-pura mati emang tuh.
So, you neither knew why Child was declared guilty, nor did you understand the structure and operations of the Oratrice. Instead of having been created by you, the manifestations of authority you mentioned have been made by the real Hydro Archon, haven't they?
Have been created by you. Instead of having been created by you, the manifestation of authority you mentioned have been made by the real Hydro Archon.
The real Hydro Archon? Well, now you're really losing me. It is true that I did not know why the Oratrice gave out a guilty verdict that day. But the Oratrice handed out that verdict unilaterally. And it has been operating independently ever since it was first created. You can't argue that just because a divine creation is flawed, that the god behind it must also be no god at all.
She's still throwing out all kinds of excuses. Seems like she's confident that we won't be able to produce proof that she has no power over the Oratrice.
My power as an Archon. There are many ordinary citizens in the audience. How can I just carelessly demonstrate?
If that poses a concern, I'm prepared to extend my protection to the audience.
You don't need to.
Ayo, disuruh pakai power dia nggak bisa. Ayo. Ayo. Ayo, dia bingung, nggak ngerti. Ayo. Ayo, apakah Anda beneran manusia?
Aren't you the Hydro Archon? Or is it that you can't even wield the power of Hydro, much less the authority of a god?
Rugi punya pet aja.
Indemnitium! Yes! It's all because of Indemnitium! All Archons derive their power from the faith of the people, and I've converted the people's faith in justice into Indemnitium! Thus did I give up all of my divine power to provide everyone with energy for their daily lives. Have you ever seen a more magnanimous god?
Isn't that?
Yeah, no matter how generous an Archon can be, how could they give up all their power? Can
Iya,
a
bener
god with no
juga.
power even still be called a god?
Karena God with no power even still be called a god. Nah, mampus dah tuh. Cuma ulti lah biar ada gelembungnya. Anjir, nggak salah sih. Ayo lo. Ayo
Seems
lo.
like nobody's buying Farina's excuse.
Hey, come now, everyone. Please, I'm still the same Farina you knew, right? The one that you loved.
Dia udah mulai pusing.
Shouldn't you want to believe in me? Please? You've got to believe me.
If what the prosecutor said is true, she really has committed a grave offense.
Did she deceive all of us? And all of our parents and grandparents too? And then all of our ancestors?
Pusing
Enough.
dah tuh.
That's enough. Tell me then, if I'm not the real Hydro Archon, then who is?
Ageria.
If you have no evidence of another Hydro Archon's existence, nor can you find
Enggak,
anyone
udah
who can
mati ya
back
kan?
up their claim to be such,
Panik
then what
gak sih?
grounds
Panik
have
lah.
you to say that I'm not actually the real deal?
Wow, she came up with yet another argument.
Yang mana ya? Kayaknya ini deh. Enggak juga ya. Intuition. Oh ini. Yang ini. Enggak, bukan dong. Ini?
It has been established that all Fontanians can dissolve in water from the
Since you insist on claiming to be a god and not a human, then there's a method that you can use right here and now to eliminate all suspicions of you being the latter.
Miss Navia, please apply to serve as a temporary attorney for the prosecution before addressing the court. Though you act in partnership with the prosecutor, you must still adhere to proper procedure.
Super sorry, Mr. Chief Justice. I swear this really will be the last time that I'll speak out of turn. Now, I've brought some seawater from Poisson. As everyone knows, a massive flood struck the area not long ago, including those of some of my closest friends. So, Miss Farina, if we are to believe that you are indeed the real Hydro Archon, touching the seawater would have no effect on you. All it should do is strengthen your case. But if you don't dare to touch it, then we would have basically proved the reverse. Oh, and I must remind you that after the disaster at Poisson, nobody wants to see any more people dissolve. I do hope you'll act prudently and choose the simpler path of admitting guilt.
Navia from the Spina di Rasula. The Spina has governed Poisson for many years. I guess her suggestion is valid.
If Lady Farina is indeed just a human, she's probably Fontanian like all the rest of us. Would she really dare to try?
Oh, dia mau coba dong. Oh.
Lady Farina, this test has been unilaterally proposed by the prosecution. As it falls outside the realm of standard court proceedings, you possess the right to decline participation.
Oh, ini bisa dong.
Well, of course he had to tell her that. But refusing to participate is basically the same as a confession of guilt.
She's just staring at the water without saying a single word. It really does seem like she's quite terrified of it.
What's going on? Is she really planning to... That's not what we thought she would...
Due to the inherent risk of the test, Lady Farina, you may...
Oi! Masukin dong tangannya.
Hey!
I'm fine! Look at me, everyone! My hand is still here! Will you believe me now? I really am your Archon! I'm nothing like a normal human who would fall apart as soon as they touch this water! Really? Was this not the most obvious thing in the world?
Sore, Ryu, thank you Vampir. Bang, gak joki abis. Enggak, hari ini nggak ada. Itu pemalu, kurang bergaul, orang bilang aku Chevrolet. Masih bisa pancurin air dari tangan. Nabi nggak selalu nyela sidang. Emang Osi Water yang translate-nya. Kira Probability Ocean. No, tidak mau lihat story ini. Diadain biar ada. Jangan
Miss Seedwing, if you are present, Miss Seedwing, please come forward and attend to the defendant.
Seedwing? Don't be nervous. It'll just take a few seconds. That should be enough.
Please announce the results of your evaluation.
As everyone doubtlessly saw, Miss Farina was displaying symptoms of hyperventilation and flushed skin. These indicate that she was experiencing the adverse effects of exposure to primordial seawater. The extent to which she was affected is the same as other humans when exposed to primordial seawater of a similar concentration.
Thank you, Miss Seedwing. Lady Farina, you may return to the...
Oh, wait. What did she just say? I didn't get dissolved. Shouldn't that be enough to prove my innocence?
Well, considering your tendency to run from your problems, we did originally prepare a direct sample of the seawater around Poisson. However, after extensive discussion, we exchanged it for a sample that is not concentrated enough to dissolve an actual human. After all, on the off chance that something entirely unexpected might occur, we don't want anyone else to lose their life to the sea.
Yeah, so out of regard for Farina's life, you secured a low-concentration sample and asked the head nurse to serve as an expert witness. It's a great thing that the direct sample wasn't actually used. Farina could have...
I can't believe...
Ya gue coba, enggak, belum. Gue nonton gini harusnya gue kena spoiler. Emang lu belum kelar? Emaknya Meluzin, bapaknya manusia. Furi dong, serem si Juin. Cuma dilihat bentar langsung tahu penyakitnya. Yoi, GG emang tuh Meluzin tuh. Ganium update terus bapaknya manusia. Iya. It's actually more important.
Listen to me, everyone. Please don't give me such cold and disdainful looks. What happened just now didn't prove a single thing. Think about it. How can you conclusively prove that an Archon can't also be affected by the primordial seawater? Also, if I was really just a human, why would I dare to just put my hand in that kind of water?
Ayolah. Udah malas udah.
Please, everyone, anyone, just listen to me. I swear, I really am your Archon.
Gua baru sampai penjara Wiro. Lah, kok lu udah tahu?
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. The odds are just too stacked against her now.
With all the things that have been said, Paimon doesn't think there's any way left for Farina to win.
I believe the time for arguments and presentation of evidence has come to an end. If there are no objections, we will move on to the final judgment.
Kasian juga.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone to just two
I'm your Archon. Yang menangis. Nah lo cengeng nangis. Mas SMP wajar nangis. Biasa gara-gara kena spoiler jadinya sekalian gue baca-baca. Oh, ini dia momen.
In my capacity as Chief Justice, I shall now render judgment on Farina's misrepresentation of herself as the Archon of Fontaine. As a human who knowingly deceived her fellow citizens, Farina is...
Guilty.
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 We shall now turn to the oratrice mécanique d'analyse cardinale to render the final verdict on the charges.
Oratrice mécanique d'analyse cardinale. Antar hatinya. Abang Nopal jahat.
According to the judgment of the oratrice mécanique d'analyse cardinale, Farina is...
Huh?
Well,
what?
what's wrong?
Apa nih?
What's the oratrice's verdict?
No. The oratrice also displays a guilty verdict.
Oh, guilty. Wah, kirain dia innocent aja.
Isn't that correct then?
However, the exact wording of the verdict is thus. The Hydro Archon, guilty, to be punished via the death sentence.
Anjir, to be punished via the death sentence gak tuh? Lebih sadis lagi tuh. Kayak nge-rap aja gak sih? Iya. Death sentence.
The death
Disebut Hydro Archon loh. Iya, anjir, Hydro Archon ya.
That's actually one of the available sentences?
The one and only time the death sentence has been handed out at the court, and it's been given to the very person we've worshipped as the god of justice? What an unexpected twist.
Farina's been sentenced to death by the
Tulisnya
oratrice?
Hydro Archon padahal di
We just wanted to use the trial to show her the
Hydro Archon.
seriousness of things so she'd tell us the
Harusnya
truth.
Furina gitu kan ya. Ini Hydro Archon cok, gila.
Quickly.
This outcome is indeed quite strange. According to Fontaine's current definitions of justice, as well as its recommendations for criminal sentences, is this sentence really appropriate for the crimes that have been committed?
Yeah, even Fache wasn't sentenced to death by the oratrice. You know, the real evil mastermind behind the serial disappearances case.
Indeed. Not only is Farina's sentence overly excessive, the very point of our trial today was also to prove that Farina has never been the Hydro Archon in the first place. But now, the oratrice seems to have deliberately invoked the title of the Hydro Archon. What does this mean?
Anjir. Padahal sidangnya untuk Utin Furina bukan Archon. Iya.
Excuse me, if I may interrupt.
Oke, ngeri juga ya.
Is the trial still going?
Fremine! Huh, you finally made it.
Any mission Father assigned...
Oh, ini dia.
That the first prophecy slate? Huh. So the knave privately arranged for Fremine to try and find the missing slate.
Juga kena tipu dah.
I looked everywhere and finally found it at the bottom of the sea. It took me a long time to get around some dangerous stretches of water. But has the trial already concluded? Then... doesn't that mean I've come too late? Oh no.
Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Fremine. Please allow me to review the record left on the slate.
Ini gambarnya ini nggak sih? Gambarnya kayak ngebantu orang.
I believe that you have already seen the other existing slates. We'd like you to come here and...
Nggak pakai dam pun kagak. Oh, Dennis Cardinal.
So what do you see? What is it?
Hydro Archon releasing her divine power. Turning oceans into human beings?
I believe I have now made sense of the Hydro Archon's crime. It has to do with Fontaine's lost history.
Oh.
Huh? Isn't the Hydro Archon just guilty of deceiving her people? Oh, wait, no, that's Farina, and we've already proven that she's not the Hydro Archon. So when you say Hydro Archon, do you mean the real Hydro Archon we've been kind of talking about?
In truth, everything that you've encountered in Fontaine up until this point can be traced back to the contents of these stone slates. However, I'm uncertain as to how much sense they currently make to you.
Okay, let's try to recall the contents of the other 3 stone slates. Paimon will do her best to help you remember.
Oh.
The first stone slate describes what you just said. It seems to show the previous Hydro Archon using her divine power, and then the Oceanids turn into humans.
Jadi mereka tuh Oceanid dong.
Does that mean that Fontainians are transformed Oceanids? Oh, Paimon wasn't expecting that. But if Oceanids can turn into humans, then perhaps this process can be reversed as well. The second stone slate shows Celestia floating in the sky, and the Hydro Archon and her people worshipping it together. But the heavens still brought judgment down upon them. This must be the point when the Hydro Archon and the Fontainians were branded with their original sin. Does this mean that the original sin and the Hydro Archon sin are the same thing? The third slate shows the Hydro Archon sinking into the sea surrounded by many people.
Ya nggak bisa pencet switch.
That reminds Paimon, didn't we also watch that happen to someone else? Well, the fourth slate is the prophecy the Fontainians have been talking about. People dissolving into the sea, the Hydro Archon crying on her throne, and so on. We didn't believe that such a crazy disaster could happen at first, did we? But after that incident, it was just a question of when and not if.
Hey? It turns Fontaine can be dissolved in water. Oh, ini.
We know from the case of the serial disappearances of young women that Fontainians can be dissolved, and the first stone slate tells us that long ago, the Hydro Archon used this might be the reason that
Okay. Ah, ini. Okay. Ini? Okay, bukan. Oh, ini dia.
Perhaps what is about to take place has the true sin of the Hydro Archon that Nervalet mentioned, and the original sin cast down on the people of Fontaine by Celestia, as recorded on the stone slates. It's not as simple as falling into the... When Navia fell into the sea, the stone slates show the people gathered around the Hydro Archon in the sea. Could that be alluding to the same thing?
Ini kah? Bukan.
The prophecy from the stone slates found its way into society, but not many people believed it at first. The fortress of Meropide was nearly flooded with primordial seawater, which we know can cause Fontainians to dissolve if we hadn't dealt with it in time.
Kalau gue dari Terhibur sih bodo amat.
They'll dissolve into the primordial sea, but won't cease to exist. Their essence will flow in the seawater, converge, and take the form of an Oceanid.
Benar.
The Hydro Archon was sentenced to death in court, shocking everyone present. Perhaps this means that her sin was actually Fontaine's original sin. Navia fell into the water inside those ruins, and she nearly dissolved. She was surrounded by the people of Poisson in a court within her consciousness, and was forced to take part in a trial meant to make her stay. The eruption of the primordial sea at the fortress of Meropide was the surest sign that the prophecy was The prophecy's contents can all be verified by recent events. If we combine what we know together, loads of truths should come to light.
Melusin itu Oceanid bukan. Harusnya bukan sih. Beda. Harusnya bukan sih. Si Jin Ucul aman. Ucul aman? Oh berarti si Jin Ucul aman. Ah, itu maksudnya.
Huh? Oh, Paimon gets it now. So that's how it, but then it feels like we're going to have to share some truly shocking revelations.
Let's hear them.
Incredible. Lenny,
We're not real humans.
All Fontanians were originally created by the late previous Hydro Archon, with Oceanids as their basis. The evidence for that can be found in how only Fontanians could dissolve in primordial seawater, and how all the girls Vache dissolved were also turned into Oceanids. Oh, and according to Navia, when she was about to get dissolved, she also saw everyone gathered around for a trial, all of them in the shape of Oceanids.
Indeed.
Yeah, and it follows from the content of the first slate that she probably anchored Celestia by creating humans without prior permission.
Jadi kayak gitu. Bikin manusia tapi bukan manusia dari Oceanid. Oh begitu, yang kedua.
That could also explain why the Oratrice judged the Hydro Archon to be guilty. It's to account for that ancient sin.
The Hydro Archon's true sin.
And yet, after many hundreds of years, the Hydro Archon's creations have turned around to try to judge the Archon within the opera Epiclese. The twists of history are often the most unexpected of all.
Yeah, isn't the image here just like when Navia fell into the sea?
Peot aja. Siap-siap tisu, oh iya. Melusin itu bisa dibilang masih dalam sila keluarga Albedo. Hah? Gimana tuh maksudnya? Embek, oh shit, spoiler. Udah di-spoiler kan? Gak ada. Udah di-spoiler dari Bottleland sebelum ke Fountain. Semua orang di sana cuma idol-idolan. Iya bener ya. Semua Melusin kalau dipanggil Albedo paling nggak harus sebutan paman. Oh, jadi gue sama Celestia karena berdosa bikin Oceanid jadi manusia. Iya itu.
So wouldn't it be trying to show the image of the Hydro Archon also falling into the sea once the prophecy has been fulfilled in the fourth slate? In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away. Did Paimon get all that right?
Kalau masih terus dengan laki-laki, cara Oceanid punya anak gimana? Pertanyaan bagus tuh. Kan jadi manusia.
You've made some keen deductions. I must say, given how much you still don't know, it is impressive that you've already managed to connect so many pieces of the truth. However, while you were able to decode all the information on the slates, they've also been etched with an additional layer of hidden information using a different power source.
We're able to decode all the information on the slate. They have also been etched with an additional layer of hidden information.
When we were at the ruins, I tried to decipher the hidden information recorded in the slates. But since we only had 3 slates at the time, I was unable to come to a full conclusion. Now that the slate collection is complete, I shall make another attempt to decipher the narrative recorded within. If everything goes well, we should...
Ini dia.
I believe I should share this truth not only with you, but with all the people of Fontaine as well. I will try. Your hypotheses regarding the origin of Fontanians and the sin of the Hydro Archon were both correct. In the Fontaine of old, the previous Hydro Archon sensed the yearning of her Oceanid familiars for life on land.
Oh iya bener dong, idolon dia sama ini.
The Oceanids were enamored with the beauty and romanticism of human beings, and wishing to have those experiences for themselves, expressed to the Hydro Archon their desire to become of a similar kind. However, even though water as an element is intricately linked with the power of life, the Hydro Archon as one of the 7 did not possess the authority to create a new form of human life.
Even though water is relevant with the power of life, the Hydro Archon, as one of the seven, did not possess the authority.
Not one to give in, she eventually found a way to create permanent humanoid bodies for her familiars by appropriating the power of this planet's primordial sea. She poured primordial seawater into the Oceanid's blood vessels, creating humanoid mimics in the process. But if Fontanians were to ever come into direct contact with water from the primordial sea, the power within their bodies would escape these artificial restraints and return to the sea. As a result, their forms would collapse, and they would be reverted to their original forms as Oceanids.
Jadi Oceanid lagi.
Of course, the Hydro Archon never received permission from the heavenly principles to create a new human race.
Ah, I see.
And thus, the Hydro Archon and all of her creations came to shoulder the original sin of appropriating the power of the primordial sea. That is the true history of how the people of Fontaine first came into being.
So we were all...
That's way too much information for me. I think I'm just going to pretend that I never heard a single thing. Wait, but if that's the truth, we can't let the Hydro Archon be sentenced to death. After all, her only sin was creating us.
This really might be too much information for your regular Fontanian, but...
Alas, your hypothesis regarding the third and fourth stone slates was inaccurate. The slates' respective positions are, in fact, correct. A key point of the visual on the third slate is how all the individuals depicted in the water are humans rather than Oceanids.
Depicted apa nih? Tunggu, it's how all individuals depicted in the rather than Oceanids. In the water are humans rather than Oceanids. Maksudnya gambarnya. Oh, itu humans. Ah,
they
jadinya
have not
gambarnya
been
manusia.
dissolved,
Iya.
which implies that the water depicted in this slate is not water from the primordial sea. The nation of Fontaine is the nation of Hydro, as well as the nation of trials and justice. Instead of being the literal element, the water in the scene symbolizes judgment and justice. You may also recall Navia's experience. When she fell into the sea, her consciousness was surrounded by that of many others who intended to hold a trial to determine her fate. Therefore, the meaning of the third slate is that the people of Fontaine shall try the Hydro Archon at the court of justice. Yes, it refers to our present situation.
I think I'm following now. So, what you're saying is, even though we decided to put on this trial to avoid fulfilling the prophecy, in truth, everything we've done has happened exactly as the prophecy foretold.
Anjir, malah
So
jalanin
now, it
profesinya nggak
seems,
tuh?
we're the ones making sure it comes true.
Kasian banget sih.
What should we do?
Huh. No matter what, the prophecy will be fulfilled.
Ini gara-gara Traveler nih.
Is this what it feels like to be a prisoner of fate?
Berarti dulu dari awal udah ada di masa yang lalu. Dia kan si itu kan dragon, salah satu dragon kan. Dijat sama rakyat sendiri. Oh, dijat sama rakyat sendiri. Iya bener juga. Oh iya. Just Winda batu bodoh amat.
If that's the case, does that mean the scene in the fourth slate will also be fulfilled soon?
No, udah nangis.
Traveler, I would like to point out another small fallacy in your deductions. About the fourth slate. You probably thought that the eruption of primordial seawater beneath the fortress of Merepede served as the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass, yes? However, I believe that rather than being a sure sign, that eruption could in fact only be a small warning of something far worse to come. As for the root cause of the catastrophe, I believe you've already encountered it once before.
Siapa? Yang mana? Itu Hydro
This
Dragon
eruption was
Sovereign.
just a small warning of the things to
Jadi
come.
umurnya nggak tua.
We must find the root cause of the disaster.
Ini.
It was both dream.
Both dream and reality. Siap-siap
If we're
mewek mata
talking
bang.
about a true culprit, that could only be that thing inside the primordial.
The truth, the original sin, the trial.
Bedanya kayak Apep, umurnya paling tua di antara semuanya. Oh, Apep paling tua ya? Bang, event baru bisa di speedrun? Kayaknya nggak bisa deh. Oh, ini dia nih. Apa ini? Wah, anjir. The hell. Wah, keren banget nih. Oh, childnya. Wah, ini keren banget anjir. Anjir, keren banget, cok, anjir. Anjir, keren banget, cok. The illusion playable when dia, anjir.
That was way too close. How did that thing just burst into the opera house? Wait, was that the
Ini will
huge
cuma
whale you
salah
saw
satu
in your
cara
dream?
agar profesinya itu di-fulfill. Kalau nggak ada juga pasti ada alasan lain. Ini will cuma salah satu cara agar profesinya di-fulfill. Oh, I see.
So we've met it at last. I understand very well why it has chosen to make an
Untung ada
appearance
Chal
here.
Yogi.
That whale does not belong to Tevat. It is a monster that has traversed the stars, weeping all the while. It has been greedily consuming the energy from the planet's primordial sea, using it to grow. That is the main cause for the rising sea levels. And once it has finished consuming all of the energy contained within the sea, it's...
You said that when the Hydro Archon first created Fontanians out of Oceanids, she filled their blood vessels with primordial seawater.
Precisely. That whale finds the blood of Fontanians nigh impossible to resist.
Oh, pantes.
Therefore, when it left the primordial sea, it decided to make its next stop a packed opera house full of food. Food in the form of Fontanians.
We just barely managed to push it back, right? In that case, won't it come back to target the people again?
That is correct. Indeed, it is more accurate to say that we should thank that Harbinger for buying us some time. Without him, the whale would have likely come onto land far sooner. From the way he looked, he must have been fighting the creature for quite a long time.
Oh iya, anjir, bener juga. Itu ayah kabar kau sakit. Bodoh amat.
Battle maniac.
Bisa berkelana ke beda-beda dunia. Iya, anjir, keren amat
That
itu ya.
whale, but we definitely didn't expect it to help us out like this. Anyway, now that we know that this whale is the actual cause of the disaster recorded in the prophecy, all we need to do to stop the prophecy would be to find a way to beat it up, right?
It is too late. It had already absorbed
Inspirado
too
los
much of
baús,
the primordial sea's energy before we could notice it. At this point, it has become practically integrated with the sea itself.
Oh, dia gabung ya, integrated gabung kan.
Even if the entirety of Tevat were to be destroyed, it could still survive and swim off towards some other world.
That's not something I will We've already done everything we can, and we even found the true culprit. We've come so far. You can't just tell me that the last hurdle is some impossible...
Indeed. That's not...
I'll fight it to the end.
So the prophecy will be fulfilled no matter what, huh?
Harus iya, jadinya mau nggak mau ini.
The prophecy
Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future.
Ini si N ngomongnya. It does turn out like this. You're gonna fight against the fate. Iya.
Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall?
This is prophecy.
Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future. All you need to...
Even if the prophecy will be over, there will still be a safe... Oh, bisa tuh. Itu yang ngomong siapa suara naratornya? Suara naratornya gue nggak tahu. Kalau VA-nya gue nggak tahu. I forgot Furina. Oh iya, dia mau kasih tahu sesuatu. Dia mau kasih sesuatu, Cok. Kenapa nih?
What's happening with the oratories?
I believe it is preparing to carry out the death sentence.
Kasian banget.
Farina! No, I still need answers.
Oh, ini dia. Bang, apa apple pie? Moment of the truth, yoi. Anjir. Deng. Bagus banget lo bajunya lo.
You.
Sorry. That shocked expression on your face is just too amusing. I couldn't help myself.
You are not Farina.
The sweet sound of bewilderment. Marvelous. A sure sign that my attempt to deceive everyone was a resounding success. But to answer your question, I am Focalor. You know, the god.
Focalor? Why did you deceive us?
Oh, that wasn't my goal, of course. Goodness, no. But I had to fool everyone else too, if I was to stand any chance of deceiving the heavenly principles.
Deceiving the heavenly principles?
It's all because of that pernicious prophecy. Dreadful, wasn't it? Everyone doomed to dissolve. Fontaine condemned to be flooded. One was not amused. In fact, one was positively bemused when that problem was thrust upon me by my dearest predecessor. That's the former Hydro Archon Egeria for the uninitiated. It hardly gets more disastrous than a preordained national catastrophe, now does it? She knew full well that the prophecy would surely come to pass. And as one of the seven, she also knew full well that one defies the heavenly principles at one's peril. So yes, as you have no doubt surmised, it was a rather impossible situation that I found myself in. I spent a terribly long time mulling it over, alone on the ocean floor. And I was almost growing barnacles by the time I finally realized there was only one possible solution to this confounding conundrum.
Oh, suaranya lebih kalem, iya lebih bagus ya. Halo, Wildan. Selamat sore, apa coba Kirara di bener. Apa coba Kirara? Ini Celestial nggak bisa dilawan, tapi bisa ditipu. Keren sih, Vocalor iya. Bisa ditipu bener.
I had to outwit the heavenly principles, allow the prophecy to be fulfilled, ostensibly at least, while saving everyone at the same time.
Jadi gitu. Harus dibegoin dulu, ya nggak? Outwit itu apa? Outwit itu dibegoin ya? Itu yang tadi lu bilang ya? Ditipu ya? Outwit ditipu ya?
I'm a genius, I know. I can only assume that's why Egeria chose me as her successor. Although, looking back now, it was hardly the inheritance one dreams of. Between the task of saving the nation, the quotidian duties of the Hydro Archon, and not to mention the original sin of creating a new race of humans, I dare say she left me quite a colossal mess to clean up.
Gila, colossal mess gitu.
But one can only play the hand one is dealt. I did not choose this, any more than I chose to be one of her Oceanid familiars.
So you were also once one of the Oceanids, transformed into a human by Egeria's hand.
Yes, I was. I always dreamed of becoming human. And I still do, even now. In my eyes, to be human is to be part of the greatest opera ever known.
To be human is to be a part of the greatest opera ever known, anjir.
After becoming a god, I separated my divinity from my body and spirit, leaving behind only a self that was as naive and bewildered as my past self on her first day as a human being.
Becoming a god, I separate my divinity from my body and spirit, leaving behind only a self that was naive. Oh, dia pindah. Dia ini apa sih namanya? Separate itu apa ya? Bukan pindah. Aduh, gue lupa sih. Separate. Ya itulah. Jadi split, iya. Jadi dia ini kayak yang biasa, yang kayak gitu aja gitu. Iya. Jadi ini yang asli yang tadi ya kalau gitu ya. Itu manusia, Vocalor itu Archon. Iya. Cangkang manusia. Membela diri kayak dulu. Iya bener juga ya, membela diri. Membelah diri.
The me you see before you now is that divinity. And the human counterpart I left behind, I named Farina.
Oh, anjir. The hell. Jadi iya.
She could feel joy, sorrow, and everything in between. She could be as vain and conceited, or as meek and vulnerable as she wished. Her strengths were of a kind only a human could possess, as were her shortcomings. But in my eyes, Farina's humanity was what made her perfect. She was perfectly human in every way. The person I always wanted to be. Anyway, so then I cursed her. All part of the plan, of course. The plan to deceive the heavenly principles.
Sengaja jadinya. Itu plannya dia. Emang Furinanya harus mati kalau gitu ya. Iya gak sih?
Do you still remember the final scene of the prophecy? The Hydra Archon alone, weeping on her throne. In order that the prophecy might appear fulfilled, I invited Farina to be an actress, to play the part of the Hydro Archon in the prophecy. Under the curse I placed on her, so long as I, Focalor's divinity, continued to exist, she could not die. But nor was she free to live her life in the pursuit of happiness.
Dia tetap gak bisa mati, Cok. Iya dong. Under the curse I placed her so long as I continue to exist, she could not die, but nor was he free to live her life in the pursuit of happiness. Nggak bisa mati tapi nggak bisa bahagia. Kesian banget, Cok. Iya, bener. Karena masih ada divinity, masih ada dia. bisa mainin perannya. Iya. Itu orang bundi buat ngasih full hydro authority jadi ramalan. Kenapa lu kasih tahu, Dep?
Instead, she was forced to take the stage in the opera house, to embrace the role of leading lady, to forever play the part of the god from the prophecy, all to create a deceitful appearance of that prophecy coming to pass. I suppose now you probably understand why your court is called the Opera Epiclese.
I suppose now you probably understand why you call Opera.
But Farina is only human, isn't she? Even though she has had a long life, her mind is no stronger than that of any other ordinary human being. I cannot begin to fathom what she has had to endure.
Kasian sih.
It must have been torture for her.
It has indeed. And although she is, in a sense, me in human form, I most definitely owe her an apology for it. It's been 500 years, and all along, she's been playing her part in the most unimaginably long, unbearably lonely, and agonizingly painful opera of all time.
Kasian dia. Parah, dibikin dia tuh sengsara, anjir. Gue ke-spoiler orang Facebook, saya nggak mau menderita sendiri. Bacot, anjing. Mivokalor parah emang, dipaksa jadi badut demi Mivokalor emang. Iya, anjir. I can form just like I did in the ocean again. Kasian banget sih 15 tahun sengsara. Iya, 15 tahun kena curse, so kasian banget sih. Mana naiknya? So, di sini. Harus ngomong dulu sama dia. Harus matiin. Bagian paling bagus. Emang iya.
Oh, who permitted you to come onto the stage? Now, I understand your admiration for my august self, but I must ask you to keep to the rules. All right. It is not my intent to reprimand you. There is no need to state your name. Just be off with you. Do not distract me from my performance. Oh, do not jest. Can you not feel it? I am Focalor. The eyes of countless Fontanians are upon me. I must, at all times, display the utmost elegance and nobility.
Harus matiin. Aku ambil makan dulu. Oke, Ren. Mau dong. Aku lapar nih, Ren.
Dear audience, the performance is experiencing a technical difficulty, but worry not. The guards shall resolve it soon enough.
He's blindsided.
Hey, what gives? The audience is still watching me, you know. Guards? Wait, where are the guards? Guards!
Anjir. Kasian banget, Cok. Sumpah. Kayak pemaksaan gitu. Kemudian jantungan dia. Panas dingin gak bisa tidur, dia habis disengin nip iya anjir. Before a mirror, Furina. Oh, before a mirror, Furina itu sebelum split ya. Embek. Mau makan dong, Ren? Kasian banget.
Farina.
Huh? Who's that? Who's calling me? Where are you?
Be not nervous. Be not afraid.
Ini dia.
I am before you.
Wait a moment. You're mirror me? How can this be?
Mirror you, huh? You know what? That's not bad. Let's go with that.
Mirror me. What do you wish to say?
The prophecy. Have you heard of it?
What prophecy? Wait. I know. I think. I don't know why, but it's in my head somehow. The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Oh, very good. You know it well.
What's going on? I can't seem to remember anything clearly. The only thing I know for sure is this prophecy. Will it really come to pass?
Yes, it will. And that is why I've come to you. Disaster will come to Fontaine sooner or later. Things will develop just as the prophecy declared.
But doesn't that mean everyone will die? I'm a Fontainian just like them. Will I dissolve too?
Oh, don't worry. Magical meetings exist in this world precisely to give people a chance to turn things around. It is the reason why you met me today. I will tell you how to save everyone, but you may have to suffer somewhat.
Oh, so there's still hope after all. Goodness, you frightened me. You spoke so much and with so much certainty.
Dia senang kalau dia malah masih bisa ya. Oh jadi tapi gua yang kena nggak apa-apa nih maksudnya. Oh nggak apa-apa lah gitu. Waifu Oceanit masih. Iya by the way ini dia pakai baju warna hitam ya.
As for the suffering.
Iya bener.
Well, I will admit that the first thing that came to mind was, why do I have to be the one to suffer? But if the prophecy will come true, I'll also die anyway, right? So if I've already met you as my magical meeting in this world, if there were scales, with all the people of Fontaine on one side and my pain on the other, is it not obvious where the scales should tilt?
You truly are the perfect human, my ideal. I suppose this would also be the justice that belongs to you.
Huh?
Don't worry, it's nothing. Listen well. Fontaine has just lost its Hydro Archon. I need you to play a role, that of the new Archon.
Play as a god?
That's right. You must begin a never-ending masquerade. You must never let anyone suspect your identity. If you can keep it up, then I shall have my way of defying this prophecy. But should your identity be revealed, then all hope will be lost.
But how will I do this? A human assuming the role of a god without being exposed.
Don't worry. What you must do is not to turn yourself into a real god. You simply need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Being a human yourself, I'm sure you already know what such an entity would be like. Remember, your true challenge will not be pursuing divinity. but contending against humanity.
I'm still not sure I understand, but I'll try. I'll try to do this. So, how long am I going to have to play this role?
To accomplish this mission, you will have to stay on the stage for many, many years. You will endure and not grow old until your task ends. But I promise you, all will eventually end in a magnificent and dramatic trial, and everyone will be saved.
Oh, ini cerita, gue baru nggak loh. Ini cerita sebelum sekarang kan? Yang pas dia udah split, pas pertama kali dia split bukan sih? I see. Gue baru nggak sekarang. Oh, tadinya dia nggak sekonyol kemarin, nggak sekonyol yang sekarang, yang kemarin ya. Maksudnya nggak sekonyol yang biasanya gitu. Dia tuh benernya tuh begini, dengan suara ini, dengan behavior begini. Karena playing role dijadiin ngocol kayak goblok anjir. Dulu gue sekarang konyol iya. Semuanya lah sandiwara, iya.
A trial, huh? How exciting.
How exciting.
I'll be looking forward to it.
Gue juga anjir. Kan gue nggak tahu, Cok. Nah, sekarang baru dikasih tahu, kasihan juga akhirnya anjir. Lugu imut iya loh. Bagus loh padahal anjir. Coba kayak gini terus anjir. Fuck emang hati tuh dihancurin aja sama hoyo-hoyo bangke. Tai emang. Lu tetep ngata-ngatain misal kalau dia ngeselin, tetep iya ngeselin anjir gara-gara dia itu. Gara-gara dia ngocol terlalu ini ngeselin gitu.
The Maison Cardinalise has announced my accession, but this is my first time facing the people.
Makanya dia berubah tuh rambutnya jadi panjang kan. Udah mulai playing the role gitu kan.
What should I say to most appear like a god? To be honest, I still don't know. Perhaps I should first try to act natural.
Anjir, kasihan banget tuh.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening, and welcome to the Opera Epiclese. I'm sure you've all heard about how I have taken on the role of Hydro Archon. Indeed, I am Verena de Fontaine, your new Archon. In truth, I know little about becoming a nation's new god, but it will be my honor to guide you all. As the god Focalor, the god of justice, I shall do all within my power to lead you into an age of fairness and justice.
Kayak suara kayak gini aja masih enak didengar anjir. Nggak kayak yang biasanya, Cok. Kayak gini aja enak loh. Coba kayak gini terus kan enak ya kan. Nggak ngeselin.
Once again, thank you all for coming.
Nah, kayak gini kan enak ya kan.
If you should have any questions or suggestions, please send them to the Maison Cardinalise. The future of Fontaine will require us to work together, after all. This should do it. I thought I might stammer, but thankfully, I was able to convey my thoughts just fine. Okay, and next.
That's the new Hydro Archon. Is this some kind of joke by the Maison? I would have thought that a being that surpasses humanity would be a bit more assertive.
Hey, did you hear that? She even told us to send her suggestions there at the end.
Shouldn't gods be all-powerful? She's being so modest. What's the difference between her and an ordinary person, then?
If you ask me, perhaps the succession didn't actually happen. She might just be a Maison-backed puppet.
Wait, What's going on?
Dia pusing nih, nggak ngerti cara handle orangnya nih.
Being fake. Oh, this is bad. If I get exposed here, there'll be no saving the people from the prophecy. Right. Mirmi said that I just need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Calm down, Farina. Think. What do the people want? How would they imagine a god to speak and act?
Jadi konyol nih.
Assertive, with a strong sense of presence. One who can dispel all doubt. That is the character I'm fated to play.
Tuntutan netizen, iya tuntutan netizen sih. Buat petisi tenggelamin netizen. Hanya petisi tenggelamin. Gua cok. Daripada mendingan dia sedih dah, yang penting nggak mati ya kan. Dianggap berubah karena sifat gitu nggak dianggap, dan akhirnya dia jadi harus lebih sombong dikit biar kesan dewa gitu. Gitu. Indo. Yoi. Kasian banget sih. Kasian sih bener, kasian. Awal-awalnya kasian sih sebenarnya. Anjir.
Oh, very good, my people.
Tai, balik lagi anjing, kesel banget
You
gua.
are deserving of my rule.
Anjing, balik lagi dong. Yang tadi udah enak loh, polite ya kan. Anjing lah. Kesel banget gua, Cok. Suaranya doang anjing yang bikin gua kesel.
Now,
Ini awal mula jadi sombong. Iya, maksudnya balik lagi ke maksudnya ini awal mula. Tapi kan gua akhirnya kan kedenger balik lagi suara dia itu. Iya, ini awal mulanya begini, gua ngerti. Cuman kan kedengeran, maksudnya kan dia dari yang enak banget dengernya kan. Kembali ke setelan pabrik. Iya, Cok. Kan dari denger enak kayak tadi tuh kayak polite, sopan, adem. Jadi kayak gini ngeselin anjir. Came into the station claim ownership.
Well, it seems that you would all see right through them. Having passed my test, you are qualified to witness wondrous trials alongside my august self, here in this opera house.
Aduh, kesel banget gue.
You may consider my previous act a door gift of sorts. I thought it was a debut that suited the atmosphere. Now then, let us be reintroduced.
Sedih orang jadi hilang. Iya, anjir. Jadi pengen bawa Raiden ke Fontaine biar diajarin sopan santun sama Furi. Masih nyalain ijazah. Yo om, sekarang sombong. Iya makanya, itu yang gue males, Cok. Gara-gara itu, Cok. Padahal udah enak loh tadi. Anjir lah.
So that was just a performance. How could I have forgotten that we were inside an opera house?
Personality. It's quite shocking, to be honest. I suppose it's a better look than before.
Such a fascinating and bold deity. How wonderful. Our future may yet be bright after all.
Anjing, emang goblok anjing. Harus digituin dulu baru pada ngerti ya orang-orangnya. Goblok anjing. Ini saya katanya Pulau Jawa mau tenggelam netizen semua. Anjir.
It seems I've turned them around. Let's follow this flow and restart my accession speech.
Kalian udah netizen ini makanya kan. Tai no. Anjing dia maksud. Aduh. Every turn best follow this was restart my accession.
My dear people, whether you acknowledge me or not, whether you trust me or nay, I say to you, keep faith in your ardor for justice.
Aduh, ada Kang Maso. Tadi mirip banget ya, jangan-jangan ini cerita pas gue nanti ada tanah di Tibet yang mau bodoh amat anjir.
We have heard it said that this nation's sins can no longer be washed away. Well,
I say that justice is most fragrant when it blooms amid sin.
Ada turn up the drama nggak tuh anjir? Ngeselin banget nih. Appear earnest, nggak mau earnest juga sih. Kayaknya nggak cocok earnest, turn up the drama
The
gitu.
justice should not weigh heavy in the hands of its god. On one side, it must carry fairness and justice. And on the other, praise and applause.
Anjing, ini kesel banget gue. Itu sebenarnya. Gini, makanya itu M-chan, anaknya ciptaannya. Anjing mirror. Jadi si M-chan sama M-chan itu M-chan itu Vokalor, iya benar. Ini mirror me-nya ya. Si Pu itu mirror me-nya ya. Salah itu balik ya. M-chan itu mirror me-nya deh, sorry. Pak. Ayo saya mau dijual. Katanya orang sudah habis mau dijual. Bijak soalnya. Tai. Iya cok. Bener. Bener anjing.
May law be the prayer on our lips. May judgment be our worship. Let us light the fires and drink to the future of Fontaine.
And the speech emphatically.
There is no trouble in this world that justice cannot solve. All that is needed is for you, my people, to believe in it, heart and soul.
Ini disampaikan gua banget. Ntar kabar dong. Besok kalau Dep gak datang itu dia itu pasti udah tahu lah ya. Jadi bakalan kan ngendaliin Nopal aja. Iya juga guys.
So long as I, the Archon Focalor, stand within the opera epiclese, so long as I stand before the oratrice, I shall even judge the gods of this world!
Anjing. Pantes rusak anjir. Gara-gara disuruh begitu juga sih. Kalau besok hilang berarti sudah tahu ya. Iya. Semua sih, hati-hati deh, Dep. Kok lari sekarang?
Lady Farina, here are today's case reports as well as a summary of the follow-up for your perusal.
Come now, was I not just at the Opera House in person? Leave these kinds of things to Neuvillette. Besides, none of these trials were the one that I'm looking forward to the most.
If I may be so impertinent, what kind of trial are you truly—
A magnificent, dramatic, and wondrous trial. A trial to end all things. How could you hope to understand?
That's true. I fear I lack the ability to grasp your divine thought, Lady Archon.
No need for fright, and do not take what I said before too seriously. Go now, do your duties. The trial I await. It will.
Itu trialnya bareng sama si ini ya. Trialnya si bareng sama trial yang kemarin sama MC kali ya. Makanya dia mau ikut.
Lady Farina,
makanya dia mau jadi ininya kan. Ya itulah yang sebelahnya. Attackernya. Itu. Apa? Diserahin ke Neuvillette fix dikendalikan oleh Farina ini. Iya, Cok.
No need to thank me. Or rather, thank your own sense of perseverance instead. Long have you stood in line to meet me, have you? Oh, I'm afraid that's just an inevitable consequence of my divine charm. All right. Deoteria, is it? How is your son's illness?
You remembered me. He is doing much better now. In fact, he is far more of an ardent believer than I. He was the one who forced me to seek an audience with you and to bring your
Fix
words
Furina.
back to him.
Furina pernah matiin mic pas sidang. Bodoh amat. Apakah Arlecchino mirip? Bodoh amat. Bodoh amat,
Oh, good. Very good. If this should happen again in the future,
Tolong saya
do
Pak
not
Jokowi.
hesitate to come and tell me.
Pak Jokowi, tolong saya.
Every so often, while not usual
Saya sangat
practice, should serve as a
takutan Pak Jokowi. Tolong jangan biarkan polisi nangkap saya. Kasihan saya, maafkan saya.
Kenapa ada lagu ini aja? Kenapa jadi lagu gini aja? Dengar konten datang lagi. Pak Jokowi, tolong Pak Jokowi, jangan biarkan mereka nangkap saya. Tolong Pak Jokowi, anjing.
You're such a gentle and wise God. Thank you once again.
Ada aja. Kayaknya gue juga dipanggil. Kayaknya gue dipanggil. Penjara luas bangsa. Gue gak ikutan, gak peduli anjir.
Lady Furina, here are the latest hydrological reports. As for the specific parameters you asked to take note of, I'm afraid things still don't
Waduh,
look
thank you
good.
Angel, semoga diberkati rezeki lancar ya. Thank you. Sorry, lupa gue.
I see. It's as I thought then.
As
your god, I did already expect this, but I wanted to see how far your human wisdom would allow you to analyze it. All manner of signs indicate that the prophecy will still come to pass. Forget it. That's not something you need to worry about right now.
Well, as I understand it, the Fontaine Research Institute is also trying to find a way to counter the rising water levels.
Really? Have they found anything?
I'm afraid that they haven't found any effective
Oh, is that so? Well, no wonder. This issue has reached the realm of the gods after all. Still...
Fix kita tahu si Anita anjing. Tikus bodoh amat, tikus berdasi anjir. Tolong saya Pak Jokowi, ya.
The day is finally over. I haven't had a moment to breathe this whole time.
Kasian banget liat tuh.
But it's good to see that everything's getting on track. There are no longer any voices of suspicion. Maybe this is fine. I just need to keep going, and everyone will be saved. All right, Furina, don't think too hard about this. You need rest. Tomorrow's a new day.
Gila ya. Capek banget tuh ya. Harus jadi orang yang berbeda setiap hari aja. Dan dia cuma bisa jadi diri sendiri. Dia cuma bisa jadi diri sendiri pas udah kayak pas udah istirahat, udah nggak ngapa-ngapain, dia udah jadi diri sendiri, cok. Kasian sih, depan orang harus menjadi orang yang berbeda sih, gila sih. Gimana nggak stres ya dia, anjir udah disuruh take part role, dipaksa ya, bukan dipaksa sih, kayak disuruh gitu. Mau nggak mau ya kan, buat iniin nyelamatin orang-orang, gila sih, capek banget anjir. Pastinya. Kasian sih. Pas dia ngedramanya itu yang ngeselin sebenarnya.
Lady Furina, here are the new trial reports for the latest cases, as well as a summary of the follow-up.
There'll be no need for that. I've seen them already. There's no need to go back over scenes I've witnessed in person before.
Lady Furina, I've waited so...
Indeed, my dear loyal citizen.
Maksud dia balik lagi enggak?
Lady Furina, we're detecting significant hydrological anomalies near Poisson.
Understood. Keep monitoring. keep me informed should anything come up at the Institute. I don't think I let anything slip today. I must show the people that there is nothing to worry about. I just don't know when these days will end. I feel utterly exhausted. Best to rest early today too.
Kasian banget sih. Si Sausen ini coy ya anjir. Tapi sayang selama 500 tahun dia malah gak dewasa-dewasa. Anjir masih ada opera house lagi kan tuh. Dan diulang lagi kayak gini ya terus. Cari jalan keluar juga kayaknya dia. Kayak gimana cara ininya ya? Cara apa namanya? Biar nggak ini. Wah, anjir. Ayo 182.000 gitu.
It's like a dream being able to speak with you. I've heard that the first member of our family who was honored to receive an audience with you was Madame Dioteria, almost 20 generations ago.
Tinggal gua dorong doang.
And what a fine family yours is indeed. It brings me great joy to meet such a faithful believer.
Sure.
What is it, good citizen?
Are you crying?
Kok nangis?
Really now? I didn't even notice. This must be the overflow of hydro from my person. Well, can't quite help being the god whose dominion is the waters, can I?
No wonder. A manifestation of your power, then. Oh, Archon, I am honored to have witnessed it.
Kasian banget, anjir. Itu dia ngomong sama cicitnya yang pertama kali Furina ajak ngomong.
So interminable. So lonely.
Kasian banget, ay. Biar panjang umur. 500 tahun jadi badut, iya. Kasian banget sih.
Hundreds of years must have passed by now. Perhaps the show must go on for hundreds more.
Kasian banget, anjing. Kasian banget, Cok. Anjir.
I never imagined that it would hurt so much.
Gila lo, sampai segitunya lo, anjir. Fuck. Anjing. Gak bisa gua, Cok. Gila. Anjing. Sedih banget, Cok. Sumpah. Ingin nyelamatin untuk konten. Iya, demi kayak gitu, Cok. Orang ngeselin dia. Aduh, kasian banget, Cok. Anjir.
Have I reached my limit? No. Perhaps I reached it long ago. Today I didn't even notice my own tears. I want to tell someone, anyone, about this. But would that not destroy all I've done so far?
Gak bisa, gak kuat gua, anjir. Gak kuat, Cok, gua, anjir. Mau lanjutin gak kuat, Cok. Kasian, anjing. Ditorture abis-abisan, Cok. Anjir. Gak kuat gua. Cok, gak kuat gua, jujur. Gua gak mau lanjutin lah, anjing. Capek banget, Cok. Human gak boleh punya umur sampai ratusan tahun gini nih. Otaknya gak kuat, alias erosi kayak Chongli. Iya. Fenty memberi kebebasan ke warganya. Chongli ingin warganya mandiri. Naida dikurung warga sendiri. Berkorban demi warga. Ya sudahlah. Kali gak ada temen curhat. Iya, kasian banget. Jangan biarkan Furina tertahan di mimpi buruk ini. Gua nggak kuat, Cok. Anjir, kasian banget, Cok. Gak bisa, Bang. Gak bisa. Guanya nggak bisa, anjir. Kasian banget, Cok. Ditorture abis-abisan. Ibu membunuh warganya. Iya juga ya. Dikit lagi bisa. Gak bisa gua, nggak kuat. Nggak kuat, Cok. Ini parah banget yang ini, anjir. Yang ini parah banget, anjing. Nggak kuat gue, nggak kuat. Bener-bener tinggal dikit. Nggak mau. Gue ini aja ya. Gue end stream aja, guys. Gue nggak mau lanjutin biar orang lain yang lanjutin lah, anjir.
Kencana ya?
Nggak gue rencana, Cok, anjir. Nggak mau.
Kencana.
Anjir, nggak kuat, Cok, gue, Cok, sumpah, anjir. Sedih, anjir. Kencana. Enggak, gue gak kencana, Cok, anjir. Enggak gue kencana. By the way, thank you ya. Semoga diberkati nih kayak lancar. Nggak tahu Bang Riko, biar happy ending. Anjir, gak kuat, Cok, gue, Cok.
I've conducted so many investigations across the centuries.
Gitu.
But there's not even a sliver of hope that we might break the prophecy.
Gila lo, sampai nggak ada lo. Adegan epicnya kan belum lihat. Udah, kayaknya gue udah lihat deh. Gue udah lihat, kena spoiler udah. Anjir, lihat, kasihan banget lo dia sebagai human nyari cara, Cok. Sebagai udah jadi manusia mencari cara, anjir, biar nggak ini demi orang-orangnya, anjir. Kasian banget, Cok, anjir.
All I can do is keep heart. I must maintain this act. It is the only way to save Fontaine. Please, mirror me. You have to succeed.
Kasian banget, Cok, anjing. Masih ada lagi. Wah. Opera House Furina N siapa, anjir? Ini di mana?
Farina, you don't have to shoulder this burden alone.
Oh, si ini, MC.
Although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone, your people are more than willing to share your burden with you.
Scene from the wind. Iya, ini magic box. Replay in her inner world.
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to confide in someone. Just share it with me. I'm what you'd call a witness.
Oh iya, dia mau kasih tahu ya
A
padahal.
witness? Yes, I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you? If that's
Dia mau
the
kasih
case...
tahu ini. Iya, ini masa sekarang yang kemarin, yang tadi. Dia mau kasih tahu tuh ternyata.
I could confide in him, couldn't I? But if things don't play out as expected, the people of Fontaine will be the ones to pay the price. No, Farina, you shouldn't be selfish. But what if it's really alright?
Saking lonely-nya ya, Cok. Dia mau kasih tahu aja. Dia udah gak kuat nahan selama 500 tahun, dia tuh gak kuat aja. Ketika ada harapan mau cerita pas dalam box tadi ya.
Farina, you've worked so hard for so long. Surely it would be okay to put yourself first for once.
Bener tuh.
Just this once.
Kasian banget, Cok.
Is it such an outrageous thing to do anyway? To find someone in whom you can confide your frustrations and sorrows? Surely it could not hurt. If you let this opportunity slip through your fingers, it might never come by again. Think about it. long and hard.
Dia mau kasih tahu tuh padahal.
No, I have nothing to say. I am Farina, the Archon of Fontaine. Everything will surely get better. All you need to do, dear spectator, is to witness my performance until the curtains fall.
Oh, dia mau kasih tahu kayak gitu. Jadi akhirnya nggak mau kasih tahu juga.
Fine.
Emang dari dasarnya dia nggak mau kasih tahu. Saya tisu bang. Ini gue udah nangis pak dalam hati. Udah cerita Pak Tarno lanjutin main sulap. Iya.
So even Farina doesn't know the truth? You've never once let her in on the full plan?
No, the truth, you never once let her in on the full plan.
Yes, it had to be done. To deceive the heavenly principles, you must first deceive yourself.
Kasian.
She did very well. If she had let her resolve falter even once in these 5 centuries, Fontaine would have been doomed to the most tragic fate. It seems that trusting humanity was the right decision after all.
I believe that I understand how your deception works, but that is only half the truth, is it not? How would you build on this foundation to save the people of Fontaine? That is the most important thing.
Ah, good, good. Of course, the Iudex of Fontaine has pinpointed the crux of the issue. I'm sure you've long sensed that the Oratrice is no simple machine, yes?
I've always suspected that it had its own consciousness. And Lenny did mention that he heard a human voice within the core chamber. It now seems that that person was you, hidden within the machine all along. Am I right?
And then I became one with the Oratrice, taking Fontaine's gnosis with me. Yes, it would seem so, wouldn't it? Alas, your understanding of this device still lacks sufficient depth. In truth, it is no enactor of justice. It is, in fact, a device created to kill the god of justice.
Oh, sengaja itu. Oh, bikin gitu cuman buat bunuh si Furinanya. I see.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, you have it. And to be more precise, not only will the Oratrice take down the god of justice, it will also take down the divine throne upon which she has been placed. I mean, did you think I would be the sort to enjoy peaceful repose while Farina suffered? My work over these last 500 years has been to constantly accumulate indemnitium within the Oratrice. But really, some have already discovered that only a small fraction of the energy generated by the device was ever used to provide power to Fontaine. The vast majority had to be accumulated to enact this death sentence.
Dikasih hati minta duit, ini mereka itu. Langsung ngebuat kalau mau tipu-tipu dulu diri sendiri logik bener. Jadi udah gitu kan Farina bang lanjut aja dulu. Hah, Farina? Arkonado nggak bakal ada lagi posisi itu dia.
It was all part of your plan, both the trial and the sentence.
Oh, I see. Yang benar-benar asli nggak ada ya, tapi kan kalau di mata ini si Farina kan yang masih jadi Hydro Archon kan. Hydro Archonnya kan dia, udah pasti kan dia.
Indeed. This power, accrued over 5 centuries, could have sustained Fontainians for millennia had it only been used for that purpose. Almost all of it has now been stored within the Oratrice. But only power of this magnitude could hope to destroy the Hydro Archon's divine throne, shaking the rules established by Celestia and breaking through the institution that is the Seven.
So the Oratrice's call for death was for neither Farina nor Focalor, but for the Hydro Archon.
Bukan
The
juga.
destruction of that divine throne. If I do not misunderstand your intent, you must be.
Nangis gak Bang Sioki? Hampir gak mau lanjut dia. Posisi Arkonnya. Reason of the divine throne.
Returning what's rightfully yours to you, of course. In other words, this was all done to return the authority of the Hydro Archon to the Hydro Dragon of this planet.
This was all done to return authority of the Hydro to the Hydro.
But
story liat voice line Archon lainnya yang tentang Furina.
Oh, what? Getting sad again, are we?
Nah, ini dia nih.
The authority of the ancient dragons shall soon be yours once more, O Hydro Dragon Sovereign. And this is the face you make.
all you've done throughout the years is just so you can sacrifice yourself at the very end.
I've never quite seen it that way, you know. Even now, I'm quite pleased at how well my deception worked.
Jadi dia mau balikin kekuatan yang dibagi sama Dragon Sovereign. Iya. Jadi powernya Archon itu awalnya diambil dari Dragon Soul. Oh. Celestial ambil.
Hydro Dragon, don't cry. I must say, had it been within my rights, I would have loved to judge the heavenly principles themselves. Were they not guilty of essentially the same crime?
Aku lihat dirimu nangis. Kagak nangis gue. Enggak.
Egeria stole the power of the primordial sea. And the heavenly principles stole the power you ancient dragons possessed.
Oh, tuh heavenly principle. Oh, mereka yang ngambil. Oh, sekarang ditemukan.
I, for my part, am the god of justice. And is it not just that your original powers should be returned to you?
Maka Galeonichan, anjir.
Speaking of justice, I have always believed that justice lies in the process of pursuing human existence itself. So, if the theft of the primordial sea's might was Fontaine's original sin, then, leaving matters of procedural right and wrong aside, the descent of the Fontainians as humans and their right to exist in this world would be Fontaine's original justice. In other words, existence was Egeria's justice, and to me, justice is the continuation of that existence. Defying the prophecy and ensuring that Fontaine's people shall live on, that should be the justice enthroned over all others. At this point, we, whether it be myself or all other Fontainians, have shouldered the burden of this sin for far too long. Iudex Nervillet, the highest judge in our land, when you regain your full power as an elemental sovereign, what verdict shall you pass upon us?
So when I was invited to the court of Fontaine to serve as Iudex, I see now that that was your idea too, at last. I now understand the true purpose behind this position. In the beginning, I was uninterested in human existence. But these 5 centuries of living alongside them have gradually brought about mutual understanding between us. And I have even attempted to feel as they feel. You are a devious one, Focalor. Things being as they are, surely you know that I could never declare them to be guilty.
Shut.
The hour of my execution is almost here. For the sinner, the curtain call has come. I know I may not sound it, but faced with death, I find myself a little afraid. Perhaps this is one thing both gods and humans have in common. Farewell, Nervalette. I hope you've enjoyed the part you played these 500 years.
Bayi. Bodoh amat, Servasius anjir. Ikutan dance bug anjir. Sedih coy anjir. Cantik baru dimatiin nih.
Judex Nervalette, hereby declare, people of Fontaine, your sins are forgiven.
Anjing. Bagus banget itu. Cok lah anjir. Tolong. Sudah semestinya hujan deras biar banjir. Anjir. Cok.
What just happened? Has the death sentence been carried out?
Was that bright light some sort of misdirection? I have a feeling that something huge just happened.
But since we're all still alive and haven't been dissolved, I assume whatever happened was good for us.
It's time to end this. We must mete out punishment to that beast.
But didn't you say just a moment ago that it can't be defeated?
I have gained the strength sufficient to deal with it. Through certain means, I now have the ability to separate the power of the Primordial Sea from that creature. We should seize the opportunity to pursue our quarry.
Aye.
Now that the oratories can no longer function, I require an executor to help me mete out justice. The root of the calamities befalling Fontaine, the beast that enacts the prophecy. Its name is the all-devouring narwhal. Come with me, traveler. The hour of execution has come.
Halo Bangko, halo Sandika, welcome. Kesel banget gua anjing lah. Fuk. Kasihan sih. Jabatan baru itu. Mau jadi jabatan baru.
We're going to execute it?
Cok, ini Hydro lawan Hydro gimana kabarnya anjir?
I've already done my best to separate the power of the Primordial Sea from the whale. Considering the size of the beast, I cannot reach the power source. Unless we can find a way to attack it from within. I shall share a part of the ancient dragon's power with you. We shall look for an opening together. I can feel its sorrow turning into hostility.
Lawan Hydro. Ini story siapa? Storynya si Furina.
The all-devouring narwhal cannot resist its instinct to devour. Continue to trigger its hostility, and a chance will present itself.
Akun quest dia. Gali apa kabar?
Why is there a hole thingy over there? It looks really scary.
Hey! Hello!
Time to shine.
Wind, hear me.
The tides beckon. Silence! An oversight on my part.
Emang biasanya pakai apa enaknya lawan bos ini? Jangan pakai hydro. Dia resist kan hydro. Oh, ini dia nih. Si Skrk, cok. Anjir.
Thanks for helping with the cleanup. It should have been my job, but oh well. It was just supposed to be a short private training session for me. I didn't think that my disciple and my master's pet would start brawling in the meantime. Well, actually, I had a feeling that it would happen at some point, but they bumped into one another earlier than I thought. What a blunder. I suppose I'll have to swing my sword 3 million times as penance.
That power. Who are you exactly?
Kayak dari Honkai iya. Oh ini tes spec Honkai Impact gelis pisan yoi. Lihat gak Bang Tatang dilempar iya anjir.
Paimon has an idea. From what she said earlier, she must be Child's master. Skrk, right? It's just that he gave us the impression that she was the less talkative person.
I simply did not have anything to say to the weak. But you, on the other hand, managed to defeat the all-devouring narwhal without using power from beyond this world. So you may speak to me as equals. I have to agree. It's a strange use of a planet's primordial waters just to raise an all-devouring narwhal. That kind of power is wasted on it. It's not cooperative. It eats too much. And I have more important things to do with my time than pet sitting. The only thing that creature has going for it is its looks. All in all, it fails as a pet.
Miss Skrk? I think you might have missed the point.
The point being?
Well, being that this pet almost destroyed an entire nation. So what sort of person is your
Anjir,
master?
bagus banget, Cok. Lihat deh.
Master's master. Wait,
Lu lihat kakinya, Cok. Anjing, bagus banget. Tatangnya pakai baju kering karena habis lawan bos lama. Bagus banget, Cok, lu lihat tadi. Wah. Agak aneh sebenarnya. Paimon benar-benar inget kalau itu gurunya Calia, anjir. Tapi kan udah dikasih tahu sama si Cal dulu kan.
Oh, right. So you don't know him. Sorry, I assumed you did. His name is Sertologi.
I am unfamiliar with that name.
Huh. So Master isn't sufficiently famous. How should I describe him then? Have you heard of the name The Fowl?
The Fowl?
Still nothing? Well, how about the Visionary? Vetterfulnir then? Or Gold Rhine Daughter?
Ooh, that one we've heard. Absen Circle. She's Albedo's mom, right?
Ah, ini dia nih. Kapan mau nongki di DC bang? Ntar ya, gue soalnya tidurnya pagian terus, Andika. Lalu itu bang, stocking mana yang punya warna begitu? Iya bener.
Oh, so you do know that name. To be honest, I also heard all of those names and titles from my master. I don't actually know them either. But I suppose you understand now, yes? My master is likely a similar sort to Rheindotter. They are both pursuing some form of perfection.
Wait! Didn't you also mention a visionary person? I didn't quite catch their name.
Kalimat sker yang awal itu sebenarnya adalah suatu bentuk pengakuan bahwa lawan bicaranya bukanlah sembarangan orang. Oh. Sebenarnya tetes sker ini masih lama playable-nya, harusnya sih lama. Visionary person.
Actually, never mind that. I believe it expedient to inform you that the all-devouring narwhal used up nearly all its strength fighting you. Such roiling hydro energies will prove difficult for the planet's deep seas to digest. As such, the fontaine back on the surface has most likely been thrown into chaos. In other words, the prophecy that you've been fretting over should now be in full swing.
What?
Oh.
Not to worry. Focalor has already managed to deceive the heavenly principles.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only Farina will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
In the moment. Oh? Oh, ini dong udah nggak jadi air lagi. Tetap tenggelam ya. Iya nggak sih? Tenggelam, cuman orang-orangnya hidup.
All hands, initiate emergency rescue!
Tetap hidup, jadi dia...
Hurry! Hey, lend a hand!
Tempo kalau ini udah bisa dimanipulasi. Apaan Abinu, iya emang.
Look! The water's receding!
It's a miracle! We didn't dissolve. The prophecy was wrong. The prophecy was wrong.
GG. Aduh, sabar terakhir bayi.
Are you alright?
We're saved. The prophecy was wrong.
Ya happy ending juga sih. Happy ending juga sih. Jauh ini arc quest paling jauh, paling bagus. Paling bagus, no debat, no nego, ya. Bagus sih, bagus.
The summer renewed. The Sweetity Rasula talks post-disaster rebuilding.
Jadi Furina Arkon nggak bukan human, Cok.
Navia, spokesperson of the Sweetity Rasula. And with old soil
Istri gua.
give birth to new bloom, Miss Navia stated. Hope is like seeing a smoked skyship winglet, burner brain of the Fontaine Research Institute. The various disputes that have arisen on account of Mr. Edwin have suddenly become a shield over the Institute, with Jurier turning out to be a once overlooked hidden gem.
Nah, ada lagi nggak make sense-nya. Ini kan Fontaine itu high ground. Ya kalau Fontaine aja banjir, gimana ceritanya Tibet aman kayak Mondo Liu? Nggak salah sih. Bener juga ya? Iya juga ya? Bener juga ya? Oh, bisa juga sih. Karena warga Fontaine nggak disuruh minggat aja, jadi nggak tenggelam. Nggak salah juga sih. Dan tahun memimpin Fontaine, berkorban buat warga Fontaine, buat gua Furina Arkon. Iya, udah jadi Arkon beneran sih. Karena dia udah kayak udah lead kan, udah jadi leader. Cuman ya susah juga ya kan. Emang harus terjadi gitu.
People always call the first researcher mad, but few know what to call the second. And should that latter person achieve a miracle? Wow! Paimon barely recognizes the people in the reports. Are those...
What do you think? Pretty enthralling, huh? The Steambird's idea was the value for these big scoops lies Edwin's assistant.
Ini gua skip aja lah, capek. Mending banjirnya pindahin ke Gunung Sumeru biar gak panas. Anjir. Mungkin banjirnya region lock, anjir. Nah, masih ada lagi. Oh, finale. Gila. Beneran 5 jam gak tuh, anjir. Baca gitu 5 jam, Cok. Gua, Cok. Gila. 5 jam. Enggak, 6 jam, Cok. Enggak sih, 5 jam deh. Anjir, Cok. 5 jam nih, 5 jam, Cok. Startnya. 5 jam, Ren. Gila. Lama banget loh. Ini dari berapa? Iya, bener 5 jam, Cok. 5 jam bener baca.
It's you.
Hey, we're just having a look around.
Selamat apa? 5 jam tuh, gila ya.
I'm here to update myself on how things are going here. Oh, the Fatui are here too.
Di sini aja ada kotakan air tempat. Apa kotakan air tempat? Oh iya, di sini ada kotakan air bener sih. Lagi ente aneh-aneh aja. Udah tahu yang ngebanjirin tuh Asian Dragon penguasa. Hah? Emang iya?
Let me introduce you. This
Ancient
is Mr.
Dragon,
Varun
penguasa
Stejovic.
Hydro.
He represented the Knave in
si
sending us
itu
a
nih
large
bilang
number of
maksudnya.
residents are hard at work as well. Thanks to everyone, work is progressing.
Hello, Miss Charlotte. I'm a big fan of yours. But if you don't mind, could you not emphasize our role too?
I get where you're coming
Bagus
from.
banget ya, gila ya.
That would be fine. Thanks.
Gila sih, aduh.
Oh, you're
Sumpah
back
itu
too.
yang kasihan pas lagi ininya scene-nya Furina di apa namanya di teater sih, di teater. Wah. Itu sih
We
bagus
finished laying down
banget,
the
Cok.
construction
Anjir.
materials. It'll be another hour before the work.
Well, her reputation's greatly risen after that whole duel
Itu
business
bagus
with
banget,
Miss
Cok.
Farina.
Beneran bagus
So
banget.
she's
itu.
here in Poisson to wait out the heat.
Saya juga 5 jam,
all
Bang.
right.
5 jam ya.
She really came here to
Apa
help me
nih?
out.
Kasus sih? Quest-nya apa? Maksudnya apa? Event baru kah? Enggak. Ini Arkon Quest. Itu isinya Spinoza enggak horror. Akhirnya kan si Nibilet yang banjir. Akhirnya iya Nibilet yang banjirin, bener. Kan tadi kan suruh ini ya. Iya bener. Oh iya bener ya, Nibilet yang banjirin ya. Bikin hujan kan. Tadi hujan deras kan karena dia, iya bener. Yang nggak bisa berenang sama nggak bisa nahan napas lama, apa kabar, bener juga. Cuma tetap aja misteri banget kalau gurun mati dok. Atau malu ya, tapi tetap Arkon Quest ini cuman soalnya klorin nggak basah. Bodoh amat, klorin nggak basah-basah anjir. Udah lah, disuruh ngejudge.
The Spina has need of more decision makers. And, well, I do already happen to be connected to Mr. Callis.
Pemulihan dosa, iya. Harus banjir emang ya.
Oh, wait just a moment. Do you mind me asking a few questions? You know, about how you felt before the duel, about what it was like facing down a god. There's
Forget it. I'm sure you can find a better theme.
I see you're the same as always. Couldn't you do me?
Well, if we're talking about doing things for my sake,
Gila ya.
you might as well just take a few more photos of me. Or of the traveler.
Keren banget
Of course I will. I'm not gonna let him off that
Jadi
easy.
pertanyaannya, klorin
All
berapa
right, and everyone who wants to be in the photo, gather up.
Bagus ya ininya.
How did it go? Was it a good shot? Did Paimon look cute in
Arkon
it?
Dewa Celestial, Tuhannya di Tibet, yoi.
Not bad. Your addition really helped the composition of the picture. All right, hang on a moment. Let me
Arkon Quest
snap a
paling
few more
bagus banget
shots.
sih ini, gila sih. Ya, nunggu tahun depan lagi buat yang Arkon Quest baru ya kan.
All right, that should do
Tapi
it.
jadi nggak makan
anyway,
siang,
so,
jadi nggak makan siang atau gym. Iya, gue nggak makan siang, bener-bener nggak makan siang sama nggak nge-gym, so. Udahlah makannya sore aja lah.
You're very quick.
Aku tau kenapa klorin badak, karena dia dari air gitu. Dewa itu ibarat Joko. Nah, Celestial ini M-Chan. Bodoh amat anjir lah. Arkon Quest terbaik saat ini, jadi kita nggak usah bahas Arkon Quest ini. Terima kasihan.
Speed is of the essence when it comes to the news, and freshness is the key. Also, not to
Jadi
brag, but
bagus
I'm
banget
pretty
sih.
good at building connections.
Lagi iya, jadi ini bagus banget,
I'll hazard a guess that this
gue
is
udah
how you got
nggak
the
baca ini,
output
udah
of
males gue bacanya udah.
Whoa, you're well informed.
That's a...
In truth, all Monsieur Neuvillette asked me was, when did the fortress become so friendly towards the media? I told him that it was best not to speak too soon.
Nah, yang jadi pertanyaan adalah
There's no
hubungan
guarantee that
yang
Ridley
real
will make
jahat.
a personal
Nggak tahu dah.
appearance.
Kayaknya nggak ada yang jahat. Acting semua, Cok. Endstream apa lanjut main? Kagak Endstream lah. Capek gue anjir. Gue lapar banget, Cok.
tell me if you hear anything interesting. I'll treat you to afternoon tea in
Gue lapar
exchange.
banget anjir. Beneran deh. Masih bagus kok. Nah, apa kabar Mondo? Iya. Anjir masih lagi, Cok. Udah lah. Ini mana? Oh, di bawah. Harga Sumeru bosenin. Yang menarik pas Catherine ditusuk doang. Ditusuk gak tuh anjir. Ini semua Liwe masih bagus kok. Nah, apa kabar Mondo? Mondo ya begitulah ya.
Guess we're here again, huh? There's a real nostalgic feeling to this.
Looks like you've been missing us.
Duke, did you come all the way to the
Kalau ditanya yang mana jahat, yang mana baik, masih nggak bisa jawab. Kalau kita lihat dari sisi ini, si itu jahat. Tapi kalau dilihat dari sisi itu, sebenarnya niatnya baik. Iya.
Of course.
Gak ada yang baik, gak ada yang jahat. Semua lagi
dear Miss Charlotte.
role masing-masing.
Nurse recommended
Harus
you.
gimana gitu. Jadi emang saatnya harus jahat, saatnya harus baik gitu. Makanya feeling dimainin kan sama
No need to thank
sama
But that said, I shouldn't be the
Of course, of course.
Oh, sudah gila lawan sekarang paling epic. Gundam cuy. Yang paling jahat Celestia.
Alright,
Bener, yang
then.
paling jahat
This
Celestia
way.
udah paling bener. Ngerusak anjir. Celestia itu gak jahat. Siapa yang jahat, Dep? Kalau gitu, Dep. Ya, itu baik. Ibarat Jo. Nah, Celestia jahat ibarat bodoh amat. Dawe yang jahat, gak salah anjir. Sepenuhnya dibilang jahat, yang sebenarnya jahat itu Jo. Bodoh amat, ini lagi mulai anjir. Gak ada, tergantung masing-masing orang. Gak ada yang jahat sih kalau gue bilang. Kayak
Hey, no
emang
need to
itu
be
udah
so
role-nya
nervous.
masing-masing.
I've already taken all the photos we need.
Nggak, jadi kapan harus jahat, kapan harus baik buat kebaikan masing-masing gitu loh. Tapi sepanjang Arkon Quest muter-muter doang dia. Itu juga fotonya juga
Miss
dianggap
Charlotte,
jahat. Pada akhirnya punya tujuan
do
baik.
these
benar.
pictures really need to be published on the cover of the Steambird?
Itu begini Seven itu jahat. Intinya paling anjing.
It would seem that Miss Lorvine doesn't want her face to appear beside that of Mr. Jurier.
Kerjain quest. Mudeng maksudnya. Caranya aja yang salah palingnya. Tapi dari profesi peneliti lainnya.
Sir, please don't.
But it looked...
No,
Now, I might not look it, but I actually did meet Mr. M. The boat.
Capek.
Still, if I might have.
Gua mau cepet-cepet kelar, Cok. Capek, Cok.
That ship is present.
Really?
Dia cuma kasih tahu apa aja.
You already know my answer, I'm afraid.
Salah paham.
Best
Salah
you
paham.
interview our head nurse instead. Or
Did you really have to use the word? Well, then, 2 solo
Lu
photos.
bayangin
my hair messed up?
ngerjain
Please,
akun
someone
quest
help me have
Sumeru
a look.
dejavu malam-malam ngantuk gua kira otak gue. Iya anjir dia dejavu. Malas anjir.
Would any of you like to try this?
Hey, Miss Charlotte. Sure.
Keadilan Pokalor buat warganya bukan buat dia sendiri, sedih banget. Iya, benar.
Same old, same old.
Besok besok gue main HSR
That's
ya.
why I decided.
Gue mau ini sih. Besok gue mau sebenarnya gue pingin kerjain story questnya Furina. Gue mau lihat dia kayak gimana.
Anyway, I'll tell them that there's good news and bad news. The good being that their boss
Di
seems
sana 4
fine.
menitan kalau nggak salah.
Bad being that they... What change can there be? The fortress will keep chugging along, and as to what Miss Farina's departure will mean for the nation, and if our laws and governance will be transformed, we'll leave those to the folks in the overworld.
Hey everyone, the photo shoot's
Semuanya
done.
baik POV dia sendiri. Nggak benar. Dari perspektif warga Fontaine yang dilakukan dulu.
In that case, let's call it a...
Thanks for your cooperation.
Berahmat
traveler,
dan
let's
orang sama
go.
dia. Yang dia tarik keadilan buat warga walaupun dicaci maki warga sendiri. Saya bang. Setuju sih. Intinya yang jelas adalah Agent Dragon punya tingkat lebih tinggi dari Arkon sama sekali aja nggak mau patuh. Udah sih. Tapi gue belum juga story Furina masih belum kuat. Gak kuat gue nggak kuat nih barusan lihat.
There'll be a next time.
Capek. Ini Ati nggak kuat beneran. Ati nggak kuat gue. Saya jahat baik, yang penting bodoh amat. Udah Celestia, si Ageria ini playing God, menciptakan manusia. Ininya Tetesker kapan lagi muncul? Bodoh amat juga.
Maybe. Who knows? I might write a story about the underwater factory next
kapan
time.
playable lagi?
Until then. All right.
Sebenarnya yang
last
jadi itu
stop.
Oto nggak tuh? Kenapa jadi Oto tuh? Sekarang playable ora, nggak tahu dah. Kayaknya dia nggak ada vision, nggak tahu sih kalau dikasih ceritanya ya ntar maybe ada vision. Ntar dikasih vision, atau pancingan tuh. Tapi masalahnya dari awal Primordial One itu penjajah gitu. Primordial One yang mana? Primordial One yang mana tuh? Yang mana ya?
Navia mentioned that she stayed in touch with Limmy and the others after working together.
Bodoh amat.
Traveler, Paimon.
Oh, Primordial One
Miss
itu
Charlotte,
Celestia. Ah, iya.
Would you like a magic pocket?
Iya,
What
enggak,
sort of
iya,
gadget? It's a
Primordial itu
wondrous
Celestia.
trick
Oh,
of
itu.
friend. You could just make a friend like Fremine
MC nggak ada
here.
vision tapi playable.
Isn't that right,
Itu kan MC, Cok. MC mau nggak ada vision juga iya.
To be honest, that sounds pretty sweet.
Yang udah baca
Could I have your contact, please?
Bisa dibaca di mana? Iya, gue pengen baca lagi. Gua cuma
Sure.
ada beberapa
Working hard to help Fremine
satu
socialize.
He was the one who proposed doing this. He even wants to assist in our magic shows.
Yes, I was planning to first introduce Per as an assistant, and later Fremine himself. In the future, I think
Tapi
we can
pakainya
leave
apa?
underwater escape
Elemennya.
magic to him too.
Nopal nggak ada vision. Oh iya, Nopal nggak ada vision
That
ya.
said, would anyone want to see a diver
Tapi kan
escape
kita tahu dia
underwater?
hydro kan. Kalau si kayak misalnya si ini.
Oh,
Yang
it'll work
cowok.
out. Every journey
Nah, kan kita
begins
udah
with
tahu
the
dia
first step.
hijau gitu
He'll
kan.
become a part of our show eventually.
Nasker kan nggak ada warnanya apa? Ungu. Apa? Kalau warna ungu. Nggak, ungunya ungu gelap lagi, bukan elektro ya. Terus si siapa tuh yang cowok itu? Yang ininya dulu Paimonnya si MC Quantum aja. Kalau ada Quantum sih keren sih. MC yang si Lumin, MC yang Lumin, Paimonnya Lumin, siapa sih namanya? Gue lupa tuh, yang cowok, gue lupa lagi. Yang dari Kain Ria. Nah itu juga, dia juga hitam malah, hitam ungu, ya kan? Si Dan Slave bener, iya kan? By the way ini kita nggak dikasih gnosis sama sekali ya. By the way gnosisnya mana ya? Kan Vision Chongli, kan ada Vision Chongli. Tapi kan Vision palsu, sama kayak si ini.
Lynette, could you come over?
Got it.
Ini mau gue ini.
My, that Charlotte is rather perceptive. She got rid of everyone the moment she realized I
Apanya
had
yang dikasih
something
tahu?
Father says that you did a great deal during the latest events. She's very
Biar tahu
grateful
nasi.
for your contributions
di
to
sini
Fontaine.
ada ntar.
That's alright. We were more than happy to have
Ini gue nggak baca loh.
Oh, I guess you after Lady Farina left.
a diplomatic gift.
Yes, it could have been done as an apology. Furthermore, Father did also lend significant aid to
Dialah kan
Fontaine
dikasih
and Poisson.
Oh, dikasih ke Nopal. Gua aja ada. Udah di notis soalnya.
But this is a gnosis we're talking about. Doesn't this
Nopal kan
seem a
ada
bit
resume.
irresponsible?
Soalnya Dragon Sovereign makanya nggak perlu Vision. Vision itu pemberian hukum langit. Kalau kayak bukan asal dari Tibet.
I would agree, but I've also heard that it seems that Monsieur Neuvillette has had a significant change of heart regarding the
sebelum
matter.
mari dan dipenggal kan dikasih. Mana? Gue nggak lihat. Kan kelihatan kan? Emang dikasih? Enggak ah. Gnosisnya dikasih Arlecchino. Mana? Nggak kelihatan. Oh itu yang gelembungnya itu gnosis. Oh itu. Astaga.
So there's some reason for this that only Neuvillette knows about.
Oh itu gnosisnya. Astaga ya
I suspect you'll
Tuhan.
have to ask him about that yourself.
Emang iya beneran?
Speaking of which, I did see him strolling around the entrance to.
Makanya gue nggak lihat dari tadi orang gua fokus.
They
Pas
say
cerita
that
dia
he's
tuh gua
returned to
fokus banget kan.
Snezhnaya to recover.
That's true. When you think about it, we've had loads of run-ins with the
Jadi
Fatui.
bulat, udah gitu.
We'd be allied with the...
So shocked by such a simple switching of sides?
Ini dia nih. Ini boleh nih. Father.
Well, what do you know? Come to the docks to see how my children are doing and meet the traveler by chance. Please do not pay.
Are you going to...
Kan Novel udah full Hydra Authority, terus Gnosis Hydra udah kopong. Dragon Sovereign kekuatannya dibagi setengah. Setengahnya, oh. Buat apa dong? Are you going to take Gnosis back? Oh iya dong.
That is our duty as harbingers. Yes.
Oh iya dong, dikasih dong, bener.
Don't be too preoccupied with sides. The goal of the Fatui concerns not a single place or person, but the entire world. With such a grand goal in mind, it is inevitable that we must wear many masks. Switching my masks is something I've always done. Well, that depends on many things. No one truly knows what the future holds. What good is honesty if you can't rely on it forever?
Gnosisnya nggak kopong. Kalau kopong ngapain diambil dari sini? Iya sih.
As for you, I very much look forward to our next collaboration. Good things cannot be achieved alone, and you've proved yourselves to be great
Buat main
partners.
catur, nggak salah sih buat main catur.
A vision. All right. I'll remember to return it. Thank you.
That's a wrap for me. Huh?
Nah, kalau buat catur emang.
You're...
Setor ke Sarita pakai Gnosis kosong, malu-maluin bener banget.
Greetings, Miss Journalist.
Bagus banget ya dia.
Hello. That is correct. So forgive me, but I will not be able to serve as a subject in your article. However, feel free to write as much as you'd like about our dear magicians and our upcoming rookie talent.
Oh, belum ya? Oh iya, belum tahu ya? Setengahnya Hydra Authority yang harusnya di Gnosis udah balik ke Nopal, berarti Gnosis cuma buat main catur, cok. Iya sih. Tapi kalau udah dikasih ke Arlecchino udah ini dong. Kalau udah kasih Carlecino, setengah lagi dong, udah nggak full lagi dong. Kan udah dikasih kan? Terusnya bukan partner.
The sea breeze is quite pleasant. I shall
Farewell, Father.
Oh, she has such an intimidating presence. I didn't even dare to take a picture. Thankfully, I've already wrapped up all my pre-scheduled interviews.
Don't be too nervous. Why don't you take a magic pocket before you go? Here, traveler, Paimon, you take one too.
To move things about?
That's right. I guess this must be life. We will all follow our own paths, and serendipity will lead you to your... All right then.
Well, guess we sent Charlotte off.
Oh iya nih. Nah ini harus baca ini. Anjing jauh banget, Cok. Kalau udah ndak ada ya pasti. Kalau udah ndak ada ya pasti ndak ada. Ada Authority udah balik ke New Zealand. Jadi saya udah nggak pernah puasa. Udah diambil alih sama gitu. Jadi tetap 100% ya dia ya? Harusnya kan dikasih kekuatan, tapi cuma secuil biar nggak kosong-kosong. Oh gitu. Harusnya buat manipulate Hydro doang. Jadi bukan Authority. I see. Bisa ada short movie nyaminya kedua dikasih tahu. Nanti gnosisnya yang udah dikumpulin kayak ngomong.
So you really are here, Neverland. I didn't think you were going to have free time this hour of the day.
Really? Oh, I suppose you must have met Mr. Linney. He took the time to greet me earlier when he passed. In any case, you came at a good time. I was just considering reaching out to you to set up a meeting. So
Paimon glad that you remembered. Thank you for keeping us on your mind while we
keep being powernya udah balik tuh. Iya bener juga.
Alright, let's have it then. How was Fontaine actually saved? The whole business is still quite the mystery to us.
It is strange how words can often leave a bitter taste in the mouth when it finally comes time to say them out loud.
Apa nih? Oh, nggak mau ah. Ini kayaknya ada sas banget tuh. Lalu abis naik bom.
So that's what happened? Fossilor destroyed the divine throne of the Hydro Archon and restored your power to you, transforming you into a fully fledged elemental dragon sovereign.
Okay.
But Paimon still doesn't quite get what you did to save the Fontanians from dissolving.
For me, the authority of the ancient dragons refers to absolute control over the Hydro
element. Absolute control over.
Fontanians were incomplete humans born of Egeria's use of the power of the primordial sea, with constitutions similar to that of mimics. But so long as those primordial energies remain within them, I could use the ancient dragon's authority to grant them true blood. After the fashion in which life was first brought into being on this planet.
Oh gitu, I see. Gitu.
In other words, when I gave my verdict, Fontanians became true humans, and thus would naturally no longer be dissolved by water from the primordial sea.
I see.
Fossilor must have counted on you to make that decision as well. Your verdict was the key to making the prophecy appear to have come true while saving everyone. Yeah, and in a manner of speaking, Fossilor finally managed to fulfill the original Hydro Archon's wish to turn Oceanids into real people too.
Oh, jadi dia emang Fossilor maunya bikin ini Oceanid jadi orang bener. I see.
It seems from your expressions that you still have more things you wish to ask. Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Ini adanya gimana? Kok nggak ada sih? Oh, ini dia.
Oh, that's right. They say you've given it to the knave as a diplomatic gift or something.
Leaving aside their intentionality, the two Fatui Harbingers have indeed done much for us during this crisis. Their sole remaining goal in Fontaine, at least at this point, would seem to be the Gnosis. The Oratrice has ceased to function. The Hydro Archon's divine throne is now no more, and I do not need the Gnosis's power. As such, it has lost all meaning for Fontaine. If the Fatui have impure designs, and we might as well accede to their request now and avoid unnecessary conflict.
What complicated considerations? Paimon thought you were just giving it to them out of gratitude to the knave and as an apology to Child.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it. You will soon be heading to Natlan, I presume. I'm afraid that I have little talent as a travel guide, so all I can do is tell you what I know about that land. As far as I'm aware, Natlan can be said to be a nation of dragons.
Nation of Dragons, anjir. Keren banget nih. Keren bener.
Nation of dragons?
No, I suspect that I would not find myself welcome there. Unlike ancient dragons such as myself, the dragons of Natlan have undergone long years of development and evolution. Large numbers of them have entered a form of coexistence with humanity.
Anjir, keren amat.
Natlan is also the nation of war. War ravages those lands like an undying flame. There is one other piece of information I got incidentally from my negotiations with the knave that I believe may be useful to you. The harbinger known as the Captain has thrown his hat into the endless ring of war.
The Captain. Sounds like a real tough customer. Seriously, everywhere you look, there's a Fatui harbinger doing their thing.
Kemana dipecut itu boleh. Bodoh amat. Tidak takut sama level. Anjir.
I suggest that you fully prepare yourself before going to Natlan. In the meantime, Fontaine's doors will always be open to you. Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Yeah, about that. Risley said Farina has already left. What's that all about?
Ah, Lady Farina. The people are only aware that her death sentence has not been carried out. She abdicated the post of Hydro Archon and left affairs related to that title to me before leaving the Opera House. I related Focalor's words to her faithfully and completely. After hearing them, she seemed neither saddened nor comforted. She simply said that she was tired and needed to rest. Having said that, she then packed her things and moved out of the Opera House, not unlike how an ordinary person might.
But she's still got a place to stay.
You need not worry. I will make arrangements to ensure that she will not want for food, clothing, board, or travel. In truth, I am somewhat happy for her. The wear and tear on her spirit will, of course, take time to heal. But now that she no longer has to play the role of Focalor the Hydro Archon, she can finally lay down her burdens and lead a normal life.
What about you then? What are your plans now that you've regained your full powers as the Hydro Dragon?
After Focalor passed on, the Oratrice also ceased to function. This matter will directly affect our trials. After much careful consideration, I've decided to take over its role in our courts. From now on, I shall hear cases and pass verdicts by myself.
Looks like you're still considering stuff from the perspective of the Udex, huh?
Iya, kayaknya Nopal nggak gantiin Falcon. Iya bener. Nopal merdeka nggak sih? Karena ada diisi sama bodoh amat. Furina itu umurnya sama kayak Lumin. Juga kalau misal Egeria yang tanya mungkin itu umurnya sama kayak Lumin. Kalau misal Egeria yang ditanyain mungkin dia bisa tahu. Iya.
As an elemental dragon, there are indeed many things that I must do. But this power and this duty, in a manner of speaking, you could say that both were granted to me. As such, before I attend to my other responsibilities, I must first and foremost continue to serve Fontaine as its highest judge. The duty of the Hydro Sovereign and the duty of the Udex shall coexist within my person. Additionally, the Hydro Archon's departure has brought about another problem, which is that the Opera House shall no longer produce indemnitium.
That's true. That power was derived from the people's faith in the Hydro Archon, wasn't it? Wait, but the various mechs and machines in the city are all still okay. Where are they getting their energy from?
As I am now, I have full command over New Musia, and it can serve as a complete substitute. Another reason why I cannot quite leave Fontaine immediately.
Wow. This ancient dragon's authority stuff is really quite useful, huh?
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it. I have investigated his case along many avenues, and I have learned that he once fell into an unknown chasm when he was young. There, by chance, he awakened the all-devouring
Halo
Narwhal.
Halo juga Len. Lumin akan bertualang. Sorry gua nggak ngomong ya, karena kalian lagi ngobrol. Gua lagi baca juga sih. Ini endingnya kah? Iya, ini endingnya. Ini terakhir ngomong sama dia. Maybe after this harusnya ada Archon Quest lagi yang ada. Habisnya biru-biru kayak, iya bener.
But whether it be by sentiment or reason, that should not have been enough to consider him the root cause of the disaster. As for the judgment passed by the oratrice during the trial, whether it was due to that liability by association or Focalor deliberately using him to buy time for us on the assumption that he would be able to hold the creature off, I cannot say.
Guess Focalor had Fontanians in mind the whole time. In the end, it was thanks to her that they finally became real humans. Hang on a second. Paimon suddenly got in. Back when Fontanians hadn't yet become real humans, were the children they had also transformed Oceanids?
Oh, ini dia yang ditanyain nih.
Life has always flowed like water. Do you recall how Fontanians would often come to the Fountain of Lucine to pray for children?
Yeah, Lynette said the fountain is where all the waters
In truth, even those couples did not know that such prayers were no mere custom, but instead a form of ritual. Those Oceanids who were blessed within the spring water would later descend as new humans in the coming months.
Oh, anjir.
Paimon sorta gets it now.
Jadi itu air bisa jadi orang dong.
Any further use, but it'll probably live on as a local custom.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Hang on a sec. Paimon
Iya
still
nggak
got a
sih?
question about the nose.
Iya, jadi apa yang dia wish, gue pengen punya anak. Kan tiba-tiba ada aja anak gitu kan. Oh, dikenal beberapa Archon tapi mereka nggak ada yang tahu kalau Lumin itu princess of Archon. Oh. Yang foto itu jangan Lumin juga kenapa sampai jadi princess of Archon. Kocak banget.
When we spoke to Linny earlier, he mentioned that your attitude towards giving away the Gnosis had clearly changed. We guessed that there might be some reason for it that only you were aware of.
No wonder the House of the Hearth is the Fatui's intelligence division. So regarding this specific issue, I was just getting ready to share something with you. In truth, I exchanged some further words with that lady named Skirk after sending you two back to the surface. It went something like this.
Jauh dia tahu tapi karena dia dewa kontrak dia nggak bisa ngasih tahu itu karena kontrak dia yang nggak tahu apa isi kontrak. Penyebabnya Oceanid bisa punya anak. Oh gitu anjir ternyata. Chongli tahu tuh tahu tapi karena dia dewa kontrak dia nggak bisa kasih tahu tapi Bito karena kontrak dia yang nggak tahu.
We're going to head topside to see what's going on. You hurry over soon as well, all right, Nervalet?
Kayak sepunya anjir. Jadi dihamilin sama airnya. Kirain anjir.
What next?
The all-devouring narwhal isn't here, so I'm no longer getting any interference. I can finally catch the scent of your power. What it's made of. It is the authority of the planet's primordial dragons, but with something very similar to a god's curse mixed in. It's quite a novel blend.
Anjir. Jadi bisa ngerasain powernya dia dong.
I'm
Gila.
sure I've encountered something like this before. What was it again?
I do not know what you speak of.
Of course. You should have the remains of the third descender on your person, yes?
Hah, third descender gimana maksudnya? Remains of the third descender itu siapa? Kan misalnya semua Melusine kan cewek, semua perkembang biaknya gimana? Kan ada father. Tahu itu for this. You should have the remains. Oh, si itu dong. Si Lumin dong. Yang bukan dari you should have the. You should have the remains of the third descender on your person. Oke. Belum tahu yang belum tahu. Dia punya keempat. Bukan descender. Dia bukan descender.
Remains? I've never heard of any such thing.
Bukan ya?
According to your
ada ya di
parents,
remains.
I believe
Lupa
it
gua
may be
anjir.
called a gnosis.
Well, that much is true. After Focalor's divinity faded, she handed her gnosis to me, but I fear I have never heard of it described in the manner that you just did.
I've been training with my master, the Foul, ever since I was young, and I have never returned to the surface since. So most of the information I possess, I got from him. It is only natural for those who are greater than humanity to possess a different sort of common sense. which is why there are so many problems in our attempts to communicate with humans. Regardless, you should probably get rid of objects of misfortune to prevent any disasters from befalling you.
Agak aneh tapi masih misteri. Iya. Nggak tahu gimana caranya itu. Karena child akan menjadi dan nopal. Juga sudah tidak punya vision. Apakah child versi Legacy akan dari keren juga tuh. Komodo bisa berkembang biak sendiri. Hah? Komodo? What? Lumin itu masih menjadi misteri kepada iya. Fathernya bukan Andrew Garrett. Fathernya. Iya bisa
To
jadi.
live in itself is a blessing. But once a person dies, the bonds he once had with this world shall all turn to curses.
What do you mean by that?
No need to fret. These are just my personal thoughts. And my reason for no longer wishing to return to the surface.
This third descender you refer to, who are they? And when did they die?
Master never mentioned them to me. Perhaps it just wasn't that important for me to know. If you're interested, though, I could ask him. I'll be sure to pass the answer on to you next time.
Next time? You believe we will meet again?
I do. Wait. I have a disciple of my own, don't I? He can be the messenger then?
Oh iya sih itu. Si ini. Soalnya mereka kan saudara kembar sama Tate Wito sama Lumin saudara angkat. Iya benar juga.
That's what she told me. Whether it would prove useful or not, I wanted to pass that information on to
Sedangkan
you.
Lumin jadi rakyat. Aneh kan? Aneh juga sih.
The remains of the third descender? So that's what the Gnosis actually are. Paimon just thought they looked like chess pieces. How could they be a person's remains?
Oh itu person remain. Hah? Kok kenapa jadi Gnosis jadi people's remains anjir?
All the same, assuming that there was no misunderstanding or special metaphor at play, that is what she meant to say.
And she said that it would bring misfortune and that you should check it, which is why you gave it to the Fatui.
If she speaks the truth, then I would simply be putting Fontaine at unnecessary risk by keeping it here.
Benar juga. One juga desain. Primordial one, iya. The Descendants remains. One that knows are related to this.
I guess that you might already be familiar with this concept, but I did not expect you to be one of them. That means that the Gnosis, which are exceedingly element compatible and can even enhance elemental abilities, do indeed come from the third descender. I wonder, does your body also possess similar properties?
Like being able to use elemental powers without a vision. That does sort of count as special compatibility, right? No, let's not think about this stuff right now. Comparing the Traveler to the dead third descender and all, that's what you say, but this topic still feels like... Once Child recovers, let's get some more answers out of here. Or go look for his master and get the answers that way.
Oh, dan the Sinner, kalau ingat patung kebalik. Oh, itu Sinner ya. Itu bukti dari the Sinner di sini. Ini yang bikin Gnosis. Oh, yang bikin Gnosis yang ini. Oh gitu. Makanya si Aether bisa pakai elemen tanpa vision. Iya.
I too believe it unwise to make too many blind guesses when information is lacking. The same is true of being at court.
All right. Whatever the case, it seems like the crisis here in Fontaine's over for now.
Yes. All of Focalor's efforts were for this moment as well.
But she sacrificed herself in the end as a god, and she suffered through all those years as a human. Was that really what she wanted?
I suppose that would be the mystery of a god's will. I suspect not. But once in a while, I too would guess that if wishes were like the clouds in the sky, they will one day return to the earth as raindrops. Life flows like water, and rain is the final answer. The water levels may sometimes tilt one way or another, but the rain falls fairly upon all.
Oh gitu. kontennya jadi ateis dong. Kan ada New Village.
And what ultimately is the difference between the rains that fall?
Anjir. Fuck. Game ngancurin ini banget anjir. Ngancurin ngancurin hati, Cok. Bangke emang. Buset lu sampai 48. Dari abis sampai 48 gitu. Karena Celestial nggak seneng, makanya dia jatuhin pilarnya sebagai hukuman dia. Oh gitu. Yakin gak mewek? Hampir gua. Hati doang yang gak kuat gua, sumpah. Wah, rusak. Ini Archon Quest-nya rusak, Cok, anjir. Wah, gila. Capek gua. Rusak. Nahida sih yang bikin mewek. Ini juga sih. Ini lebih parah, Cok, daripada Nahida. Nahida sih kasihan banget sih emang. Dikalahin sama Fenty sama pas kata Blizzard. Oh, gua gak tau, gua lupa. Gila sih. Ini sih nggak ada obat, Cok. Nah, story-nya Genshin ini bagus banget soalnya nggak ada yang bisa.
Melusines are beautiful creatures. They are the pride of Fontaine. Be sure to be friendly and cause them no harm.
Oh, gue lihat kalungnya dia kok beda gitu ya tadi. Naik ini damage-nya ini nambah ini. Ini hydro damage bonusnya tuh 80% nih harusnya. Aduh, gila capek banget gua. Aduh, thank you loh semua. Aduh, anjir, capek banget. Nongkrong bentar deh. Aduh, gila gua lapar banget lagi. Setengah jam lagi. Bang satu kiri kan masih banyak story heiser. Kenapa jadi story heiser? Ntar lagi makan, lapar banget, Cok. Masih lama ya, setengah jam, Ren. Gila, anjir. Sedih sih. Sedih. Sedih banget, Cok. Kasian banget nih anak, anjir. Dilihat-lihat. Gue jadi pingin buka ini sih jadinya. Pingin buka story quest-nya dia jadinya. Pingin banget gue ntar. Harus gue mainin nih dia. Sama New Village punya, kayaknya Furina punya sih. Karena juga mau buka bos baru kan. Bang, cek percakapan tiap Archon mengenai Furina, oke. Mau ngecek. Mana sih? About Furina.
She made a contract with her own self to save the nation. Strictly adhered to it for over 5 centuries without once wavering, and even fooled the heavenly principles in the end. I have great respect for approaches to justice that place exacting demands not only on others, but also on the self. Though her divinity has vanished, and the throne of the Archon is no more, Furina will go down in Fontaine's history as a god of justice worthy of recognition.
Anjir. Bagus ya. Mana tuh? Oh ini. Huh? Oh, ini dia.
People often say that wisdom isn't about what you know, but knowing what you can change. It is beyond question that the prophecy was carved into ermine so long ago. And while it may look like nothing has changed, it also seems like everything has. I think we both know her to be smart enough to turn the fate of the world around.
Bagus juga. Mana lagi? Mana si kampret tuh? Nah ini dia.
must be versed in both music and song, but a stage performer requires far more skills than just these. Hey, don't you think we should invite her over to put on a show at the next Windbloom Festival? Huh? You want me to talk about how she saved Fontaine? Well, I mean, she's such a talented artiste, it's no wonder. I wouldn't be surprised even if she'd saved the entire world.
Anjir. Kocak Raidennya mana sih dia?
For 5 centuries, I dueled the Raiden Shogun in my personal realm of consciousness to confirm the steadfastness of my will. Yet this Furina you speak of, though possessing only a frail human body, committed herself to acting out her part every second of every day for 500 years.
Anjir.
A true battle of the spirit. Her willpower has indeed reached the level
Gila ya,
of a god.
bener karena ini lihat nih, Furina you speak of possessing only frail human body ya, anjir. Sampai di respect sama Raiden, cok, bisa her willpower has indeed reached the level of god, anjir. Furina kan, ya kan Furina human kan. Dia sampai dapat respect kalau dia punya kekuatan willpower kayak punya kekuatan benar-benar sampai ininya levelnya god. Goblok, anjir. Jadi dia tahu, dia tahu. Gila sih. Coba dia lihat punya. Emang ada? Ada ya, Rene?
Now the curtain has finally fallen on her performance. The character she portrayed was an imaginary one, yet in playing that role, she fulfilled her duties. Though she is meek and full of doubt by nature, she was able to use madness to stiffen her resolve and see her duty through to its conclusion. The work that she has done over the centuries is truly immense. If she were to ever make a return to the stage, I should personally attend the performance and give her my heartfelt applause. Yes, I must do so when the opportunity arises.
Aduh. Lihat dia ngomong tentang Archon lain di New Village punya voice line. Oh, ada ya? Oh, ini dong.
Nothing will stop me from rendering judgment on each of the 7. As the Archon who won the authority of Geo, Deus Ori must be called to trial. If one does not wish to see us on opposite sides of a conflict, they need not worry, for I intend to stay in Fontaine for the foreseeable future, which could well mean another 400 years. As another point of consolation, even when the trial eventually takes place, it is still not a given that the judgment will lead to a physical confrontation.
Ini Deus Auri siapa ya? Si paling penasaran semoga aku sifat sampai dipuja-puja sama Harbinger.
I shall fulfill my vow to judge all of the 7 in turn, even if the sky should fall and the ground give way. As the recipient of the authority, nothing will stop me from rendering judgment on each. I shall fulfill my vow to judge all of the 7 in turn, even if the sky should fall and the ground give way. As the recipient of the authority of Animo, the god of breeze and hope must also stand trial. He spends most of his time being a harmless drunkard. Well, even so, I must meet him for myself and proceed from there. As a survivor of the dragon race who has regained my full dragonhood, I must fulfill my oaths and obligations, even if it means returning all the water in the oceans back to the heavens.
Karena nggak ada air.
In taking the authority of Electro, the Narukami placed herself on the list of the usurpers. She will... Oh. You say she has isolated herself in the plane of Euthymia, and now rarely appears in public. Then I shall pay her a visit in another few centuries. Though the day will come when I put her on trial, I must commend the god of verdure on her sense of responsibility. Few things are without flaws in this world, but the devotion and benevolence she displays are a testament to her commitment to continued progress. I felt enormous regret when I learned of the mistreatment she has endured over the past 500 years.
Kasian banget. Bro, jokes lama banget tuh, Maimon. Unknown God, iya anjir. Masih heran New Village jadi, New Venti jadi pemabok dia. Lawak anjir. Gila. Tolong. Aduh. By the way, dia tuh stand trial maksudnya apa, Ren? Dari tadi dia ngomongin trial mulu. Apa ya?
Nothing will stop me from rendering judgment on each of the 7. I shall fulfill my vow to judge all of
trial
the
itu
7
maksudnya
in
apa ya
turn,
trial?
even if the sky should fall and
Jadi
the
mau
ground
oh mau
give way.
dijudge juga.
As the recipient of the authority of
Dia pingin ngejudge, maksudnya pingin ngejudge mereka maksudnya. Iya maksudnya mau dijudge juga kocak. Kalau dipuja karena gimana nggak tahu, tanya si Sato deh. Kenapa mau dijudge? Kocak juga. Aduh gue pingin banget nih ini ngerjain dia punya story. Gue mau tahu dia hidupnya gimana sekarang, Cok. Dia di mana sih? Oh, dia deket sini dong. Nabrak dong gue besok anjir. The Little Ocean. Dia dong, Little Ocean. Fenty juga kan dipuja, emang iya? Iya sih, semua dipuja, kecuali tapi enggak sih, semuanya dipuja sih akhir-akhirnya. Rencana mengumpulin nosisnya itu nggak ada yang bisa mikirin. Nggak punya rencana buat ngumpulin nosisnya itu yang nggak ada yang bisa mikirin. Barbatos, oh iya juga sih.
Isn't there anything else more interesting to
Raden
do?
ditakutin Om, nggak dipuja. Raden ditakutin Om, oh iya bener. Tidak dengan Nahida. Nahida dipuja juga kan akhirnya. Kerjain bak seru, mau. Tapi besok, ini nabrak lagi gue. Coba deh. Gue lihat dulu aja.
It's us. Got any new commissions?
Biar
Specifically one
nggak
with a
nabrak.
huge MEREKA, perhaps? Paimon's just being enthusiastic.
It's always a
Ntar deh
pleasure
besok
to
deh.
see our two
Nggak
most
besok
avid
deh.
adventurers
Gue nggak tahu
again.
kapan ya. Soalnya
Actually,
minggu ini
we
kayaknya
do in
2 hari
fact
ini
have a
kan.
rather urgent
Besok
commission
apa ya?
that is
Besok
still
Jumat
open.
ya. Besok gue harus main
Having read the
Honkai.
details,
Sabtu
however,
nggak bisa,
I
nggak
don't
live
believe
gue
you'd
kan.
consider it to be lucrative.
Don't worry about that.
Dan Senin
We're just kidding.
terus setengah jam doang, nggak
So
mau.
what's the situation?
To put it simply, the requester is looking for a temporary replacement actress for their musical. The original cast member ran into some issues, but the troupe has also been experiencing some financial difficulty.
That does sound like a
That's
Iya,
right. Our
Sabtu gue nggak
adventurers
live.
reached out to many actresses,
Selasa gue mau pergi
but
lagi.
none of them were willing. There are only a
Jadi
few
kayaknya
days
Senin
left
baru
until the
bisa mainin.
performance.
Got it.
Honkainya gue harus selang-seling.
Even if we took the commission, neither of us have any experience starring a musical.
Kayaknya gue
If you're
harus
interested
main
in
game
helping,
satu persatu sih.
why not
Maksudnya
start by having a chat with the
dua
requester?
game
He's
sehari,
right over
2 game
there.
sehari 2 game kayaknya. Ntar gue coba dulu deh. Kalau emang bener-bener nggak ada kerjaan banget, balik lagi kah?
Maybe
Balik
you
lagi deh.
can't fill the role yourselves,
Besok
but
gue harus
you
kerjain
might be able to
semua.
help him figure out another
Kenapa gue
solution.
bilang, kenapa gue harus
Maybe
bilang
there's
begitu?
something he hasn't
Emote
thought
gue
of.
3 emote nggak gue belum gue kerjain.
Oh,
3 emote.
huh? No wonder it looks
Sim
like
SU
you just
belum
made a
kelar.
sour lemon.
Semuanya belum kelar, Cok.
Paimon approves. Let's
Emang Harbinnya puja Arkon Krayo. Harbinnya, ya iyalah kan dari SUKSES ya.
for a new actress.
Dipuja soalnya Rekan tuh udah nggak inget sama rakyat semua. Iya bener.
Wait, I know you two.
Panjang masih panjang 5 jam gue kelarin, Cok.
Famous and fun
Beneran 5 jam, Asbis. Kalau lu baca.
But to answer your question, neither of us have any experience in musicals.
Ah, I see. If we can't find someone to step in,
Iya, semua
we'll have
kecuali
no
sekarang.
choice but...
Soalnya dia
As
sama
all our
aja.
sets and props are very crude. We're grateful enough just to get an
sekarang
odd if we had a way to make this...
Disband?
Oh, I guess the one last show. Nobody wants things to just fizzle out. Yeah, the leading lady, in fact. She's been dealing with a chronic illness. The show just won't be the same without her.
Panjang tapi nggak
But
berasa.
for every-
Got it. We have a
Bener nggak berasa sih
now.
tadi. Tapi lama banget gila.
Please, there's no need to go that far.
Juga ya kerjain
I
sambil
wouldn't feel
skripsi
right
kali
asking
gas.
such a huge
Tapi lu nggak bakal
favor.
konsen sih.
And I can't promise
Iya,
that we'd
semangat
ever be
skripsi
able to
skripsi
pay
ini.
you back.
Good point. We should find someone who will put on the best performance possible.
What about you know who?
Oh, wait! What about... She's really good at performing, and she was once super popular with the crowd. Performing in a musical should be a piece of cake for...
Who are you thinking of? Sounds like someone famous. Her! You're...
Nope. Paimon doesn't actually know if she's performed on stage before, but Paimon's pretty confident.
You're not wrong there. She has actually performed in a number of big-name shows before. They were one of the reasons she was so popular. But even if she's no longer the Hydro Archon, it's not like she's still an idol to many people in Fontaine, including myself. I just think Lady Farina might feel a bit out of place in an amateur troupe like ours. Well, yes. Fair enough. I'm sure every... Of course.
No point in stressing. Besides, things are different now. There's no...
Thank you for your help.
Wait, where does Farina actually live nowadays? She used to live in luxury at the Palais Mermonia, but she's...
As it happens, I have her current address here. I can provide it
Anjir
to
dia
you.
keluar anjir. Pak, tumben banget nih Catherine-nya keluar lagi anjir. Dapat senjata lokal Fontaine belum Bang Ki.
It is my
Yang mana?
duty to support...
Thank you, ma'am.
Yang mana itu pipa?
Thank you so...
Yang harus mancing. Coba air mainnya susah banget. Tuh, si Ricky bilang gampang. Kita mancingnya. Lah, orang hilang anjir. Ya, gua nggak bisa. Ya, gua harus besok work. Ah, udahlah. Yang dari quest. Quest mana? Ini. Quest? Bisa ngasih penuhnya Osia bang, yang dimaksud banget. Yang mana, Cok? Kalau telepon keluar dia balik. Enggak balik harusnya. Balik ya? Pedang Agung. Itu dapat dari mana? Dapat dari mana sih? Enggak balik tuh. Aduh, gue mau kencing dulu ya. Habis itu gue mau off, guys. Coba dijawab. Gue nggak tahu, Cok. Oh, lampu gue mati lagi, Cok.
There'll be an extra fee for that. I'll think about it.
Harus beli bohlam. Oh my god.
There'll be an extra
fee for bohlam. Sekalian. Enggak. Bener world quest. Oh, side quest. Nah itu yang dimainnya lama banget. Gimana caranya? Ntar ini dah. Gue coba lihat dulu di sini ada nggak ya? Pedang ya? Hah? Kok nggak ada? Nggak ada, Cok. Belum ada. Nggak ada. Belum ada ini. Atau gua udah ada. Nggak ada. Nggak ada, dia belum ada. Cek di tas. Pedang? Kok nggak bisa lihat? Nggak bisa lihat semua? Nggak ada dong. Masa pedang kayu? Ini kok nggak bisa lihat, Cok. Mana ya? Kayak nggak ada deh. Mana sih pedang? Nggak ada gue. Nggak ada. Bagian misi. Bukan di weapon. Ya story doang. Mana? Yang mana? Nggak ada. Yang di laut ikuti oceanic kecil-kecil. Oceanic yang kecil-kecil? Emang ada? Item quest di tas. Astaga. Mana sih item quest? Ini kan? Ini kan? Ini R5. Belum itu harusnya yang ini Blade of Nazis Curse. Itu bisa jadi pedang beneran. Oh bisa jadi pedang beneran. Gue questnya udah kelar loh by the way. Ini. Cuman gue kirain ini. Kalau udah kelar questnya. Habis itu buat R5 ini lama banget. Oh iya. Gimana? Questnya di mana lagi? Questnya di mana lagi? Harus kemana lagi? Harus ke... Waduh, di mana lagi tuh tempatnya anjir? Gue lupa tempatnya anjir. Tower map baru. Oh ini. Itu ada yang di buku. Hah, itu yang ada buku. Oh ini. Kayaknya ini bukan deh. Oh iya, ini Ordo beda. Katanya di situ iya. Oh ini ada di sini itunya. Questnya. Ya udahlah. Ntar kapan-kapan baru gue kerjain deh. Aduh, capek banget gue anjir. 5 menit lagi dah nemenin ngobrol, guys. Masuk aja ke bukunya nanti pasti ketrigger. Oh, emang iya. Colin Seymour and Amakran Quest Benteng Merupit. Apalah itu? Oh. Iya, capek. Rute map questnya juga banyak. Oh ini, ketemu sama dia. Ini dia nih. Oh, ini quest. Oh harus masuk ke sini ya. Baru harus kelar itu quest buat cukup kulus nanti. Oh ini juga ya. Nah, ya udahlah. Gue mau kerjain Furina punya tuh. Besok harus ASR, cok, sampai habis. Nggak terserah mau kelar sampai jam berapa, anjir. Aku kayaknya belum selesai yang ini. Oh, yang ini belum. Ini kan baru ya? Ada 4 arc kalau nggak salah. Arc apa, Rick? Aku belum pernah lihat si Caterpillar. Caterpillar mana? Oh, ini Caterpillar. Caterpillar ntar ada di... Bantuin yang di ini deh. Bantuin yang di... Ya, Meropit. Bener. Anjing lah ini apa lagi, cok lah. Terus? Mager banget ya. Bangker lagi, dahel. Ya udah aku cabut dulu, bye Ren, thank you. Itu kan unfinished comedy kalau nggak salah sih. Oh iya unfinished comedy bener. Udah kemarin anak-anak sekarang beginian, yoi. Sekarang begini ya lah, kocak aja 5 jam liatin gini ya lah aja. HP banget gue, anjing, udah. Udah, ntar lagi. Yang penting udah kelar. Anjir, gue besok gak bisa ini dong. Halo Kroto, C2 bagusnya apa bang? C2 apa ya? Gue taunya C1 Kroto. Jangan dipaksa, kagak gue paksa. 2 menit lagi kok, biar kelar. C2 apa ya? Gue lupa. Increase blah blossom, enggak, ini elemental skillnya doang. Elemental skillnya doang, Kroto. Berdua welcome welcome. Thank you udah mampir. Disambut dulu guys, teman baru kita. Thank you udah mampir. Kalau untuk C2 itu buat blood blossom. Tahu kan kalau kita ngecas attack, dia di badan ada merah-merah gitu kan. Nah itu blood blossomnya itu damage-nya naik. Udah gitu doang sih. Jadi nggak bagus.
Tea parties are a
damage
must.
tambahan. Damage tambahan atau damage-nya Blood Blossom? Ini increase Blood Blossom damage loh. Beda ini, increase Blood Blossom damage by an amount of equals 10%. Tapi 10% sih, 10% lumayan juga kalau 30.000 ya. Setelah Babi Bu coba-coba lebih enak Charlotte Linet. Oh ya? Lu kalau gitu lu yang bener. Ini lagi.
If you'd like to learn the
Mabok
proper
Quest,
etiquette,
gua juga.
I'd be
Munox udah
happy
masuk
to
ya kemarin
teach
ya
you.
Munox ya. Welcome Munox ya.
There'll be an extra fee for that.
Iya. Udah masuk kan ya? Kasian banget nih Lady Furina, Cok. Demi ngebuka area biar cepet kulus, sampai biar dapat kulus enak mau mencari spasi. Yoi, nggak cuma lo doang. Gue juga, Cok. Oke lah kalau gitu gua sudahi dulu di sini guys. Thank you semua. Udah Bang, thank you lo sama-sama. Good, mantap. Kalau gitu gua sudahi dulu. Thank you semua, thank you udah nemenin, thank you yang udah jelasin semua dari tadi ya. Gua kan orangnya agak lemot, jadi terima kasih banget loh. Thank you banget semuanya. Thank you. Kalau gitu semua akan berkati, rezeki lancar. Belum. Tunggu. Makasih yang udah like, makasih yang udah subscribe, makasih juga yang udah donate. Thank you semuanya. Semua kalian berkati, rezeki lancar. Sehat-sehat terus. Kita ketemu besok main HSR. Bye. Bye. Kita besok ngerjain MOC, SU, bla 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 semuanya dah. Bye semua. Thank you. Bye.